Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into another exciting What If Naruto Get His Game On, Databale. If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 1 Entrance Exam. Why am I even here? Were the thoughts of one Uzumaki Naruto as he stood outside the testing building. Hundreds of teenagers were huddled together, waiting for the practical exam to begin. It's not like I already know how to play duel monsters or anything. I only have 5 years of experience, he thought sarcastically. Hundreds of teenagers stood, huddled together waiting for the practical exam to begin. A man with a jacket with the words Duel Academy written on the breast stepped forward and spoke. Okay everyone, he started, smiling enthusiastically. It's time to prove your dueling abilities and show you are worthy of entering Duel Academy. There was murmured excitement as the potential students entered a larger room with multiple dueling arenas with a person standing on each one. The man from outside came over to the crowd and stood next to a rather effeminate man, who made Naruto shudder in disgust. What the fuck, he thought, staring with a twitching brow that's creepier than both Guy and Pegasus combined. He snapped out of his thoughts as the first man jacket guy from now on continued speaking. Okay, settle down. He waited for silence before continuing. Alright, now all of you are going to duel against our specially chosen test duelists to see if you have the skill to prove yourself worthy of attending Duel Academy. There was a general murmur before it silenced. The man standing next to me is Professor Kronos, an accomplished duelist and the head of the Obelisk Blue Dorm, but you'll hear more about that later. He will be observing you to see if you have what it takes. Naruto's sweat dropped. Wow, he's really forcing this how prove your worth stuff. He blinked as he realized the weirdo had been talking and was just finishing. Damn, I've got to stop doing that, Naruto thought. He looked at the ticket in his hand as the jacket guy started talking again. When your number is called, please make your way to the designated arena, and your test duel will begin. Everyone, except the first 10, moved towards the stands. Friends all gathered together to talk, while friends of the current duelists went to watch their matches. As Naruto walked up to the top of the stands, he had but one thought on his mind. Why did Pegasus want me to come here? Flashback. Naruto was looking through his new deck on a sun lounger next to Pegasus's pool when the man himself approached him, wearing a dressing gown for some inexplicable reason. Naruto looked at him and grinned. Pegasus, you lazy bastard, just woke up? Pegasus gave him an amused smile. On the contrary, Naruto, I've been on the phone with Kaiba, and I have a proposition for you. I believe it would be a positive experience for you. Despite his annoyance at the nickname, he was also curious about what he said. Oh yeah, what kind of experience would that be then? He suddenly got a glint in his eye and an excited grin appeared on his face. Is it a duel? Because that would be awesome, I would totally kick his ass. Pegasus seemed to find this amusing, judging by his shaking shoulders. Naruto, you're almost as amusing as Funny Bunny, but you're nowhere skilled enough to even interest Kaiba. Naruto pouted before scowling at Pegasus. That's what you think, don't underestimate me, I'd destroy that team and his deck, he declared, pointing at Pegasus, Databale. This sent Pegasus over the edge, as he started laughing loudly, bending over. Naruto glared at him as he straightened himself, wiping a tear of mirth from his lone eye before he spoke in a deeply amused voice. Now Naruto, don't make promises you can't keep. After all, you never go back on your word and it would be a shame if you were forced to, he said, smiling at the still scowling teen. The boy was ever so amusing when he got all fired up. As the teen calmed down, the scowl vanished, and he went back to being his usual calm self, looking at Pegasus curiously. So, what's this positive experience then, and what's it got to do with Kaiba? Naruto asked. I mean, isn't he busy running a company? And his eyes widened in horror, as he got an idea what the experience could be. Oh hell no. I am not going to no school, I had enough of that in the other academy, he shouted, shivering in reminiscence of his past academy days. Pegasus frowned at this, and remembered what the blonde teen told him about his school days and his first childhood. He had honestly forgotten about that, excited as he was about his genius idea. Pegasus suddenly grinned a small grin. This was perfect, and it just reinforced his original motive. Coughing to get the whiskered blonde's attention, he continued speaking. Look at it this way, Naruto, you can't just stay here. As much as I enjoy your company, you should be out there, making friends and having fun. Think of it as having a second chance at a normal life. Besides, who knows, you may find yourself a worthy rival and maybe even pick up some new tricks. Pegasus's smile became suggestive, not to mention there'll be lots of girls, in uniforms. Naruto blinked before looking upwards in thought, and a perverted grin appeared on his face. Wiping a small trickle of blood from his nose, he spoke, "Alright, Pegasus, I'll go. Who knows, I might just have some fun with this." Flashback end. Naruto was having the exact opposite of fun, sitting in the stands. He looked at his number and cursed. Why did it have to be so high? Grumbling to himself, he glanced around the large room, taking in all the potential students, the duels, and possible competition. Looking high up at the top layer of the stand opposite him, he caught something that made his eyes widen. He could only describe what he saw as a goddess. Golden blonde hair, stormy gray eyes, and that bust. He burst into a fit of perverted giggles at the thoughts in his head, people around him moving away from him uneasily. He inwardly thanked Pegasus for this wonderful idea. The man was a genius. So caught in his fantasies was he that he didn't notice his name being called. It was only after someone shook his shoulder did he snap out of his trance. He turned around angrily to smash the bastard who interrupted his thoughts. He saw a boy with neatly arranged hair with it spiking at the back. Noticing the danger he was in, the boy chuckled nervously before speaking. "Haha, shouldn't you be going down?" This snapped Naruto out of his daze, and he looked at the rather posh-sounded boy before him. The call for his number sounded again, sounding more than slightly annoyed. His eyes widened in panic before he rushed down to the stadium ground, throwing a quick thanks over his shoulder to the black-haired teen. Reaching the bottom of the stands, he placed one hand on the barrier and vaulted over it. Landing, he ran over to his designated dueling area, apology/excuse prepared. His face faltered, however, when he saw his tester, a rather dull-looking man, average in every way, with a bored expression on his face, obviously not caring. The man just switched on his dual disc and waited. Recovering, Naruto quickly turned on his, and the two of them called duel, one voice vastly more enthusiastic than the other. The rather plain man spoke first. "We will start with my turn first." Naruto nodded, and the two of them drew 5 cards, the tester drawing a 6th. The tester, let's call him Jim, scanned his hand before selecting a monster and summoning it to the field. I summoned Akakizu in attack mode. A weird clown-like monster appeared on his side of the field. The boring man ended his turn. Naruto looked slightly taken at his weak play. Is that it, he thought, bewildered. He sighed. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. Drawing a card, he looked at his hand, and smirked at his perfect hand. Looks like you'll be up soon, my old friends. He picked out a card and placed it into his dual disc. I summoned the demon brothers Meizu and Gozu in attack mode. 2 men appeared on the field, standing back to back. They both had long hair, camouflage, breathing masks, and metal claws attached to each other by a spiked chain. Attack Akakizu, he commanded, and pointed at said target. The brothers moved faster than the eye could follow, and appeared at the side of the clown. They tugged their chain, and the spellcaster was viciously torn apart. Jim's expression didn't change in the slightest, just looking bored as ever. Naruto twitched slightly before continuing his turn. Next, I played the spell card Hidden Mist Jutsu. A thick mist covered Naruto's side of the field, hiding his monster from view. He smirked, and now the man reacted. As long as I have a water monster in play, this card hides them from view, meaning they can't be attacked and my life points are kept safe. Naruto's smirk grew at his killer combo, but face faltered at the snore he heard from the other side of the mist. He jumped to his feet, eyes wide and pure white. Wake up, asshole. The man jerked awake and blinked at the mist. He raised a confused brow. Where did this mist come from? Greyo laughed. Up in the stands, 110 joined. Asuka watched on in interest at the strange cards played by the even stranger blonde. She looked at her tall companion. What do you think? I haven't seen anything like those cards he played before. Marufuji Rai just watched silently, a small smirk on his face. Let's see what you've got, Uzumaki. Wiggling his finger in his ear after the rather loud rant from the irate blonde, Jim drew a card from his deck. I guess it's my turn. I summon Arbitrator in attack mode. A man in purple robes sitting in a chair appeared on the field. Next, I equip him with the spell card Book of Secret Arts. Smirking, Naruto cut him off. No, you don't. I activate the counterspell Explosive Tag. Naruto's face down flipped up, revealing a paper tag covered in writing with the kanji for exploding in the center. When my opponent activates a spell or trap card, I can activate this face down card. It destroys the card you just played. A tag appeared in front of the card, before flying at the book that had only just materialized. When it slapped itself onto the book, it made a sizzling sound before exploding, the explosion enveloping Jim. Naruto smirked. Oh yeah, forgot to mention this, but when explosive tag destroys a card, it inflicts 500 points of damage to your life points. The smoke dispersed to reveal a slightly singed and coughing Jim. A small drop of sweat went down Jim's face, falling onto the floor. To shake up at the sudden move from the blonde, the rather plain man ended his turn without doing anything further. Naruto drew a card and a fond smile grew on his face as a spectral figure appeared behind him before disappearing just as quickly. I summoned Fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. What seemed to be a teenage boy appeared on the field. He had black hair tied in a bun with 2 long bangs either side of his masked face. The mask was white with strange red waves on the bottom half and a symbol of 4 wavy lines on the forehead. He wore a turtleneck under a battle kimono and ninja sandals. The boy was only visible for a few seconds before disappearing in the mist. Naruto smirked. Wow, he does that a lot, eh? Before ordering Haku to attack. A barrage of needles flew from within the mist, skewering Arbitrator and destroying it. Now Demon Brothers attack him directly. The 2 brothers appeared before Jim and slashed him with their claws, causing the man to let out a cry from the simulated pain. He fell to one knee as he panted, trying to overcome the pain. And with that I'll end my turn, Naruto said, trademark grin in place. Quite a few girls in the audience blushed at this. God knows why. Seriously, why does this guy have so many fans? And some of the guys glared at him, seeing the effect he had on the girls. Naruto looked around and was surprised to see nearly everyone was watching the duel. Some had even paused in their own duels to watch. While this was happening, Jim had drawn a card and hid a smirk at what he drew. Everyone's attention returned to Jim as he began his turn. I place 1 monster in face-down defense mode and end my turn. Many people fainted at this lame turn while the others sweat dropped at his hidden smirk, Naruto included. Jim was cackling in his mind. Ha 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 ha, when he attacks Area the Water Tamer, I'll take over his monster, then sacrifice both monsters to summon High Priestess of Prophecy. Then I'll discard Spell Book of Wisdom to activate my monster's effect and get rid of that hidden mist jutsu, and then we'll slowly take his life points away. Everyone's sweat drops grew as Jim started sniggering to himself. Raising a brow at the usually unresponsive man, Naruto considered his last move. That card's probably an effect monster, one that'll turn this duel around if that sniggering's anything to go by. Drawing a card, Naruto grinned. This was just what he needed. Raising his voice and halting Jim's giggles, he proceeded to start the beginning of the end of this duel. I equipped the Demon Brothers with kunai and chain. The clinking of chains was heard in the mist. Next I sacrificed Fake Hunter Haku to summon Demon of the Mist Zabuza in attack mode. A shattering sound came from the mist, and a tall man with bandages around his mouth and neck with a huge sword on his back appeared before vanishing into the magic fog. Naruto smirked and began his game breaker. Now Zabuza's effect activates. If this card is tribute summoned by using Fake Hunter Haku, I can add the equipped spell card Mist Demon's Rage from my deck to my hand. A card jutted out of Naruto's deck and he pulled it out. Now I'll equip it to Zabuza. Zabuza's face wrapping came undone as a kunai materialized in his mouth, and the colossal man bowed over, arms hanging by his sides. Of course, that's what you would see if the mist wasn't in the way. Zabuza's attack points rose by a whopping 1,000 points. When Naruto voiced this little factoid, everyone's jaws dropped. Now Zabuza, attack his face-down monster. Zabuza stormed out of the mist, an ominous cloud behind him in the shape of a snarling demon. When it reached the face-down, Jim grinned and prepared to declare his victory. But not before Zabuza just stabbed the face-down, destroying it without anything happening. Jim's expression slowly fell from one of victory to one of shock, then outrage. What the hell? Naruto grinned foxily. When Zabuza is equipped with Mist Demon's Rage, he can instantly destroy one face-down without flipping it. The kunai fell from Zabuza's mouth as he collapsed on his face. Sadly, when the attack is over, Zabuza loses all his attack and defense points, becoming pretty much useless. But unfortunately for you, my battle phase isn't over just yet. Sweat started to pour down Jim's face as he heard the clinking of chains from within the mist. Demon Brothers, finish him with a direct attack. The brothers appeared on either side of Jim and slashed him from each side with the kunai and chain they were equipped with. The added boost to their attack points made up for the would-be gap. Jim fell to his knees as his life points depleted for the last time. The room was silent for a few moments before everyone cheered at the climax of the epic duel. Jim stayed in the OTL position for a while before getting up to his feet and walking up to Naruto. He kept a stoic expression for a few seconds before smiling widely. Good duel, best I've had in a long time. I have no doubt you'll be a top duelist one day. You have no idea, Naruto thought to himself. Bowing to each other, Naruto walked back to the stands as Jim waited for his next opponent. Naruto was clapped on the back and winked at by the boys and girls respectively. Thank God, and all that is mighty, it was in that order, as he made his way to his original seat. He saw the same black-haired boy from earlier and decided to apologize to thank him. Hey, thanks for earlier, and sorry I almost hit you, he said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. The slightly posh boy smiled back. Don't worry, no harm done. I must say though, that was an incredible duel. Your strategy was almost flawless, absolutely flawless. Naruto grinned and was about to say something back, but the Tana cut him off. Could number _ please come to arena immediately, the voice said, and Naruto couldn't help but think the lady was still pissed at him from earlier. Eye twitching, he turned back to the black-haired boy. Well, looks like it's my turn. I'll see you later. Nodding his affirmation, Naruto sat down and watched his new acquaintance make his way down to the floor. Although his ego was stoked from his praise, he was also a bit ticked at his ending one. Almost flawless. Please, as if you could have a completely flawless strategy, he smirked. However, at his next thought, well, if that isn't a challenge, then I don't know what is. And Uzumaki Naruto never backs down from a challenge, Databeo. Grimacing at his verbal tick of sorts, he sat back and watched the black-haired boys duel. Naruto whistled as he saw his new acquaintance effortlessly beat his opponent. Of course, to the inexperienced eye it looked like he would lose the duel, but with a well-played counter he instantly turned it around in his favor. Looking towards the entrance, he saw a brown-haired boy, which was shaped like a Kuribo Heiho, burst in. After some talking, the Kuribo head was standing on one of the rings facing off against the extremely effeminate Professor Kronos. This should be interesting, a rather British voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, he saw the black-haired boy standing next to him. The boy looked at him and smiled. My name is Misawa Daichi, nice to meet you. Grinning, Naruto introduced himself. In that instant, as their eyes met, a rivalry and friendship was born. Naruto looked out the window of his private jet at the approaching duel academy. Sipping on a glass of cola, he was glad that Pegasus let him borrow it. The flamboyant man insisted that seeing as he declined the offer of going into Obelisk Blue, he should at least arrive in style. With next to no persuasion required, Naruto agreed to the offer. We will be landing at Duel Academy in 5 minutes, Uzumaki-san, his pilot informed him. Giving his thanks, he redid his seatbelt. Do they have them in jets? And prepared for landing. Looking down at his uniform, he wondered why it had to be yellow. Why not just make it orange? Say what you like about orange, but at least it's better than yellow. Heck, you don't see more yellow cars than orange, do you? So why do people knock the orange? Maybe I could accidentally dye it orange while washing it or something, the blonde teen thought to himself. A spiritual figure sitting in the seat next to him shook its head in exasperation. The boy was orange mad. Smiling to itself, the figure vanished as the jet landed. Undoing his seatbelt, he stood up with a flare because, come on, this is the Yu-Gi-Oh universe. Everything is overdramatic. And made his way to the door. Look out, Duel Academy, here I come. Later, Naruto found himself standing in a classroom that looked like the kind you find in universities, looking up at a large TV screen. After a few seconds, a bald man with a beard appeared on it. He had a friendly expression on his face and appeared to be wearing a red jacket. Welcome, dueling elites. You all used your dueling skills to open the narrow admission gates. As the old man was talking, Naruto looked to his left to see the Kuribo head boy who, in his opinion, got in by sheer luck, sleeping while standing upright. The old Naruto would have grinned and most likely have already been asleep also, but many things had changed Naruto which will be revealed later, don't worry. And the Osiris Red's behavior irked him somewhat. It was as if he didn't care that he got into such an establishment, conveniently forgetting he wasn't too fond of the idea himself at first, and Naruto believed he didn't even take dueling all too seriously anyway. Turning away from the Kuribode, he listened to the rest of the speech. As he was leaving, someone fell in line with him. Turning his head, he grinned at the sight of his new friend/rival Misawa Daichi. Misawa grinned back. I see that we are both in our yellow, do you mind if I walk to our dorm with you? His grin growing wider, Naruto shrugged and the two walked out of the main entrance. Seeing the for some reason in red Kuribo head, Naruto rolled his eyes hearing him ask if they were also in red. Before his arrival, oh yeah, I invented a new word. Could answer, Naruto cut in. Nope, if you can't tell from our uniforms, we're in RA yellow, he said a bit curtly. If there was something Naruto hated, it was prodigies, something he could tell Jaden most likely was. After all, it was obvious he put no effort into anything and was still extremely skilled. Whereas Kronos completely denied and ignored his skills, Naruto decided to ignore the boy in general. Face-palming at the slacker's response, he carried on walking, letting Misawa fill the boy in on where his dorm is. As Misawa caught up, he looked at Naruto oddly for a few seconds before facing forward. Naruto got out his PDA thingy seriously. What are those things they have? And looked for his room number. As he later found out, it just so happened to be the room next to his rivals. As they walked to the RA yellow dorm, Misawa decided to initiate conversation. So, Naruto, how did you get here? I didn't see you on the helicopter. Blinking at the question as anime characters do, he answered. Oh, I arrived by jet. Not noticing his companion's dropped jaw, he continued. It's not mine or anything. Pegasus let me borrow it. Actually, he insisted, seeing as I turned down being in obelisk blue. If Naruto's first statement shocked Misawa, his second and third left him gobsmacked, and he stopped still for a few seconds trying to process it. After a few seconds, he ran to catch up with Naruto. He grabbed Naruto's arm, stopping him. Wait, you know Pegasus J. Crawford, and you were denied the chance to be in obelisk blue, he nearly shouted. Naruto looked at him oddly before continuing onwards. Yeah. Geez, why are you making such a big deal out of it? Once again gaping at the blonde's back, Misawa just shook his head and followed after him. He'll get the full story another time. Mwahahahaha, not yet, readers, not yet. After they found their dorms, Naruto and Misawa were standing opposite each other in a plane that they happened to come across as they were exploring the surrounding area, and they decided to duel to test each other's abilities. After all, watching someone duel can only tell you so much about them. Actually dueling each other helps you connect, in Naruto's own words. Misawa just wanted to see if he could beat his hit-and-miss strategy. I'll go first, Misawa, said the boy, nodding as they both drew 5 cards, Naruto drawing a 6th. Looking at his hand, he decided to see how the black-haired boy would react to his previous strategy. First, I summoned Fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. The same boy in the mask that was summoned in Naruto's last duel appeared on the field. Next, I play the spell card Hidden Mist Jutsu, protecting my monster from attacks. The familiar mist rolled onto Naruto's side, hiding his monster from sight. I end my turn. Misawa drew a card. Smirking, he began his counter. Picking a card from his hand, he inserted it into the spell card zone. I activate Cyclone. This card allows me to target one spell or trap card on the field and destroy it. A typhoon appeared in the mist, sucking it away. The holographic card shattered, and Naruto put it in his graveyard, gritting his teeth as he did so. Misawa smirked. I told you it was almost flawless. Next, I summoned Blood Vorse in attack mode. A monster in intimidating armor with an even more axe appeared. It glared at Naruto threateningly, causing a bead of sweat to roll down his face. Misawa pointed his finger at Naruto. Blood Vorse, attack Fake Hunter Haku. Rushing towards the wielding ninja, the beast warrior swung its axe, bisecting the boy, who released a rather feminine scream. Taking his life point damage, he glared at his rival. Misawa ended his turn. Taking a breath to calm himself, Naruto drew a card from his deck. Grinning at what he drew, he picked a card from his hand and summoned it. I summoned Kabuto Yakushi in attack mode. A young man in a purple outfit, with silver hair and glasses, appeared on the field. Crossing his arm and resting his elbow on it, he adjusted his glasses with a smirk, his glasses glinting dangerously in the sunlight. Next, I play the spell card Brainwashing Brain Control by paying 800 life points. I can control one of your monsters until my end phase. A card with a brain and 2 hands over it appeared on the field. Blood Vorse went over to Naruto's side of the field, and a bead of sweat went down Misawa's face. Grinning foxily at his rival, Naruto ordered the 2 monsters to attack, dealing a whopping total of 3,800 points of damage. Misawa screamed in pain as the medic Nin slashed him with blue glowing hands, and his own monster slashing him with its axe. Misawa fell to one knee, panting from the simulated pain. Slowly, he picked himself up and stood on shaky legs before regaining his balance. Seeing his rival recover, he continued with his turn. Now I play the spell card Edo Tensei. By removing from play one monster on my side of the field, I can special summon a monster from my graveyard, and I sacrifice Blood Vorse to special summon Fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. Blood vorse started to flake away and got sucked into a coffin that rose from the ground. When the flakes went inside the coffin, the door slammed shut, it shook a little, and the door crashed to the ground, revealing Haku to be standing within it. Stepping out of the coffin, Haku stood next to Kabuto. The coffin went back underground. And with that will end my turn, he finished with a grin. Misawa looked at Naruto with a renewed sense of respect, and before he even drew his next card, he put his hand across his dual disc and said, "I surrender, there's no chance of me winning, so I'll take my loss." Blinking in surprise, Naruto groaned and deactivated his dual disc. "Come on, Misawa, really? At least see it to the end." Grinning at his rival's childishness, the black-haired boy began to walk back to the dorm for the welcome dinner. Looking back over his shoulder, he called back to Naruto. "Come on, fish cake, we have to get to the welcome dinner." Growling at his rival, Naruto ran after him, eyes white with rage. "It means Maelstrom!" he screamed. Misawa blinked, before sweating nervously and running off. The screams of rage and cries of terror could be heard all across the island. "I'm sorry! Get back here so I can comically beat you!" Chapter 3: Midnight Encounter. It was the first night of the school year, and the 3 dorms were having their welcoming parties. The Obelisk Blue dorm were having a posh gathering in the separate male and female dorms, drinking questionable drinks out of wine glasses. At the RA Yellow dorm, they were enjoying a very expensive dinner along giant tables. Everyone was laughing and having a good time. Naruto especially was having a blast as he was somehow simultaneously scarfing down plate after plate and discussing deck strategies with Misawa. The resident genius was staring at his friend in awe/disgust as he ate an entire lobster in a single bite, while telling him about one of his strategies. "And then munch munch, I put down a face down, and nom nom wait for them to attack and chew chew," he said, polishing off a whole ham. The people on his table were also staring at him, appalled at his eating habits, but also impressed at his solid strategy. It irked them, however, that he didn't drop a single card name during his ramble. When he glared at them for eavesdropping, they all quickly turned back to their meals, and Naruto nodded in satisfaction and went back to his food. The spectral being behind his face palmed itself at the boy's manners and vanished, shaking its head while doing so. Flicking a few grains of rice off his shoulder, Misawa asked the gluttonous blonde a question. "So, Naruto, you mentioned earlier that you knew Pegasus J. Crawford?" At his question, everyone stopped eating, looking at Naruto in shocked awe. Looking up from his plate, Naruto slurped up his ramen noodles and answered, Yeah, what about it?" Everyone in the room fell off their chairs at the answer. Getting up, Misawa held back from face-palming and reiterated the question. "Yes, but how do you know him?" Misawa asked, emphasizing the how. Naruto blinked, then turned back to his dinner. "Oh, he's the one who taught me how to duel." After a few seconds of silence, everyone jumped back in their chairs shouting. Glaring at them for making such a racket, which made them all shut up, Naruto went back to his meal. Deciding they didn't want another death glare from hell, the RA Yellow students went back to their food and previous conversations. Misawa sighed. Obviously he wasn't going to get a straight answer anytime soon, and went back to his meal in resignation. Naruto was walking around the academy, rubbing his stomach in satisfaction. He was, to simply put it, lost. He had stayed behind longer than everyone else to eat more, and when he was finished realized that he was alone. Since it was dark, and Naruto had no sense of direction, he had somehow managed to wind up in the main building, instead of his dorm room like he originally intended. Looking at his watch, he whistled. How did it get to midnight so quickly? Taking a left, he noticed a light was on. Aha! Someone must be there, and they can tell me where to go. Happy with his plan, the whiskered duelist made his way to the light. When he got there, he noticed some Obelisk Blue students standing on the duel field. Before he could make his way to them to ask for directions, he noticed the Forso in red Kuribo head, and his little blue sidekick enter from the other side. Quickly hiding in the stands, he watched the exchange before him. How good of you to come, number 110. The boy with the incredibly spiky hair, whose name Naruto was pretty sure was Manlady Jim or something like that, said to the slacker. The Kuribo head chuckled. A/N people will be referred to as nicknames or observations until Naruto actually hears their names. I'd have no reason not to come once I'm told about a duel. Making his way to the arena, ignoring his sidekick's protests, the boy prepared to duel. The two of them stood opposite of each other, staring the other down. The arrogant obelisk spoke up. You're going to show me either the dumb luck or skill that beat Professor Kronos. Naruto looked on with renewed interest, since he too wanted to see which of the two it was. Right. And I've wanted to know just how skilled the elites of the Duel Academy are. So the obelisk blue was some sort of elite? Naruto's sweat dropped at this. How can someone be an elite if they just entered the school? Either the obelisk was extremely arrogant, or someone was trolling. Blinking at the words anti-rule, he leaned further over the rail he was standing behind to get a closer look. The two duelists started up their disc and declared duel. The arrogant obelisk declared he was going first and dramatically drew a card. I summon Reborn Zombie in defense mode. A monster with long blue hair, gaunt face, and skeletal arm and leg appeared in a kneeling position. I place a face down and end my turn. The obelisk blue smirked, and his thoughts unknowingly mirrored Naruto's. Duels contain the element of luck as long as there's drawing. However, what decides a match is a strategy based on careful calculations. The obelisk blue spoke out loud now, obelisk blue against Osiris red. The difference in our intellect has already determined the outcome of this. Naruto nodded in agreement, but stopped when he heard Osiris's response. You can't play a duel in your head. My blazing heart will take you on, he said with a determined look on his face. Naruto raised a brow at his declaration. Although what he said was partially true, there are some people, like his rival Misawa, who can calculate how a duel will go from the first card played. And blazing heart, God, how corny. Bringing his attention back to the duel, he saw the Kuribo head activate fusion, a pretty stupid move seeing as the obelisk had a face-on, and if Naruto guessed correctly, one that did not bode well for the Osiris red. I fused together Elemental Hero Feather Man and Burst Lady to summon Elemental Hero Flame Wingman in attack mode. The winged hero appeared in a burst of light with a roar. The Osiris grinned, somehow still holding its card. All right. This is my favorite card. The obelisk blue jumped straight to action. I've caught you already, it seems, he said, smirking. The Kuribo head responded with a confused voice. The obelisk closed his eyes with a smirk on his face. I've already thoroughly analyzed your entry exam duel. Duels are all about brains, he finished loudly. Naruto sniggered. It was pretty ironic that he said that, seeing as he has a zombie and all. The arrogant blue activated his trap card, which just so happened to be Hell Polymer. Heck, just as I thought, Naruto smirked. The blue-haired midget repeated the name in confusion. A voice sounded from behind him. It's basic knowledge to a duelist. Naruto nearly fell over the rail in surprise. It was the goddess he saw at the entrance exams. She walked up to the arena. When your opponent summons a fusion monster, you can gain control of that monster by sacrificing one monster on your field, a voice said behind them. The two of them jumped in surprise, turning around to see Naruto leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Oh yeah, badass entrance, check. The inactive Osiris and Obelisk looked at him in surprised confusion. Where did he come from? They quickly recognized him as the guy whose duel was epic in the entrance exams, only to be overshadowed by the Kuribo heads. If one had already known Naruto's previous position, they would be looking from it to his current one in shock. Getting over his shock, the sidekick asked him what that meant. Rolling his eyes at the midget's idiocy, Naruto just pointed back to the arena, where the current duelists hadn't even noticed the new arrivals or arrival, seeing as Naruto was there the whole time. I sacrifice Reborn Zombie to gain control of Flame Wingman. In a show of light and fire, the elemental hero went over to Man Lady Jim's side of the field. The midget yelled in surprise. His monster got taken. Naruto rolled his eyes. They just told him what was going to happen. Why was he so surprised? The obelisk proceeded to explain his move for those of a less intelligent disposition. I knew that a fusion monster finished Professor Kronos off in your battle with him, so I had that trap set. I can't believe that you'd step your way right into my trap, without even knowing that. You're a typical Osiris Red. He finished with a chuckle. Naruto smirked at his words, and it seems the Kuribo had gotten by dumb luck after all. The Osiris Red kept his cool, but couldn't hide the bead of sweat down the side of his face. A fusion summons a special summon, so I can still normal summon this turn. The Osiris looked at his hand worriedly, and Naruto doubted the boy had any monsters that could overcome Flame Wingman. And no matter what he does, Flame Wingman's effect will damage him even if it doesn't attack directly, he mused. Naruto turned to go, his leaving comment catching the attention of his two fellow observers. Well, I've seen all I need to see. I doubt such a slacker could beat that guy. Before he could leave, the midget spoke up to defend his Aniki. Shut up. Aniki can beat that guy, just you see. Not even acknowledging the words, the blonde went to leave, but stopped and turned around, a sheepish expression on his face. Oh, could you guys tell me how to get to the RA yellow dorm from here? The midget's sweat dropped, but the goddess smirked. Sure, we'll tell you, as long as you stick around till the end. Raising a brow, Naruto shrugged and turned back to stand next to her. Not only would he get directions, but he can hang with a hot girl. What idiot would pass that up? Fine, but I stand by what I said earlier. The goddess just smirked, and they all turned back to the duel, where the Kuriboh head had summoned a monster in defense mode. A man in bluish-purple armor with a big curved sword and a spikyish shield appeared next to Flame Wingman. Go, Flame Wingman! Flame shoot! The obelisk blue ordered with a flourish. The controlled monster jumped in the air and did a fire-covered dive towards the Kuriboh head's claimant. The monster was destroyed, and the obelisk explained the monster's effect. Due to Flame Wingman's monster effect, the attack of the destroyed opposing monster is dealt as damage to the opposing player. The Kuriboh head looked surprised at the explanation of his own monster's effect. Seriously, how stupid is he? Naruto though, and Flame Wingman appeared in front of him, its claw opening and shooting fire at the Osiris Red. He screamed in pain as his life points diminished from the blaze. You don't have a single monster left to defend you. Hell Soldier, Hell Attack! The warrior suddenly appeared in front of the Osiris Red, slashing at him with its sword. The boy fell to his knees, clutching his body as he groaned in pain. The black spiky-haired elite held his fist up victoriously by putting a stop to your fusion monster. You're already out of options, it seems. I don't know how you were in your small town, but you're not at the level you need to make it in the Duel Academy. Got that yet? A/N damn Manjum, you're awesome and all, but man are your monologues annoying to type. I set a card on the field, ending my turn. Now it's your turn. Osiris Red's shoulders shook and made strange noises. Is he crying? Naruto wondered. Apparently, Manlady thought so too and voiced it. Shedding tears of regret, are we, number 110? But despite what the two thought, he was not crying, he was in fact laughing. Ha 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 ha. I'm touched. Yeah, in the head. Buren. What? The obelisk blue said, shocked at the Kuriboh head's reaction. The Duel Academy sure is fun. There's a bunch of guys like you around here, aren't there? This is going to be great, the teen said, grinning happily. What was that? Naruto grinned. That was something they could both agree on. This duel was firing him up, and he couldn't wait to duel someone himself. Nasawa didn't count. My turn, draw. I summon elemental hero Sparkman. A man in blue and yellow armor appeared in a flash of electricity and a battle cry. Dramatically punching forward, the Kuriboh head ordered his hero to attack with Spark Flash. The warrior shot a beam of electricity at Hell Soldier, destroying it and dealing 400 points of damage to his opponent. However, out from the dust cloud flew Hell Soldier's sword, which spun a few times before flying out and hitting the Osiris Red directly. The blue smirked. Its monster effect activates. Hell Soldier has an effect that deals the same damage its player took to the opposing player when it's destroyed. The boy grunted in pain, and his sidekick called at him worriedly. The goddess spoke to the boy. Your big brother is mighty spirited, but pretty careless. Naruto snorted. Yeah, what idiot just disregards a monster effect like that? Deciding to just ignore the blonde, the blue-haired midget corrected the busted girl. Judaiken isn't my real brother. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Judai, that's his name? Huh, it's oddly fitting. How could you put it? Well, he's my spiritual brother. The beautiful girl just blinked and looked back at the duel. Naruto was lost in thought. Spiritual brothers, he thought, remembering a certain stoic teen. Looking back up, he noticed the Osiris had placed a face zone and ended his turn. He seems confident, must be a trap. The arrogant teen didn't seem to notice it. I'm sure to win with my next attack. I drew my card. Go Flame Wingman. Naruto's eyes widened at the arrogance of the elite. Wasn't he even the least bit suspicious of that face down? I activate the trap card. Different dimensional tunnel mirror gate. Try saying that 3 times fast. The elite stared at it in horror. What is this? The blue midget was, surprise surprise, ignorant of the trap card's effect. Naruto decided to enlighten him, despite his own shock. It's a card that can be activated when 2 monsters attack each other. It switches your opponent's attacking monster with your targeted monster and makes them fight. Despite the situation, the female blonde looked at him slightly impressed at his card knowledge. The Kurobohia Judai, Naruto corrected himself, ordered Flame Wingman to destroy Sparkman's Sparkling Breaker. Sparkman disappeared in a flash of light, and the obelisk blue screamed in pain as his life points decreased. Manlady Gym 3100. Judai 1600. Next up, due to Flame Wingman's monster effect, the attack of the opposing monster is dealt to my opponent. Flame Wingman's extended hand glowed blue before blasting the elite with a lightning burst, causing him to scream in agony once again. Judai 1600. Manlady Gym 1500. The midget fist pump. That's my Aniki for you. The only girls present watched on, making a weird noise. He's pretty good, huh? She commented. Naruto snorted. That only worked due to the obelisk blue's arrogance. If it was him, he'd have destroyed that trap and won the duel. It didn't mean anything. Any idiot could do that. You're so cool, Aniki, the sidekick shouted, raising his fist. Judai gave a peace sign over his shoulder. The busted blonde chuckled. What a cut-up. The spiky-haired elite growled at Judai. Why you? Don't get too ahead of yourself there, you freaking Osiris Red dropout. With yet another flourish, he picked a spell card from his hand, showing it to everyone. I activate the spell card, Hell Blast. A windy swirl appeared before him. During the turn a monster under my control is destroyed. It destroys one monster on the field, dealing damage equal to half that monster's attack. A swirl also appeared under Flame Wingman and the wind hit it, destroying it, dealing damage to Judai's life points. Flame Wingman, he muttered. Manlady Gym 1500. Judai 550. Next I activate the trap card, Call of the Living Dead. This card selects a monster card from my graveyard and special summons it in attack mode. And I'll summon Hell Soldier. Then, I sacrifice Hell Soldier to summon Hell General Mephisto. In a cloud of darkness a giant man in black armor, long blonde hair and riding a black, armored horse appeared. Hell General Mephisto Fiend / Dark LVL, 5. ATK / Def 1800 / 1700. One way or another, it appears I've clinched my win. And according to the anti-rule, I'll take your best card. Naruto smirked. Now that was a good move. Even if it was a bitch to type. Judai smirked. We'll see about that. What? A duel is determined with 99% intelligence. With luck its part is a mere 1%. Naruto frowned. Actually, luck had a much bigger part than that. If you draw a bad first hand, the entire duel can go against your favor. You can't pull the strategies without the right cards, after all. He looked at Judai and saw he was talking to a card. He raised an intrigued brow. Could he see spirits too? He looked to his left and saw his own dual spirit besides him, nodding its head at the question it knew he was thinking. Naruto turned back to Judai, eyes narrowed in curiosity. How interesting. Judai looked up from his card. I'll risk it all on that 1%. My draw will call out a miracle. My turn. Draw. Naruto turned his head towards the entrance, hearing footsteps. The blonde goddess obviously heard them too because she called out to the duelists, the security guards are coming. The two deactivated their discs, ending the duel with the anti-rule being forbidden by school regulation, and by using a facility after hours you could get expelled for breaking regulations. The midget and Judai gasped, huh? Are there regulations like that? Naruto facepalmed and the girl pulled out her PDA thingy. Didn't you read your student personal planner? So that's what these things are called, Naruto thought, staring at his own. One of the obelisk's lackeys called out to him, Manjumesan, this is bad. Manjum. Woot, I was close. Manjum turned, that's enough for tonight. I'll take care of my win. Judai protested, the match isn't over yet. He yelled. That's plenty. You've shown me how capable you are. Apparently your entry exam was just dumb luck, Manjum said, walking away with his lackeys. Judai made an indignant motion, quit messing around. The midget called out to him, Aniki, they're going to catch us. Judai turned around to look at his three observers, blinking in surprise at the unnoticed to him third. The blonde female and blue midget urged him to hurry up, but the idiot was too stubborn to move. Naruto and the midget grabbed him by the jacket and dragged him out the room, the sole female following them. They made it to the front of the academy, and the two boys let go of Judai. The blonde girl was facing away from them, looking over her shoulder with her arms crossed. For crying out loud, you're quite the hassle, aren't you? Naruto snorted Shay, more like quite the idiot. TCH, I don't need your opinion, Judai said with his eyes closed. The blue midget, at least had some manners, and thanked her. She smiled. So how did that harsh ordeal from Obelisk Blue feel? Judai smiled. Okay, I guess. But I thought I could have gone on a little longer. Naruto just snorted and started to walk off. Why? So you could get your ass handed to you, and lose your best card. You should be thankful those guards showed up. I'm outta here. As he started to walk away, Judai said something to him that made him stop. Nope, I had that dual one. Turning around, he decided to humor the deluded fool. Really, how so? He asked, a bored look on his face. Judai just grinned and showed him a card. Naruto's and the girl's eyes widened as they saw Resurrection of the Dead. They looked at him with wide eyes as he smirked and walked off, his loyal sidekick following him as always. The two looked as they walked away. Naruto grinned and turned to Asuka. Well, he just might not be as useless as I originally thought. She turned to him and nodded her agreement. He grinned foxily. So, I never caught your name, he trailed off. She smiled. Asuka. Ten joined Asuka. Naruto's grin grew and extended a hand. Nice to meet you, Asuka-san. Name's Uzumaki Naruto, Databeo. His grin quickly morphed to a look of horror. Oh god, please forget you heard that. He begged. Asuka giggled slightly. Don't worry, I'll try, she said, amused. Naruto grinned again. Well, as much as I'd like to stay with such a beauty on a night like this, I must be off. Turning around, he missed her barely. Their blush, so tiny even she didn't notice it. After a few steps, he turned around, once again, smiling. Oh yeah, you owe me some directions. Laughing slightly, she pointed. Following her finger, he saw the dorm right away. Sweat dropping, he thanked her, and briskly, trying to save some face. Asuka giggled again and watched him walk away. Uzumaki Naruto, huh? He just might be interesting. She giggled again quietly. And Databeo, how cute! Smirking, she made her way back to her dorm, thinking over the night's events. Naruto collapsed on his bed. The whole sneaking and running thing really took it out of him. He hasn't done that in years. Thinking about Judai, his eyes narrowed. Although he said otherwise to Asuka, his opinion of the Kuribo head hadn't changed at all. If it hadn't been interrupted, the outcome of that duel would have once again been sheer dumb luck. Even though he didn't agree with Manjum's 99% intelligence, 1% luck thing, he knew most of the dueling was strategy, and Judai seemed to rely on 99% luck and 1% strategy, if that. Shaking his head, he decided he wasn't worth thinking about further, and drifted off to questionable dreams about a certain blonde Obelisk Blue. The Obelisk Blue elite and his lackeys stopped in front of their dorm, the lackeys panting for breath. The blue-haired one straightened up and spoke to Manjumesan. That was an incredible victory. That red dropout was nothing compared to you, he said in his usual sucking-up manner, his companion nodding madly. Manjum smirked. Of course he wasn't. Besides, I'm more interested in that RA yellow. Blinking, the two lackeys looked at each other in confusion, before a look of realization appeared and they turned back, the spiky-haired one speaking. You mean Uzumaki Naruto? He was the guy who annihilated that test duelist like it was nothing, he said, the blue-haired one nodding. Manjum smirked again, before walking into the dorm. Uzumaki, there's no way I'll let you take my number one spot away from me. When it comes to it. He opened his eyes, grinning viciously. I'll take you down. Chapter 4: A shocking duel. The battle to save the Peeping Tom. After an eventful night, Naruto was enjoying a nice, long lie in order to regain his energy. Yeah, right. In reality, Naruto was hoping for a nice, long lie in order to regain his energy, but he was rudely, in his opinion, awakened by his best friend, Misawa Daichi. After a scuffle with some swearing and a cartoony dust cloud, Naruto was walking to class with Misawa, the two of them rubbing bruises, the former grumbling under his breath and the latter smirking. Naruto sent a sideways glare at his rival. There are better ways to wake a guy, you know. Normal people don't shake someone awake. They pour freezing cold water on them, obviously. Misawa's sweat dropped at his friend's statement. I think your definition of normal is a bit off, he thought. Deciding he didn't want to know what set that precedent for the blonde, he just walked on silently, while hoping he never slept in late. As they made their way to the classroom, Naruto decided to fill Misawa in on the previous night's events. And then the security guards came, and we had to leg it out of there. And when we got outside, he revealed that he luckily drew Resurrection of the Dead. I tell ya, Misawa, that kid got in on sheer dumb luck, he said, waving his arms to emphasize his point. Misawa raised a brow at the blonde's explanation, and grinned mischievously. So, Naruto, he started, causing his friend to turn to him with a raised brow. How was it spending time with the Tenjoin Asuka? He asked, whittling his eyebrows suggestively. Naruto stared for a few moments before grinning widely. Throwing his arms behind his head, he closed his eyes, grin still in place as he carried on walking. Well, my friend, it was pretty damn sweet. The best thing about it is that while we were escaping, she was running in front of me. Keek, he began to laugh creepily, causing the other students to move out of the RA duo's way, and giving Misawa a small nosebleed at the mental image. Quickly wiping it away as he saw the door to the classroom, he nudged his neighbor to make him shut up. Opening his eyes, he groaned at seeing the classroom. He forgot that going to a school that teaches children how to play a children's trading card game would actually involve attending classes. At that, though, he realized how dumb an idea that actually was, but then again, it's the dumb ideas that work best after all. Entering the classroom, they took their seats in the middle of the right row and waited for class to start. Looking around, Naruto came to the realization that they were the only ones there. Eye twitching, he turned to Misawa, who was smiling. As they say, the early bird catches the worm, he said cheerfully. Growling, Naruto put his head on the desk and closed his eyes. Yeah, well, this bird is catching up on some sleep. Don't wake me up when class starts, or I may not be able to stop myself from punching you. Chuckling nervously at the blonde, the genius gave an affirmative, and the blonde drifted off to dreams about ramen. Sweet, sweet ramen. Naruto was having the weirdest dream about a giant bowl of ramen that was doing the caramel dancing, before he was knocked out of his dreams by a physical knock to the head. Bolting upright, he looked around for the dead asshole who did it, before looking at Professor Kronos, who was glaring at him, holding a ruler. If you are quite ready, Signore Uzumaki, we'll start the class, he said, gritting his teeth. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish grin as the obelisk blues and some of the RA yellows laughed at him. Turning around, he gave them his death glare from hell, which immediately made them all shut up and all the RA yellows shiver in fear. After he turned away, Asuka giggled silently at his antics, before she heard her name being called. Signora Asuka, could you please list the different card types, please? Standing up, she gave her answer. Among dual monsters cards, there are normal monster cards, fusion monster cards, ritual monster cards, effect monster cards, and trap and magic cards. Next, trap cards can be split into normal traps, counter traps, and permanent traps. And magic cards into normal magic, permanent magic, instant magic, ritual magic, and field magic. The eerily effeminate man clapped his hands in delight. Bellissimo. A superb job. It was a task far too simple for Obelisk Blue's Signora Asuka, was it not? Rolling his eyes at the blatant show of ass-kissing the professor did to his students, Naruto closed his eyes and leant back. It was sickening. It reminded him of the academy teachers and how they fawned over Sasuke, except this was with an entire dorm, so it was much worse. It's just the basics, Asuka said, sitting back down. The professor looked around the classroom now then, his gaze settled on Judai's little blue sidekick Signore Marufuji. Huh, sounds familiar, Naruto mused. I think I'll stick with Blue Midget. The Slifer Red stood up, letting out a nervous yes. The professor positioned himself in front of the nervous Red. Please explain to us what field magic does. Field magic is, well, he stuttered, standing ramrod straight. An Obelisk Blue from the back row called out obnoxiously. Even a kindergartner knows something like that, causing the vast majority of the Obelisk Blues to burst out laughing. Naruto's eyes narrowed. No one should be laughed at like that. Taking pity on the boy, he stood up and spoke in a clear voice. Field magic cards have the advantage of being able to change the entire state of play for both you and your opponent's side of the field. Most cards center on boosting attack or defense, or both, for cards with specific attributes or types. They are spell speed 1. Most field magic cards have effects that focus on things other than just attack and defense boosts, and some only apply to your cards or side of the field. Everyone looked at him in awe for quickly rattling off such detailed information. They were so shocked that they completely forgot about Marufuji's humiliation, something he quickly took advantage of and sat down quickly, sending the RA Yellow a thankful glance. Naruto grinned at Kronos. Is that sufficient, Professor? 'Cause I can go on if not. Staring at the boy in shock, he just shook his head, which Naruto took as a cue to sit back down. The professor quickly gathered himself back together for another nasty comment to Marufuji. Well, as one would expect from RA Yellow, the difference of intelligence between Red and the other dorms has been shown. To think you were unable to answer the very basics among basics. Well done, Slifer Red. You've shocked me. The class burst into laughter once more and Naruto gritted his teeth. His epic save was just ruined. Suddenly Judai spoke up. But Professor, knowledge and actual combat are two unrelated matters, aren't they? I mean, I'm one of the Slifer Reds as well, but I beat you in a duel, Professor. The man bit on his handkerchief in an effort to remain calm. Mamma mia! The class burst out laughing again, this time at the professor. Even Naruto couldn't help but grin at the curable head's remark. For some reason, looking at Asuka, he saw her smiling at the Slifer dropout, her head on her hand, and the grin fell off instantly. The pencil that suddenly appeared in his hand broke dramatically as he sent a small glare at Judai, straight back to full-on hating the boy. Misawa looked at him oddly, wondering just where the hell that pencil came from. Shrugging, he looked at where he was glaring, then up at Asuka, and being the genius that he was, put 2 and 2 together and got 4. Filing this away in trolling/blackmail, he turned his attention back to the professor, who had regained his calm and carried on with his lecture. Later, they were sitting in, wait for it, alchemy class of all things. As the teacher spoke, Naruto's eyes twitched at the idiocy of it all. Okay, he thought, facepalming, what the hell is Kaiba doing with this school? Does he even care, or did he let Jinoichi help out or something? Deciding to ask the man himself next time he saw him, he sent his focus back to the teacher. Transform and shape ordinary substances into complete substancesnia. Originally starting in ancient Egypt, passing through Arabia, and introduced to Europe, he stopped, turning to Judai and his sidekick. Marufujikan, he called, causing the boy to stand up nervously once again. Naruto rolled his eyes. He wasn't getting him out of this one. Yais, sensei? The teacher smiled. Could you fetch Pharaoh for me? P. Pharaoh? My Catnia. A meow sound could be heard, and the blue midget looked down to see a fat, brown cat rubbing against his leg. Meow. The next class was P, where the boys were standing in the middle of a room wearing track suits. Naruto looked down at himself. Why the hell were they wearing such lame clothes? They reminded him of a certain jumpsuit of the shade of orange, the memory causing him to shiver seriously. Kaiba needs to sort this shit out, Naruto thought. In the boys' changing room, Kronos was crawling around. Get it? Opening different lockers. Where could that dropout boy's shoes be? Where could they? Leaving the questionably pedophilic man at least. One would think that if they saw him right now to do his thing, we go back to the sports hall, where the teacher entered the room. Naruto couldn't help but stare. Was it a general rule that all females had to be hot in order to work/study here? Ha ha ha, foreshadowing for a humorous future reaction. Man, I'm good. Hello everyone, I am Ayukawa Emi, and as of today, I will be teaching you health and physical education. Pleased to meet you all. Naruto grinned. You can teach me physically any day. A small drop of blood fell from his nose. I would totally duel her. And by duel I mean have sex. He wiped his nose quickly before anyone noticed. Hearing a faint, surprised yell, he looked towards the changing rooms before shrugging, and deciding he didn't care. He'd already done his good deed for the day. Thank you very much. Thinking about it, he still hadn't gotten a thank you or anything from that. Looks like he has to crack some skulls. At the end of the lesson, a loud, obnoxious voice rang out behind him. Hey, number 2's friend. Turning around, he saw none other than Judai approach him. Great, what does that girl stealing it want? The Red stopped in front of him. Thanks for trying to help show out earlier. Blinking for a few seconds, he realized that was Marufuji's first name, and closed his eyes. TCH, don't be so thankful, I didn't do it for him. I just hate it when others laugh at someone for their academic skills, that's all, he said, turning away from Judai. Said boy blinked before grinning. Heh, sounds like you did it for him to me, he exclaimed with his eyes closed. Naruto opened as he looked at the ground. Phantoms of his past echoed through his mind. Dobe. As if he could become a ninja. Get out of here, Dobe. Gritting his teeth, he walked off. TCH, don't look so deep into it, their laughter was just getting on my nerves. He muttered, walking away and leaving a confused Judai behind as he made his way to the bathhouse. Looking around, Naruto found himself, once again, completely lost. God damn it, how the hell did this happen again? He screamed angrily. Well, maybe walking around blindly with a towel on your head isn't exactly the best idea, said a voice from his pocket. Pulling out a card, he glared at it. TCH, if I wanted your opinion, I would have asked for it. The card glowed, letting out a girlish giggle before dimming, going silent once more. Giving it one last glare, he pocketed it and examined the surrounding area. He raised a brow when he realized he was near the obelisk blue girl's dorm. Sweating nervously, he looked around to make sure no one was around to see him. Letting out a sigh of relief, a perverted grin appeared on his face, which was quickly knocked off when he heard a noise. Yahem. Turning around, he saw his dual spirit glaring at him, the look on her face murderous. Uzumaki Naruto. Don't you even think of it. He rolled his eyes. Geez, why do you have to be such a downer, Haku? He said, looking at the spiritual girl before him. She was dressed, not in the clothes her card showed, but instead a pink kimono with her hair loose. That's right, Femhaku is Naruto's dual spirit. If you don't like it, deal with it. She snorted, well, excuse me if I don't want you speaking to girls, and if you get kicked out for being a perv you'll be expelled. Then you'll be all whiny about it, and won't shut up for weeks while Pegasus and Kaiba laugh at you about it, she said, finishing with a big intake of breath. Naruto blinked for a while before grinning. Oh come on, Haku, there's no way I of all people will be caught. I used to be a ninja after all, he said, turning around and making his way to the baths. Muttering something about killing that white-haired buffoon, Haku vanished, giving up and deciding to let him face the consequences himself. Naruto was sneaking along the giant lake that was at the blue dorm. He looked to the center of it when he heard a high-pitched yell. To his surprise, he saw Marufuji Sho rowing a boat towards the dorm. Eyes glinting viciously, he imagined a scenario in his head. Naruto's fantasy. A large group of beautiful girls in towels were sitting in a hot spring, talking and laughing. In a nearby bush, the blue-haired perv midget was spying on them, giggling perversely. Suddenly, a voice yelled out behind him. Aha! Got ya, you perverted little rat! The girls all looked towards the bushes where a blindfold-clad Naruto stepped out, with Sho tied up in ropes. Naruto smiled apologetically. Sorry ladies, but I was taking a moonlight stroll when I noticed this little pervert coming over here. Putting on a blindfold to protect your modesty, I came over and grabbed the little shit. I'll be taking him away for his punishment now. The girls all looked at each other, before dropping their towels. One of them approached him, reaching out for his blindfold. Oba Naruto-sama, won't you stay for a while? We need your assistance in getting over this horrific trauma. Grinning as his blindfold fell off, he threw the slifer red over his shoulder. Well, when you put it that way. Naruto's fantasy end. Breaking into a fit of perverted giggles, Naruto went onwards at an increased speed. Sorry, blue midget, but sacrifices must be made for my greater good. He cackled, blood dripping down his nose. Haku facepalmed before following him. She had to make sure he didn't make a fool of himself, or worse, get expelled. Finally getting there, he raised a brow at the already open gate and the broken lock. Shrugging, he carried on, too excited over his plan to take notice. Hiding in a bush, he noticed that Professor Kronos was also hiding in one. Oh my god! Kronos is he thought in disgust, before he heard the man's plan. Oh ho ho, this is exactly behind the girls' dorm's bathhouse. I'll see that dropout boy as he blindly arrives here, unbeknownst to that. And if I get a quick snap? If I get him in a picture, then it'll be irrefutable proof of that pervert boy peeping into the ladies' bath to anyone's eye. And then, that dropout boy will be expelled, resulting in his farewell from this academy. Adios. That's Spanish. Ciao. Naruto looked on blankly. The man was an idiot. Not only judging by who he saw on the boat did the man trick the wrong person, but how would he explain the picture? The only way he could take it is if he was also there, and he would have to explain his plan, for if he didn't he would be arrested for being a pedophile. Damn, I keep dropping the P-bomb, don't I? And when he does explain it, he'll be fired for trying to frame one of his students. Now, Naruto could go over there and point this out to him, but not only would he get in trouble, he also wanted to see if it would work. After all, he did hate the Slifer Red, and it would clear the field to get Asuka. A secret alliance was born between the two of them, to get Yuki Jidai expelled. Haku once again shook her head at his thoughts. He was acting extremely out of character. Oh well, she thought, he'll snap out of it later, he always gets carried away like this. Straining his ears, Naruto could just about hear the conversation in the bathhouse. Anyway, it looks like none of the boys who enrolled this year are any good. Especially Yuki Jidai. He's noisy, crass, and cocky. Naruto smirked. Got it in one, not that I consider him in that way at all, he thought, shivering slightly at the end. His ears perked up at the continued conversation. Right, Asuka-san? I don't really care about him. Naruto's heart soared in glee. Ha! Protagonist 1, side character 0. Hey Asuka-san. That Misawa from Are Yellow is quite the man, isn't he? And what about his friend, Uzumaki Naruto? He's cute. Naruto twitched. Cute? He was not cute, he was manly. He heard a noise of what sounded like agreement from Asuka. Leaning in closer, he carried on listening. Yeah, what's that, Asuka-san? You think so too? The other two girls squealed loudly, causing the two nearby men to cover their ears in pain, which had the unfortunate side effect of Naruto missing out on Asuka's response. A shuffling noise from the left caused the two hiding to look over. The two hid deeper in the bushes, Chronos grinning viciously and Naruto watching silently. If Sho got caught, he just knew that some circumstances would involve Jidai coming along. By this point Naruto didn't even know where the plan was going now, he was just going with the flow. So, he's arrived. That dropout boy is flying right into the flame. When Sho walked in his line of sight, Chronos jumped out of the bush yelling, somehow not being seen or heard by the boy supposedly right in front of him. What is this? Why is it Signore Marufuji? Even though the person right in front of him didn't hear him, someone inside did. Someone walked outside in her pajamas. Who's there? Chronos looked in horror. Oh no! A group of girls in pajamas appeared outside. A peeping Tom. Pervert. Pervert. Kaya Aweya. Chronos covered his face in an attempt to hide his identity, and Naruto moved some branches in front of him to hide himself better. Why, you can't be serious. If this keeps up, I'll be the one who's expelled. Chronos exclaimed, running off, his hands still covering his face, only to slip and fall in the lake, and Naruto facepalmed at the man's stupidity. As it turns out, Chronos was somehow not the one spotted, but the blue midget. He was quickly overwhelmed and looked up from his kneeling position to see Asuka's two friends in towels glaring at him. There's no place left to run, you perverts, the brown-haired one said. The girls picked him up and took him inside the dorm. Naruto snuck in after them, taking refuge behind a pillar that miraculously hid him from view. The only ones left were Asuka and her two friends, and the blue midget was kneeling in front of them. The Sunto bitter possible vicious slime named Slifer quickly gave an explanation as to why he was there. Wait, a love letter from Asuka, you say? Naruto raised a brow. Chronos' bait was actually pretty damn smart. What typical, hormonal teenage boy would decline such an invitation from Asuka of all people? Yup, the Slifer said, eyes smiling. The brunette frowned. What a dope. There's no way that Asuka, the queen of Obelisk Blue, would write a love letter to an Osiris Red like you. Naruto nodded in agreement. Asuka had much more class than that. She'd write one to a dashing Are Yellow like himself. The brunette disagreed. I'm not lying. It was in my locker and said I'll wait for you behind the girls' dorm. See ya, he said, the letter being grabbed from him by the brunette, who showed it to Asuka, who frowned. She glared at the boy. I wouldn't write such vulgar words. The black-haired girl spoke for the first time. It seems the men of Osiris Red don't even know that, she said, eyes closed. Huh. Then who in the world, the boy wondered. The brunette looked at the letter again. What's this? This is addressed to Yuki Jidai. Naruto facepalmed again. The kid was a complete moron. Rubbing his face, he noted that unless he stopped reacting like this to every single stupid thing he saw or heard lately, his face was going to get very sore. Sho gasped, Wah? And no way. The brunette turned the paper around yes way. I can't believe you were lured by some fake love letter and came here without any concern. Naruto could. He'd already seen the midget's stupidity firsthand. And to top it off, it was all a mistake. This is depressing. You reap what you sow. Isn't that the truth? Let's have this reported to the academy. Peeping into the bathhouse is as shameless as you possibly can get. I said I didn't peep. Naruto shook his head. This was pitiful. Suddenly the health and physical education teacher approached the banister. Everyone's out here together, so what's the commotion? If this wasn't such a serious situation, Naruto would have been admiring her dressing gown. The girls gasped. Asuka turned to the two of her friends. Momo. Junko. Suddenly the three girls pushed Sho's head down and sat on it. Naruto gaped in shock and jealousy. That lucky little bastard. The girls laughed nervously. Did something happen? The teacher asked. Asuka raised her hands. No, nothing at all. Sorry for making such noise. She apologized. The teacher leaned over the banister. I see. Well then, you should all return to your rooms and get some sleep. She then left. Naruto wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. She had been directly in front of him. The girls got off Sho's head. Asuka-san. I have a plan in mind. She crossed her arms under her chest, and Naruto wished he could see the result of that action, but alas, she was turned away from him. Someone had intended on calling out Yuki Jidai under my name, and set him up as a pervert. She took out her SPP and recorded a message. We have Marufuji Sho. If you want him back, come to the girls' dorm. Okay, change voice and send. This should lure him over here. Asuka said, smirking, and they dragged the tiny slifer outside. Naruto maneuvered himself around the pillar as they went to the door so they wouldn't see him. After they left, Naruto turned to his now visible dull spirit. What did you reckon? Wanna stick around and see what happens? The spectral girl nodded. Yes, why not? After all, this might be a chance for you to witness another of the top students' dueling style. Nodding in agreement, Naruto stealthily made his way outside. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Naruto spotted a boat coming across the lake. Looks like it's show time. Jidai stepped off the boat. Aniki, the midget, whined annoyingly. Sho, what's going on here? Well, if I told you, it'd either be a very long story or a very short one, Sho said timidly. Asuka's brunette friend cut in. He was peeping into the girls' bathhouse, she said, frowning. Jidai was naturally shocked. What did you say? I said I didn't peep, Sho protested, growling. The black-haired girl, Momo, if Naruto wasn't mistaken, spoke next. If the academy finds out about it, he'll definitely get expelled. Asuka turned her head to Jidai, smirking. Hey you! Want to duel with me? If you defeat me, I'll look past the whole peeping in the bathhouse incident. Man, she's all about the conditions of that girl, Naruto thought, sweat dropping. But I'm telling you, I didn't peep. Jidai punched his palm in excitement. I don't know what's quite going on, but whatever. I accept your duel. After he said that, they for some reason decided to duel in the boats in the middle of the lake. Naruto grabbed his hand before it could palm his face. What kind of stupid idea was that? Pulling out his always-at-hand extending telescope with audio receiver, he prepared to watch the oncoming duel. While the two were staring each other down, Naruto panned the telescope along the water, spotting Kronos floating there watching. Activating audio input, he placed an earpiece in his ear and listened to what the man was saying. This has turned into a somewhat interesting event. Noticing Asuka was starting, he moved his line of sight to her, showing great restraint when he refrained from ogling her. Here I go. Sure. Bring it. Duel. Asuka placed her hand on her deck. It's my turn. Draw I summon Itoll Cyber. Sigh, so it begins. Time to open Yu-Gi-Oh! Wiki. An elegant-looking monster with long brownish hair and ribbons around its arm appeared with a spin. Then I'll set one card to end my turn. Next up's my turn. Draw I summon Elemental Hero Sparkman. From now on, with pre-introduced cards, I'll just show their current positions points along with initials, e.g. Ace. Sparkman appeared in a flash of lightning. With Sparkman, I'll attack Atoll Cyber. Sparkman attacked with a beam of lightning. Naruto shook his head, and once again the idiot completely ignores a face zone. Why am I not surprised? Naruto thought, shaking his head. He could tell from the frown on Asuka's face she was thinking along the same lines. Gritting her teeth, she began her counter. She raised her arm upwards, reverse card open. I activate Double Passe. The lightning went around Atoll Cyber and hit Asuka directly. Naruto raised an impressed brow at such a gutsy move. She must be planning on either sacrificing or fusing Atoll Cyber, she grunted as she took the pain. Judai frowned in confusion. What? Double Passe changes an opponent's attack to a direct attack on the player. And then, the monster targeted by the attack can attack the opponent directly. The elegant monster glided across the water. Atoll Cyber's special effect: when it attacks directly, its attack goes up by 600. Asuka's monster spun like a ballerina and kicked Judai in the arm, causing him to grab it in pain. Aniki! Naruto smirked at the amazing counter. Now that was a move. I wonder if the idiot twins can learn something from this. Judai muttered under his breath, what a woman. To think she set up this trap, yet not even care about taking damage herself. What's the matter? Are you done already? Asuka taunted Slifer Red. Judai stood up with a grunt. Yeah, my turn's finished. I won't have to hesitate then. My turn. Draw, I summon Blade Skater. Asuka exclaimed, slapping the card onto her disc. A woman with no hair, one eye covered in blades on her arms and feet, appeared, skating on the water. Asuka then showed Judai the magic card fusion. Naruto shook his head. Although her move just now was very flashy, it was very inconvenient. If she had another monster, she could have summoned a backup as well as her fusion. I fuse Atoll Cyber and Blade Skater together to summon Cyber Blader. Her two monsters skated towards each other, the two of them creating a whirlwind. Out of the whirlwind appeared a woman with long, blue hair, shoulder spikes and ice skates on her feet. Here I go. With Cyber Blader, I attack Sparkman. The monster did a pirouette towards Sparkman and hit it with a spinning kick to the face, destroying it instantly. Shit, she got me. Judai cursed. Naruto drowned out the three cheerleaders and focused on Asuka, impressed with her dueling skills. That's it, Asuka-san. Show this idiot that it takes more than luck and a blazing heart to be a good duelist, he thought viciously. Hearing Chronos' unique laugh, it's a very powerful audio system. He turned his attention to the man, ignoring the chattering the cheerleaders were doing. He looks very pleased with himself, as he should be. Naruto grinned. After all, he's the one who enabled me to scope out Asuka's dueling skills, and now that idiot will be kicked out of here. I'm not done yet, Judai said. Naruto turned back to the duel. My turn. Draw, I activated the field magic, Fusion Gate. This can summon a fusion monster without a fusion card. I'll fuse Featherman and Burst Lady together to summon Flame Wingman, he declared with an incredibly overdramatic showing of his cards. The winged hero appeared on the field. Impressive. Asuka smiled to see me summon a fusion monster, and fight back with a fusion monster like that without a moment's delay. Naruto sighed. People around here gave praise way too easily. But still. Naruto perked up. They both have the same attack. They'll kill each other like this, won't they? Judai chuckled. Not really. Next I activate the permanent magic, Chivalrous Spirit. Now my monster won't be destroyed by a monster with an equal attack. Naruto blinked. For once the idiot actually did a smart move. But that's not all. Once Flame Wingman destroys, yeah, I think you guys got it by now. Asuka gasped. Go, Flame Wingman. Attack her Cyber Blader. Asuka smirked. As Flame Wingman attacked Cyber Blader, it held out its hand and negated the attack. Judai's eyes widened. What? Why isn't it destroyed? The female obelisk closed her eyes. Pawed to do dance for two, Cyber Blader's special effect. If my opponent only has one monster, it can't be destroyed in battle. Judai was visibly shocked/pissed. What was that? Then, for this turn. That's right. It means that neither of us takes damage. The busted obelisk said gleefully. Naruto whistled. Color me impressed. Judai grunted. My turn's finished. Honestly, you just have such a weak end game. It's my turn. Draw. Playtime is over. She revealed her drawn card, the equipped magic fusion weapon. And I equip it with Cyber Blader. Sho gasped while Jaden responded excitedly, amazing. Its attack suddenly jumped to 3,600. Naruto's eyes were wide. I've gotta get me one of those. Asuka's expression turned fierce. Brace yourself. With Cyber Blader, I attack Flame Wingman. Her monster shot a laser blast at Flame Wingman, destroying it. Momo laughed. You got ahead of yourself just because you beat Professor Kronos. The very thought of a couple of Osiris Reds trying to beat us Obelisk Blues is, after all, extremely arrogant. Naruto's sweat dropped. She was the arrogant one here. She and her friend, Junko the brunette, most likely only got into Blues since it was the only dorm with female facilities. Sorry to break it to you, but you're good as expelled. That they could agree on, Naruto thought, unless sheer dumb luck struck again. Naruto turned his scope to Sho when he heard him talking. I don't care what happens to me since I haven't done anything wrong, but I won't let you get away with treating my Aniki, who came to save me, like a fool. Don't lose Aniki. Jidai turned to Sho. Yeah, of course. Don't worry about it, Sho. Smiling at the show of friendship and camaraderie, Naruto stood up from his lying position. Oi! Kurobo head! He shouted. Everyone jumped slightly in shock and turned to see the blonde in the bushes. Show me that dumb luck that won you your other matches. Sho, Momo, and Junko gasped. Naruto-san! Sho shouted. Asuka raised a brow. What's he doing here? Jidai blinked before grinning widely. You got it. My turn. Drawl, here it is, he said gleefully. Asuka made a huss sound. Here goes. I summon elemental hero Clayman. The clay warrior appeared in attack mode. Then, I activate the magic card, Resurrection of the Dead. From my graveyard, I special summon Sparkman. The blue and yellow warrior appeared next to its clay comrade. Just what do you plan on doing? No matter how many of those weak attack monsters you play, they won't beat my Cyber Blader, Asuka said confidently, bordering on arrogant. Next, with the effect of my field magic fusion gate, I'll fuse both my Sparkman and Clayman together to summon elemental hero Thunder Giant. The two heroes went back to back, spinning, and a bolt of lightning hit the sky. When the light died down, there stood Thunder Giant. Want the description? Look it up, I'm tired. Sho started speaking. Field magic cards. Magic cards that have the advantage of being able to change the entire state of play for both you and your opponent's side of the field, he said, repeating Naruto's earlier words from class. The water stirred up, causing the boats to rock as Thunder Giant stood up, a bolt of lightning in the sky behind him. So what? Asuka asked. My Cyber Blader has an attack of 3,600. Don't you know that? Yeah, of course I know. Jidai said confidently. Thunder Giant is able to destroy a monster with an original attack lower than its own, he said calmly. Original attack, Asuka repeated. And before it was powered up by your equipped magic, your Cyber Blader's attack was 22,100 points. Asuka stammered. It's lower than Thunder Giant's. Naruto smirked at the move. Not bad for an idiot. That's right. Jidai smirked. Let's finish this in one attack. I activated the Thunder Giant's special effect. I will destroy Cyber Blader. Thunder Giant towered over Cyber Blader intimidatingly before raising its open hand over it, lighting emerging from the orb in its hand, destroying Asuka's fusion. And then, a direct attack on the opposing player. Voltic Thunder. The lightning hit the shocked, no pun intended, Asuka, causing her to scream in pain, the electricity traveling along the water and also shocking Kronos. Ga'a garble blarg. Asuka-san. Will you be alright? Her friends asked worriedly. Jidai pointed at Asuka. Gotcha. That sure was a fun duel. Naruto watched as the two boats met in the middle of the lake. Jidai smiles. Sho will be coming with me, just like we agreed. Asuka put her hands on her hips. Go right ahead. I'll keep our little agreement. And I'll keep quiet about what happened today. Junko humphed. You shouldn't get too ahead of yourself, since you won by a fluke. Stop it, Junko, Asuka scolded her friend. Asuka-san, she said, confused. A loss is a loss, so don't be such a purr sport about it. Jidai crossed his arms. No, maybe she's right. You're strong. Asuka gasped silently. Of course she's right. a voice said to the left of them. Turning, they saw Naruto lying down in another boat that was floating towards them. Opening his eyes, he sat up, leaning back on one hand, looking at the group. If you hadn't attacked instantly with complete disregard to her face down, you could have won that duel a lot sooner and easier. The blonde lectured with a bored look on his face. If it wasn't for resurrection of the dead, you'd have lost, no doubt about it. Junko and Momo nodded in agreement with his words, while Judai just blinked and grinned. Oh, thanks for the advice, man. Shocked, Naruto's boat nearly capsized as he fell back, hitting his head on the boat. Everyone present sweat dropped as he sat up with a WTF look on his face. What are you talking about? I'm practically insulting you, the whiskered blonde said, astounded. Judai grinned. Yeah, but you cheered me on, and you just gave me advice on how I could have won easier, he said, eyes closed happily. Naruto stared dumbly at the sly forehead, before regaining his cool and retaking his previous position. Yeah, well, I wasn't trying to help or anything. I just got caught up in the moment, that's all, he said, nose held upwards. The boys grinned while the girls giggled. Sho turned to Naruto. Naruto-san, he said timidly. Naruto opened an eye, raising a brow at the boy. Thanks for earlier in class, trying to help me. Naruto just closed his eyes and snorted. Don't be too thankful, those idiots were just getting on my nerves, that's all, he said, lying back down. The others just smiled as Judai and Sho made their way back to shore. Naruto watched them go with one eye before closing it. Che idiots, he said, no real malice in his voice. Asuka smiled before she remembered something. Putting a hand on her hips, she asked him a question that made him open both eyes. So, what exactly are you doing here? She asked, resisting the urge to smile. Naruto gulped before sitting up. Well, I was making my way back to the yellow dorm, when I realized I got lost again. I saw this duel and decided to watch to see you beat that idiot. But alas, he won due to dumb luck once again, he said, faking a sigh. Asuka's eyes narrowed slightly, but couldn't deny what he said. So, could you tell me how to get back to the dorm? He asked sheepishly. Finally letting out a small smile, Asuka pointed. Nodding his thanks, he rode off, leaving with one last comment. You know, we've got to stop meeting in the dead of night like this, someone might get the wrong idea. Blushing at what he implied, Asuka watched in shock as he rode away. Her two friends instantly squealed and demanded the details on how they met before. Naruto chuckled as he rode away. Heh, still got it. Kronos watched Judai and Sho's boat as it reached the shore. Yuki Judai. Next time, I will bring you down a peg or two, without fail. But I'm tired today, he said, sinking below the surface. Chapter end. Omake. Naruto was watching Pegasus' giant plasma screen TV, boredly flicking through the channels. He stopped, however, when he saw an advert. Brand new from Kaiba Corp, the all-seeing, all-hearing Kaiba Scope. Naruto sat up and watched with interest. The Kaiba Scope is perfect for watching those long-distance duels. Whether you're standing on a building, a helicopter, or even across a lake, the Kaiba Scope's optical zoom makes you feel like you're right there. And to increase the right there experience, the Kaiba Scope comes with an audio receiver, so you can hear those standard duelist monologues. And what's the best thing about the Kaiba Scope? You can fold it up and put it in your pocket, so your Kaiba Scope can be on hand ready in case of a surprise long-distance duel. Only $29.99. Order now while stocks last. Staring at the TV, Naruto quickly picked up the phone. Hello, is this the Kaiba Corp sales line? It was early morning on the last day of the first month at Duel Academy. Misawa was standing outside of Naruto's room, wearing a hard hat and holding a pool cue and shielding himself with a large tray he found in the kitchen. Once again, it was up to him to wake up his blonde friends so that they wouldn't be late for lessons. Learning from the previous week, when he had been thrown out of the window by a kick to the face, he had protection. Pushing the door open slightly, he held the tray up to shield his face, and made his way to the bed, which he had memorized during his many trips to rouse the sleeping blonde. Reaching out blindly with the pull cue, he tried to gently poke the blonde awake. However, the cue met air. Daring a look over the edge of the tray, he was shocked to see the bed empty and made. Dropping his equipment, he looked around the room, under furniture and in the closet, trying to find his missing rival. Scratching his head in confusion, he turned to leave when he saw the very person he was looking for leaning against the doorframe, looking at him amusedly. Looking for something, Misawa? He asked, smirking. Misawa laughed sheepishly before walking past him. Naruto grinned before following him, locking his door. As they made their way to the main building, they discussed the monthly test duel that was coming up later that day. I don't think we have to worry, Misawa, Naruto said, grinning confidently. After all, we are two of the top duelists in the academy. This should be a breeze. All of a sudden, a small figure ran into Naruto, knocking the two of them over. Naruto hit his head hard on the ground. Oh! Who's the dead son of a bitch who did that? He said, opening one eye, the other closed in pain. He blinked when he saw a swirly-eyed Sho lying on top of him. Growling, he threw the midget of him with his legs, causing him to comically fly into one of the stone things along the path. If anyone knows what those things are, please tell me. Naruto stood up, dusting of his sleeve, and glared at the poor Slifer Red who was lying nearly unconscious. He marched over and stood over him, his arms folded. Look where you're going, dumbass. What, are your glasses too thick or something? Giving the blunette a small kick to wake him up, he made his way inside, Misawa following, giving the groaning midget a look of sympathy. He knew from experience how painful those kicks were. Naruto was grumbling under his breath. I swear, if that idiot Slifer gave me a concussion, I'm going to totally sue his ass. I can get a hold of the best lawyers around, and he'll be swimming in lawsuits so fast he wouldn't be able to tell his trap cards from his magic cards. Mwahahahahas. He cackled. Misawa's sweat dropped and slowed down so he was a few steps behind. I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know him, was the mantra in his head. Arriving at the classroom, they went and got their seat number from Daidokuja-sensei at the front. After all but one student had arrived, Sho pitifully dragging himself, and the test was started. Naruto found it hard to concentrate, as he could hear Sho muttering in his sleep a few rows up. Aniki. I'm sorry. Aniki. Shuddering, Naruto decided he didn't want to know what the midget was dreaming about. Suddenly, a familiar obnoxious voice sounded from behind him. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Naruto looked out the corner of his eye to see the current Banio Physextance. Haku shook her head at his overdramaticness. Yuki Judai. Sho gasped. There's no point in studying to the bone just to find you dozing off, you jerk. You're being a pest, Slifer Red. Shut your trap. The three of them looked upwards to see Manjum glaring at the Sliferdumbasto, as Naruto liked to call them, standing from his seat with his hands on the desk. If you don't plan on taking the test, then beat it. Naruto sniggered. Judai threw his arms down. Quit joking around. I came all this way. You think I'm just gonna go back? Finally having enough, Naruto turned and glared at the idiot. If you don't shut up, Kuribo head, I'm gonna punt you all the way back to your rundown excuse for a dorm. Before Judai could respond, the teacher called out to him. Yuki Judaikin, come down here and get a testing sheet, nya. There's not much time left, nya. Yes, sir, Naruto growled. Another Slifer glared at the idiot. Is he mocking us? Asuka was frowning at her test paper. Being 30 minutes late means he has no consideration for the written test. Misawa was looking down at the boy as he received his paper. How could you be so negligent, and yet have such considerable skills, Yuki Judai? Other people were glaring at Judai and whispering to themselves. How did a guy like him beat Professor Kronos? Naruto gripped his pencil as he wrote the last answer. Grr, I spent years training to be a good duelist. I won't be shown up by someone who can't even turn up on time. Naruto once again glared as the Sliferdumbasto were leaning against each other, asleep. Blinking, he turned to the back of the room when he heard Kronos' distinct chuckle. He finished himself off on the written test, just as I suspected. He. Naruto raised a brow. What was the man up to now? Meanwhile, what could only be described as a small armada was arriving on the island. One man stood on the beach dramatically, holding a briefcase. The written test has now ended. In addition, the practical skills test will take place in the gymnasium at 2 p.m. Everyone started rushing out of the room in a frenzy. Misawa went over to the Dufsum Tusum to try and wake them up. Hey, you two! Wake up! The test is already over. Naruto walked slowly up the stairs, rolling his eyes. Just leave them, Misawa, let them sleep. I've heard that idiots need twice as much sleep as normal people to try and multiply their brain cells, he said, leaving the room with his eyes closed. After he left the doorway, he heard Sho shout out. Ha! A large shipment of cards. Naruto snorted and made his way back to the dorm to prepare his deck. He didn't need some so-called rare cards. His deck is fine as it is. He knew that Misawa felt the same way, and he could guess that the Magidiot would need as many cards as he could get his little hands on. Now, Jidai, Naruto opened his eyes. It wouldn't matter what cards he bought, he would still crush him when the time came. Besides, he was close friends with Pegasus J. Crawford. He could get rare cards anytime. Looking around, he noticed he was lost again. Face-palming painlessly, he called it the facepalm V2. He dragged his hand down his face, grumbling. He was about to walk down some stairs when he heard a familiar voice down them. We weren't able to buy a single thing. What'll we do about this afternoon's test? Looking over the side of the stairs, he saw Manjum and his lackeys. Manjum halted, his minions doing the same. Just keep calm. You don't need to stock up on any new cards for some dumb monthly test. There's nobody in Obelisk Blue who can beat me anyway. Naruto smirked. Maybe the two of them weren't so different. A voice came from the bottom of the stairs. But what if your opponent was Yuki Jidai? Naruto blinked. When did he get there, and was Kronos under that cloak? Manjum turned around. What? The cloaked man continued. Can you beat Jidai with your deck as it is? The blue-haired minion gasped in recognition. You're the one who bought up all the cards. Naruto raised a brow. That was kind of a dick move there. Those cards are all right here, he said, opening his cloak like a flasher to reveal he had somehow attached all the rare cards to the inside of it. The spiky lackey shouted at him, Who are you? What's the point in buying up all those cards? The blue one followed up. The man laughed familiarly, causing the Obelisk Blues to gasp, still clueless. Signore Manjum? As to, the man threw off his cloak, revealing himself to be none other than Kronos, who I really am. The blue one said, It's the guy who lost to Yuki Jidai, Professor Kronos. Kronos fell over only to recover just as quickly. A dropout bot like Yuki Jidai must be crushed by elites just as yourselves before it's too late. That's why I'm instructing you to do it. Fight against Jidai, he said, pointing at Manjum. Manjum pointed out the flaw in his plan, but the practical test is conducted between members of the same dorm. Leave everything to me, and we'll make that dropout boy remember that we elites are the rare ones around here. Wahahaha, Kronos said, bursting out into evil laughter. Sweat dropping, Naruto decided to just get the hell out of there before he caught some stupid off the man. Later at 2 p.m. it was the start of the test duels. Naruto looked around, wondering who his opponent would be. He was talking to Misawa when his name was called. Well, I'll catch you later, Misawa. Nodding, the genius wished his friend luck as he made his way to the floor. Getting one of the corner fields, he looked across and grinned at his opponent. Well, if it isn't Ishuti. The boy growled and glared at the blonde. It's a Shiki, he shouted, eyebrow twitching. Naruto shrugged and turned on his dual disc. His brown-haired opponent did the same, glaring the whole time. Duel. Ishiki started drawing a card. I summoned Hannibal Necromancer in attack mode. A weird blue creature covered in yellow spikes with red eyes appeared on the field. When Hannibal Necromancer is normally summoned to the field, it gets one spell counter added to it. A strange triangle shape appeared on the creature's forehead. Naruto frowned at the monster. Hannibal Necromancer, a monster that can destroy a trap card by removing a spell counter placed on it. Naruto drew a card silently. That thing could be dangerous. Naruto looked at the card he drew and smirked. This should be enough. Hey, you really think that Digimon Reject can do any harm? Please, you're delusional. Taking great pleasure from the look of rage on his opponent's face, he summoned a monster. I summoned the monster Akatsuki Deidara in attack mode. In a puff of smoke, a blonde man appeared on the field wearing a large, black cloak with red clouds. He had long blonde hair arranged in a high ponytail, and a long bang covering his left eye, also going over a headband with a steel plate, decorated by a strange symbol with a line going through it. He extended his hands outwards, revealing mouths on the palms that opened with lounges lolling out, causing many cries of disgust from the girls watching. Asuka raised an intrigued brow at the new monster the blonde played, while Misawa smirked at the familiar card. That particular one had beat his previous test deck easily. Suddenly the mouths in the monster's palms began to chew, spitting out two clay birds that made their way over and perched on his fellow Ariella's shoulders. Ishiki let out a cry. What the hell are these? He said worriedly. Naruto smirked. Those are clay tokens and, despite their current perch, they take up 2 of you summoning spaces. You can, however, get rid of them by either destroying Deidara or using them as a sacrifice. Asuka frowned. Why would Naruto give his opponent a chance to summon a powerful monster? There must be a catch. Now Deidara, attack with C1 explosion. Deidara's palms opened again and 2 different birds appeared, these ones more streamlined. The clay creations flew towards Hannibal Necromancer at full speed, causing it to disappear in an explosion. Ishiki moved his arm to protect his eyes from the smoke. Naruto smirked, then I placed 2 face downs and end my turn. 2 holographic cards appeared on Naruto's side of the field. Ishiki glared at Naruto and drew a card. My turn. Draw. Looking at his hand, he smirked and picked out a card. I summoned Silent Magician LV4 in attack mode. Ishiki smirked. Next, I activate the spell card Hand Obliteration. This card forces both of us to discard our hands and draw 5 cards. Frowning, Naruto discarded his hand and drew a new one, Ishiki doing the same. Suddenly, spell counters started to float around SMLV4, 1 for each card Naruto drew. Ishiki smirked and decided to explain his plan. For every card you draw, my Silent Magician gets a spell counter placed on it. When it gets 5, during my next standby phase I can summon a Silent Magician LV8 from my deck or hand. Naruto's eyes widened, he had to stop that thing quickly. Ishiki still hasn't finished. Next I play the spell card, Nightmare's Steel Cage. A dome-shaped cage with spikes covering the field. This card stays around for 2 of your turns. No monster can attack, which unfortunately includes mine as well, but it's a small price to pay for the successful summon of Silent Magician LV8, he said, smirking. Naruto closed his eyes, and Asuka looked at him worriedly. Naruto, how will you get out of this one? Misawa stared at friend intently. Come on, fish cake, this isn't enough to stop you. Show everyone Judai isn't the only skilled duelist around here. Speaking of Judai, he was watching the match, his eyes sparkling. Wow. This is intense. Right, Sho? He shouted, turning to his sidekick who nodded in agreement. Naruto's eyes opened. Not bad, Ishiki, but not good enough to stop me. Drawing a card, Naruto smirked at it and showed it to Ishiki. I activate the trap card, C0. He said, smirking. As long as I meet 2 certain conditions I can activate this card. Deidara started to turn pale, black lines running across his skin. Number 1, I must have Akatsuki Deidara on my side of the field. Deidara started to turn slightly opaque. Number 2, I must have 5 or more cards in my hand, which as it just so happens, I do. Deidara was now completely see-through, the black lines all that made up his body. When these certain conditions are met, I can destroy all cards on the field. Everyone's eyes widened as they gasped at the information. Ishiki especially imagined the reaction shots you see in GX all the time. What? The burly Ara Yellow stammered. Naruto smirked as Deidara's lines retreated into a black ball with a jagged smile. Light shone out of its closed mouth. Naruto threw his arms out dramatically. A blast. The mouth opened before an ear-ringing explosion covered the field, taking a shape that vaguely looked like Deidara. Watched the finale of the Sasuke-Deidara fight if you don't know it. Everyone either closed their eyes or covered their ears as the explosion went on for nearly a minute. When it died down, the field was completely empty, except the 2 duelists and the clay tokens. Coughing and rubbing his eyes, Ishiki staggered then steadied himself. Suddenly, the tokens glowed and 2 smaller explosions happened on Ishiki's shoulders. The brown-haired boy cried out, clutching his shoulders in pain. Naruto smirked. Oh yeah, when those tokens are destroyed, they each individually deal 500 points of damage each. Gritting his teeth in pain and anger as his strategy was defeated, Ishiki stood on unsteady feet and glared at Naruto. Suddenly, the brown-haired boy started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Calming down, panting heavily, Ishiki grinned at Naruto. So you stopped Silent Magician LV4, so what? I still have a full hand whereas yours is empty. Next turn, you're toast. The near-crazed boy blinked in shock, however, when Naruto started laughing too. Asuka frowned. What did he have to laugh about? After a minute, Naruto stopped. Oh, Ishiki, do you really think I would pull off such a risky move without a backup plan? Ishiki blinked, then sneered at the whiskered duelist. Che, you're bluffing. Naruto smirked. Oh yeah, watch this. Then he threw his arm to the side. I activate the special effect of a monster in my graveyard. By removing 1 monster from my graveyard, I can special summon this card to the field. Ishiki's eyes widened again. Misawa smirked. He's using that card. I special summoned from the graveyard, Akatsuki Kakuzu. A mass of black tentacles flew out of Naruto's graveyard slot. They conformed together to create a tall man in the same black cloak, with a mask covering his face and a bandana with a steel plate on it with a weird symbol with a line through it. His eyes were the only visible part of his face. Looking at his arms, you could see lots of stitches covering them. Naruto pointed at Ishiki dramatically. Kakuzu attacked him directly. Earth Spear! Kakuzu's arm turned black and he ran over to Ishiki, punching him in the face. Ishiki's head flew backwards and he let out a cry of pain. Kakuzu jumped back over to Naruto. Ishiki held his face in pain. Naruto smirked, and with a face down, I'll end my turn. Everyone in the crowd watched in awe at Naruto's combos. Suddenly, a random voice called out from the crowd, "Yeah, way to go, Uzumaki." After that, most of the crowd started cheering, excited by the duel. Naruto grinned and waved at everyone cheering for him. Asuka giggled at his antics, something that didn't escape her friends, Junko and Momo's attention. Looking at each other, they grinned. They were teasing her about this later. Growling at the cheering, Ishiki stood up straight and viciously drew a card. Sweating, he placed a face-down defense monster and ended his turn. Naruto drew a card and ordered Kakuzu to attack. The card was revealed to be the Unhappy Maiden, which was destroyed. The Unhappy Maiden spellcaster/light LDL 1. ATK/def 0 out of 100. Naruto sighed. Ishiki was just delaying the inevitable. Putting down 2 magic cards, he knew they would decide the duel. Ishiki was desperately trying to stall so he could draw another silent magician. Drawing a card, he smiled and played it. I played the spell card Swords of Revealing Light, which. Naruto cut him off. Sorry, Ishiki, but I activated not 1, but 2 explosive tag spell cards. The 2 face downs flipped up, and 2 pieces of paper flew at the holographic Swords of Revealing Light card. The card exploded and dealt damage to Ishiki's life points, ending the duel. Naruto 4000. Ishiki 0000. Ishiki fell to his knees in defeat, and the crowd cheered for Naruto. Naruto walked up to the downed brunette and offered a hand. Staring at it with teary eyes, he looked up to see a smiling Naruto staring at him. The blonde said, "That was a good game, Ishiki." The boy's eyes widened at Naruto's use of his real name. "You nearly had me there. You just need to rely less on summoning one monster." Staring at him for a few moments, Ishiki smiled and grabbed Naruto's hand, allowing himself to be dragged up. The brunette grinned. "Thanks, that was a good game. You're really tough. Watch out though, I'm going to improve my deck and come back and beat you," he said, grinning. Asuka smiled at the blonde's sportsmanship, blushing slightly, something that Junko and Momo jumped on. "What are you smiling at, Asuka-san? Could it be Ari Yellow's resident cutie?" Junko asked, smirking. Asuka's face turned pink, denying her friend's words, which didn't convince them in the slightest. "And no way. I don't think of Naruto like that," she protested. The 2 girls grinned mischievously. "Who said anything about him?" Blushing in mortification, Asuka turned away from her now madly giggling friends. Judai grinned at the awesome match he just saw. He couldn't wait to have a duel with him. Speaking of which, it was now his turn. He quickly made his way to the floor. Misawa grinned at his friend as he made his way back to the stands. "Well, looks like you've passed." Naruto grinned right back, fists bumping Misawa. "Heh, and judging from your duel earlier, you two." The 2 heard a loud exclamation. Turning to the field, Misawa was shocked at what he saw. Naruto, however, was smirking. "Let's see how elite you are, Spiky." "Why am I dueling Manjum?" Chapter end. Omake. Kronos was sitting in his office, sewing machines out on the desk. His black cloak was in the machine, and he was busy sewing the rare cards he bought inside of the black material. Hee, when I open my cloak and they see all the rare cards they missed out on, they'll be super shocked. No one. The strange man cackled. In his distraction, his finger went too close to the needle. "OW, my finger, Mamma Mia!" Omake end. It was yet another day for Uzumaki Naruto at the Duel Academy, another day of classes, duels, and unbearable stupidity from a certain red-clad duo. Naruto grit his teeth as he lay on the yellow dormitory balcony, glaring at the sky as he recalled the other day's events. Flashback. And I attacked the player directly. Elemental hero Featherman flew at the screaming Manjum, hitting him directly, and causing him to fall to his hands and knees. After a few seconds to take in what just happened, the crowd roared, twice as loud as they did at Naruto's duel. Said Yellow was currently gaping in utter shock. That idiot actually won, he thought, astounded. What shocked him even more was that it wasn't just dumb luck that helped him win. He actually lured Manjum into a trap. Again. You'd think the obelisk, as arrogant as he was, would have learned from the last time. You did it, big bro! Shouted the blue midget who was standing with Naruto and Misawa. He watched as Judai absorbed the attention. Cocky jackass, he thought angrily, conveniently forgetting he did the same not 10 minutes prior. Judai pointed to the defeated mentally and literally obelisk. Gotcha! That was a fun duel, he said. Naruto saw Manjum glare at the idiot. Naruto blinked as he saw the midget and Misawa run up to the moron to congratulate him. He glared at the betrayal his friend showed, then looked up as the chairman spoke. You have shown me, Yuki Judai, your trust in your deck, your passionate friendship with your monsters, and most importantly, a dueling soul that never gives up in a fight. Despite his current anger/shock, Naruto pouted. I have those too, he whined childishly in his head. Haku facepalmed. Was the boy bipolar or something? These are things I'm sure everyone here has acknowledged. Naruto snorted internally. The day he acknowledged the boy's luck as a skill was the day he saw a flying pig do the Heimlich maneuver on a tuna sandwich because it swallowed the plot down the wrong pipe. So, as the winner, Yukikin, you are being promoted to yellow. Naruto's eyes widened. No way, he thought. Oh god, I'm going to have to put up with his idiocy even more. Turning with a tch, he stormed off as his best friend welcomed his most hated person to the dorm. Thinking of Manjum, he scoffed. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Flashback end. It had been a few days since then, and to Naruto's relief, the idiot turned down the offer, claiming to prefer red. What's wrong with yellow? He thought, once again forgetting he didn't like it at first either. Yellow is the blaze of the golden sun. Yellow is the burning heat of a certain hot dog condiment. And most of all, he jumped to his feet, pointing dramatically, it's the color of my hair. He yelled, looking off into the distance. What is? Blinking, Naruto looked to the ground to see none other than Tenjoin Asuka looking at him oddly. Sweat poured down his face as he looked at her, before throwing himself to the floor. Asuka blinked at the strange action, before the eccentric blonde popped back up, casually leaning against the side. Hey Asuka-san, sup? He said coolly. Asuka sweat dropped at the boy. Not much? She said, almost asking. Naruto nodded before jumping off the balcony, causing the girl to let out a slight shriek as he sat before her in a crouch. Straightening, he grinned with his arms crossed behind his back. So, what can I do you for? He asked her. Recovering from her shock, she walked off, motioning for him to follow. Shrugging, he did so, walking beside her. She was silent for a few minutes before looking up almost nervously. I was wondering if you'd like to talk for a bit, she requested, blushing invisibly. Blinking, Naruto pretended to mull it over. Let's see. Continue to stare at the sky all day or talk with a good friend? He tapped his chin playfully. Sure, why not? He finished grinning. Her blush grew slightly, enough so that she noticed it. Thankful his eyes were closed from smiling, she quickly shook it off. What's wrong with me? He's just a friend. Besides, I need to focus on my dueling. After a few minutes of chatting about nothing, the two of them sat next to the giant lake, and Asuka watched as Naruto skipped stones along the water. The water reminded her of her duel with Judai, which caused her to remember Naruto's behavior towards the Slifer. Speaking up, she decided to question him on it. So, why do you dislike Judai so much? His hand stopped mid-through, a dark look covering his face, unseen by the girl behind him. She frowned at his frozen position, before he followed through and through the stone, causing it to plop loudly halfway across the lake. He turned to her, a clueless expression on his face. What do you mean? He asked, trying to play it off as nothing. Asuka wasn't convinced, however, and pushed on. You know what I mean. You take any opportunity to insult him, and you're nearly always glaring at him in class, she said, growing annoyed at her friend's avoidance over the matter. Naruto took her growing annoyance the wrong way, however, and snapped at the girl. You wanna know why? Because he's an idiot, an insufferable moron. All his duels are won due to sheer dumb luck instead of actual skill. And he plays it off like it's nothing. Weeks of anger and annoyance were spewing out of him, unable to contain it anymore. Asuka stared at him, wide-eyed in shock and a little fear. Not only is he annoying as fuck, but his stupid little blue cheerleader is almost as annoying, if not more so. But at least he accepts the fact that he's no good, talentless. Buff was cut off as he felt a sharp slap to the face. He stared dumbly at Asuka, who had her arm outstretched, glaring at him. She turned away from him and began to walk off. Stopping, she turned her head. You know, I thought you were a nice person. But now I know you're no better than Manjum, or any of the other Obelisk Blues. Turning again, she walked at a brisk pace. Naruto stared for a few moments before recovering. Wait, Asuka! He called out, to no avail. Staring at her retreating figure, he fell onto his backside, hands covering his face. He groaned, Forget Judai, I'm the biggest idiot on this island. Naruto was wandering around the academy, dejected from earlier. Naruto looked at himself in his reflection in a window. What's wrong with me lately? Also, why do I hate him so much? He pondered, turning to look full on at the window. He blinked as his reflection blurred to show him, but in a different outfit. This outfit was an orange and black jacket, orange pants and a black headband. The image of him had its hands behind its head, grinning. The image shimmered as it was overlapped with one of Judai, in the exact same pose with the same grin. Feeling a rush of anger, he suddenly punched the window, causing it to shatter into thousands of tiny pieces. Panting, he glared at where the window used to be, before a twinge in his hand made him look down. He stared at his hand, not really taking in the sight of shards of glass stuck in it, or the blood running down his arm. Not so carefully pulling the shards out, he dropped them on the ground and made his way back to his dorm room, holding his hand against his jacket. Is it because he reminds me of how I used to be? Naruto was about to enter his dorm room when he heard a voice behind him. Hey, Naruto! Behind him was Misawa making his way over. I just built a new deck and I want to test what happened to your hand. He gasped. Naruto looked at it. The blood had dried and the wound closed. He looked up and grinned. Oh hey Misawa, what's up? Misawa grabbed his hand. What happened to your hand? He repeated frantically. Naruto laughed, and pulled it out of his grasp. Oh this? I accidentally spilled some paint on myself while I was, walking. He finished lamely. Misawa raised a brow. Naruto spoke again before he could say anything else. So what was it you wanted, a duel? Misawa looked him in the eye for a few seconds and smiled. Yes, I need to test my new test deck. Nodding, Naruto went inside to grab his deck and a yellow custom disc, complete with a change of jacket. Right, let's go. Nodding his head, Misawa followed his friend to one of the indoor duel arenas. 20 minutes later they were depowering their discs. Naruto wiped some sweat from his brow. Damn Misawa, that water deck is tough. You gonna keep it? He inquired. Misawa smirked at his friend as he pulled his deck out. Yes, after I've ironed out some of its flaws. The two of them made to leave, but not before a voice called out to them. Uzumaki. Turning, they saw a green, spiky-haired obelisk in the standard obelisk blue jacket. I want to duel you, he declared, pointing at Naruto. Exchanging a glance with Misawa, he just shrugged and walked back onto the dueling field. The obelisk smirked and stood opposite him. Naruto grinned. So, what's your name? You know, so I can add it to my people I made cry list. The obelisk growled and activated his disc. Yamashima, you remember it well, for it'll be in your nightmares, he growled. Naruto smirked. Is that what you say to girls as well? Man, you must be quite the charmer, he said tauntingly. Yamashima's eyes narrowed. This coming from the biggest pervert in Duel Academy, he snarled. Naruto frowned, offended. Yamashima smirked. What's wrong? Don't like it when it's flipped onto you, do you? He sneered. Naruto smirked right back. Heh, I don't mind being flipped at all. The views are much nicer, he said, giggling slightly. Yamashima growled again. Well, that's enough talking? Yamashima sneered at him. For once we agree. Duel. Naruto drew first. I summoned the monster card Akatsuki Zetsu in attack mode. A very tall, well, man probably wouldn't be the right term. Like the other Akatsuki cards, the figure had a black cloak with red clouds. However, the cloak was wider to accommodate the giant plant jaws poking out of it. The mouth opened to reveal a man with green hair, his skin half black, half white, with yellow eyes, and all that was on the black side was a yellow pupil. And I'll leave it at that. He finished. Misawa frowned. He hadn't seen that card yet. He smirked, and it seemed like his rival was hiding some things from him. Oh, you have no idea, buddy. Yamashima frowned as he taunting me my turn. Drawl looking over his hand, he decided to start strong. I summoned Gladiator Beast Darius in attack mode. A humanoid horse in red armor and a whip appeared on Yamashima's side of the field. Naruto raised a brow. A Gladiator Beast deck, he smirked. Looks like I couldn't have started with a better card. Yamashima pointed at Zetsu. Darius attacked his Akatsuki Zetsu. The anthropomorph neighed and charged at the plant man, swinging its whip. Naruto smirked. Not so fast, Zetsu's special effect activates. The plant man shrugged off its cloak, revealing it to be genderless. It split in two just before the horse hit, causing the whip to miss. Yamashima's eyes widened. What the hell? He shouted, incredibly weirded out by what he just saw. Where Zetsu once was two men, one black and the other white. Naruto smirked. Zetsu's special effect, it activates when Zetsu is targeted by a monster for attack. By removing Zetsu from play, I can summon one Zetsu black and one Zetsu white token to take its place, negating your attack. He finished with a smirk. Yamashima growled at the effect. It rendered his Gladiator Beast deck strategy useless. Putting down a face down, he ended his turn. Suddenly, the two Zetsu tokens merged back together into their original form, and Naruto grinned. Oh yeah, during the end phase of the turn the effect was activated. By removing the tokens, I can special summon Zetsu back from out of play. He said as he drew a card, and Yamashima frowned at the annoying effect. How am I supposed to beat that thing? Misawa was staring at it intently, and being the genius that he had already figured out its weakness. Naruto summoned the card he drew. I summon Akatsuki Haiden in attack mode. A man with the typical Akatsuki robe appeared on the field, only this one was torn so half his torso was showing. He had a headband around his neck, and below that was some sort of pendant. In one hand he had a large, triblated red scythe, and the other something that looked like a cylinder. His hair was silver and slicked back. Taking note of Yamashima's face down, he decided to use Haiden's effect. I activate Akatsuki Haiden's special effect. By sacrificing 500 life points I can destroy one of your monsters. Yamashima's eyes widened again at the effect used. Haiden's skin turned black with a white skeletal decoration, best way I could describe it, and the cylinder extended into a spear. Burying the scythe into the ground, he held the spear with two hands and shoved it through his chest. Gladiator Beast Darius shattered with a loud horsey scream. Naruto pointed at Yamashima, deciding to take a risk with his weaker monster. Now Zetsu attacks him directly. The plant man melted into the ground, and while Yamashima was frantically looking around for him, he emerged from behind him, slashing the duelist with a root-like sword where his arm was. Yamashima cried out in pain, and Zetsu merged with the ground and reappeared next to Haiden, arm back to normal. Naruto smirked. Looks like it's either not a counter trap, or he needs to have a monster on the field. Now I place a face on and end my turn. Naruto finished with a taunting smirk. Yamashima glared at him, before drawing a card. I played the spell card, Gladiator Proving Ground. This card allows me to add one level 4 or lower Gladiator Beast monster from my deck to my hand. Taking out his deck, he spread it out in his hand and picked a card, before shuffling his deck and putting it back in his disc. Now, I summoned Gladiator Beast Equest in attack mode. An armored centaur with wings appeared on the field. Now I activate the spell card Shrink. This card has the attack of one monster on the field, and I choose Akatsuki Haiden. Haiden turned into a chibi now. Take a few moments to imagine Chibi Haiden. Yamashima smirked. Now, GB too lazy, attack Haiden. The centaur charged at the chibi monster, which caused several girls who came out of nowhere to boo. Misawa gaped at the sudden number of females. Where did they come from? Naruto had a worried look on his face, before he smirked, catching Yamashima off guard. I activated the spell card, Kawarimi no Jutsu. This card allows me to change your monster's target to another monster I control, and I choose Zetsu. In twin poofs of smoke, Zetsu stood where Haiden was, and vice versa. Before Request's attack could connect, the plant man once again split in half and avoided the attack. Yamashima growled in frustration. He's too damn slippery, almost like a ninja, he thought internally and angrily. He ended his turn. Naruto smirked, drawing a card. This was way too easy. He looked at the face down. Let's see if my theory was right. Akatsuki Haiden, attack his monster! The now normal-sized man, which had many of the girls drooling, charged at the centaur, waving his scythe with a crazed grin. Yamashima smirked, before he realized the fatal flaw. Wait, Horn of the Phantom Beast only works with the Beast Warrior monster. Shit, he watched helplessly as his monster was destroyed by the silver-haired psycho. Naruto frowned. Is that really a trap card? Or maybe it's a spell card, he shrugged. Oh well, if it didn't activate then it won't activate now. Setsu attacked directly. It did so. Yamashima held his body in pain. Drawing a card, he realized he had to make this turn count, otherwise it would all be over next turn. Looking at the card, he smiled. This would buy him some time. I summoned Gladiator Beast Hoplimus in defense mode. A giant rhino humanoid with large, armored arms appeared in a crouching position with its arms crossed protectively. Next, I equip it with the spell card Deep Intake of Breath, recommended Gladiator Beast's Battle Archfiend Shield. A giant demonic-looking shield appeared over the rock rhino's arms, hiding it completely from Naruto's view. Naruto frowned. Not only did that monster have a high defense, but unless he was mistaken, that spell card would take a hit for the monster, so that meant Haiden's effect was out, unless he waited another turn, then he could destroy it after. But that then gave his opponent an opportunity to sacrifice it to summon a strong monster. But if he didn't use Haiden's effect, then Yamashima could order the rhino to attack Haiden. And it wouldn't be destroyed because of that shield. And also, because when a gladiator beast was attacked, it gets tagged out with another one from his deck, and that monster would get a special effect from being specially summoned that way. And that would definitely be bad for him. Naruto's frown deepened when he finished analyzing his difficult situation. Looking at his hand, he noticed that he had the trap card C0 Quick A/N. I made a mistake in the last chapter. Traps can only be activated the turn after they're set. You guys think I should change it to a spell card, or keep it as a trap? If he was lucky enough, he could draw Akatsuki Deidara and plant the trap, activating it when Yamashima specially summoned a gladiator beast and destroying all the cards on the field. Yamashima was enjoying the expression on his face. Hey, Uzumaki! Naruto looked up from his deck, which he had been staring at intently. Are you ready to be defeated? I'm sure you've already figured out that this duel is mine next turn. Naruto looked at his hand, then blinked and resisted the urge to face Spawn V2. He forgot about Haiden's other special ability. Shaking his head, he was glad Kaiba wasn't there to see this. He'd never live it down. The rush of adrenaline from this match is keeping me from thinking straight, he realized. Deciding to use this chance to calm down, he asked Yamashima a question. Hey, Krapashima. He bristled at the nickname. Why did you randomly decide to duel me? Yamashima closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them, glaring at Naruto. You want to know why? I'm sick of you. Raising a brow from the obscure answer, he asked him the obvious question. Why? Have I done something to offend you? Did I make out with your sister? Did I throw away one of your fan letters? Did I steal your pencil? Yamashima was burning red with anger. Bursting, he snapped at the blonde. No. I'm sick of the way you act so casually around the Queen of Obelisk Blue, Tenjoin Asukakin. Naruto's eyes widened. He had forgotten about her, what with punching a window, hanging with Misawa and dueling Yamashima and all. His mood immediately dropped when he remembered how they parted earlier. Yamashima didn't notice his expression and carried on. You speak and flirt with her so casually, as if you think of your friends. There's no way such a beauty, from Obelisk Blue no less, would actually be friends with a guy like you. You're unbearable. You swagger around the academy like you own the place, while hating on Yuki Judai. Well, you want to know something, you're not much better than he is. The considerable crowd that had built up during the duel was staring at the scene in complete shock. Misawa was glaring furiously at the way he spoke to his best friend, and incidentally, his friend from Slifer Red. Naruto's head was bowed, fingernails breaking the skin on his palms. He was clutching them so tight. He could no longer hear Yamashima's rant. Instead, he heard memories he had tried desperately to forget. Look, it's the demon boy. Ugh. Where does he get off, walking around the village as if he belongs here? He's unbearable. Naruto grunted, grabbing his head at the painful memories. He was shaking and everyone looked at him worriedly, except Yamashima, who was still ranting. Naruto started to growl, fingers gripping his hair tightly, bending over slightly, hand dropping to the floor, cards scattering. His head hurt so much, he couldn't take it anymore. A soft, familiar hand pressed on his shoulder. He looked to the left slightly, to see a softly smiling Haku next to him, emitting a calming aura. Don't listen to him, Naruto-kun. You're okay, you're safe. You're at Duel Academy, Kaiba's school. Hearing both her voice and the familiar name, he calmed down slightly, grip on his hair loosening. Taking several deep breaths, he let his hands fall to the side. Standing upright, he sent a small, albeit shaky smile to Haku. Thanks, he mouthed to her. She just smiled, a tear going down her face. Seeing him like that reminded her of the nights she spent comforting him as he cried himself to sleep, and she hated seeing her first friend like that. Bending down, Naruto picked up his hand and drew a card from his deck. Smirking, he looked over at Yamashima, who was still ranting. He shouted at him. Hey! Rantashima! The green-haired obelisk stopped mid-rant and looked at Naruto curiously. Naruto grinned. Get ready for your defeat. The crowd watched as the RA Yellow had regained his cool. Misawa smiled. All right, he's calmed down. Yamashima sneered at the blonde. Ha! What are you talking about? Unless you can't tell, I've got this duel in the palm of my hand. Naruto's confident grin threw him off balance, however. Naruto smirked. First of all, I activate Heiden's special effect. The silver-haired man stabbed himself, decreasing Naruto's life points and destroying the equipped spell. Next, I sacrifice Akatsuki Zetsu to summon one of my most powerful cards. Come on out, Akatsuki Uchiha Itachi. Zetsu shattered and a flock of crows appeared where he stood. They combined together to form a man in his early 20s, with black hair and a ponytail, 2 lines running down his stoic face. He wore the typical Akatsuki robe with scratched-out headband, this one with a symbol that vaguely resembled a leaf. Yamashima's eyes widened at the powerful monster, before smirking. So what? Even if you attack and destroy Hoplimus, I can special summon another gladiator beast with a special effect, one that'll destroy your monster, so it's useless. Yamashima cackled. After he beat the blonde bastard, Tenjoinkan realized how awesome he was and left that lowly RA Yellow for him. If one could read his mind, they would call him deluded, but if they read Naruto's, they would call him screwed. Naruto chuckled. Normally you would be right, but he picked a card from his hand. This card will bring about your defeat. I activated the spell card. Amaterasu, the card in his hand, showed a generic ninja, face set in a pained shriek as he was covered in black flames. As long as I have a monster on my side of the field with Uchiha in its name, I can destroy one monster on your side of the field. Yamashima gasped. That's right. I target Gladiator Beast Hoplimus. Itachi's eyes turned red, with a black pinwheel replacing the pupil. He closed his left eye as black flames flew out of his right one, covering Hoplimus and destroying it. Unfortunately, when a monster uses Amaterasu, it loses 500 attack and defense points. Naruto smirked. Unfortunately for you, however, Itachi still has enough attack points to finish you off. Itachi, finish him, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Yamashima's expression was one of utter fear/shock as a giant fireball flew at him. He screeched in agony as he felt the virtual flames lick his skin. When the fire died down, he fell to his knees. Defeated. Naruto walked off the field among cheers from the crowd. Stopping, he spoke to the near comatose boy over his shoulder. Never doubt any of my friendships ever again, you fucking little shit. Yamashima was on his knees, hands limp by his side, body and head bent slightly back, and his mouth wide open and his eyes pure white, smoke coming off his body. Naruto made his way out of the room, Misawa right behind him. Looking both ways, the genius spotted his friend leaning against the wall next to the doorway. He looked at him for a few moments, before asking him. Are you alright, Naruto? He asked carefully. Naruto opened his eyes and nodded. Yeah, I'll be fine, Daichi. Misawa blinked at the use of his first name. He's definitely not alright. I'm just gonna go for a walk. Nodding in understanding, the black-haired boy watched his friend walk off slowly. Misawa looked at him, a determined expression on his face. I'm going to find out what that was all about sooner or later, and when I do, he smiled. Well, I'm sure talking about it will help. He walked back to the dorm, thinking about his friend, wondering what made him act the way he did. Suddenly he chuckled. I wonder when he'll realize that he won due to dumb luck. The genius's laughter rang throughout the corridor. Naruto was walking through the forest that surrounded the academy, finding the familiar setting relaxing, just what he needed after that stressful duel. Thinking about Yamashima's motivation made him think about Asuka, and what happened between them. He sighed. I really need to apologize to her. I don't want to lose her as a friend. Or maybe miss out on a chance for more. Going further into the forest, he froze completely when he heard a girly scream. One of fear, and he recognized the voice all too well. Turning sharply, he called out into the night. Asuka. Chapter 7: The Shadow Games. Fact or Fiction? Naruto ran through the forest at top speeds, which, by the way, was pretty damn fast. That scream, it was definitely Asuka. But what's she doing out here? He broke through some bushes and momentarily stopped, looking at a large building. Okay, pretty sure this is where it came from. Wonder what this place is? Quickly shaking his head, he made his way to the door when he spotted something on the ground beneath him. Looking down, he recognized it instantly. That's Asuka's cyberblader. She's definitely here. Quickly picking it up, he ran towards the door of the large building, bursting through it. Looking around the dusty old room, he heard a shout from up above. Naruto-san. Sending his gaze upwards, he was shocked to see the Slifer Dumbasto and their large friend, Maeda Hayato. What are you doing here? Sho asked. I heard a scream. It was Asuka. Judai finished for him. Shining his flashlight on the floor, the Slifer Red noticed something and ran down the stairs. Going over to what he saw, he picked up a card. This is Asuka's Atoll Cyber. Gasping, Naruto took out Cyber Blader and looked at it. Hayato looked up from the floor and pointed towards a corridor. There's marks of something being dragged away going that way. Before the fluffy boy had even finished his sentence, Naruto was running down the corridor at Olympian speeds. Don't worry, Asuka, I'm coming behind him. He could hear his Slifer companions calling out behind him. Asuka. Asuka-san. After a few minutes of running, Naruto came out of a rocky area, and he instantly noticed his objective. Asuka, said the girl lying in an upright coffin that looked like it belonged in a goth's basement. Around the coffin was ominous smoke billowing about. Behind him the Slifer trio came out of the corridor. Asuka, Judai shouted. Suddenly a dark chuckle rang out from nowhere. This one's soul has already sunk into a thick darkness. Judai asked the obvious question. Who's there? A figure rose from the smoke, causing Hayato and Sho to gasp in fear/wonderment. What seemed to be a man in a black custom duelist trench coat that was like Kronos, but much more intimidating. He wore a black hat and a mask covering most of his face. Welcome, Yuki Judai. Judai glared at the man. Who the hell are you? The man looked up. My name is Titan, the Dark Duelist. Naruto's eyes widened in recognition. Titan, the self-proclaimed Dark Duelist, he's infamous in the underground dueling world. The dueling mercenary who can apparently call upon the power of the shadow duels to aid him. Naruto frowned at the man. Kaiba and Pegasus dismissed those rumors, as a Millennium item is required to do so, and they are unobtainable where they are. But you can't dismiss the fact that all of his opponents were hospitalized after their duels. He was pulled out of his musings by Sho. Aniki! Judai glared. Who the hell are you? What did you do to Asuka? Blinking in shock, Naruto realized he forgot about Asuka. He too glared at the man. I am a dark duelist, a controller of the shadow duels. Hayato repeated the words in confusion. Judai took a step forward. Stop messing with me. There's no such thing as the shadow duels. Normally, Naruto would have taken any opportunity to show Judai up and prove him wrong, but now wasn't the time for such petite things. The so-called dark duelist chuckled. Once you get a taste of it, you'll understand, kid. This is a forbidden domain wherein none is allowed to step foot. I will punish those who break that vow. Judai took another step. So it's your fault that the people here have gone missing. You're going to give us back Asuka. If you can beat me in a shadow duel, that is, Yuki Judai. Judai growled, but blinked when he saw Naruto walk forward. I'll be your opponent, Titan, Naruto said calmly as he stood between Judai and the intimidating man. He smirked. No, you will not. My business is with Yuki Jidai. Naruto smirked. What you just said confirms to me that you are indeed the Titan I've heard of, the dueling mercenary who claims to control darkness itself. The Slifers blinked and looked at him in confusion. You deal with money, correct? I'll pay you to duel me instead of Jidai, he said confidently. Titan chuckled. I do not believe you can afford my services, he said calmly. Naruto said nothing, instead pulling out his smartphone. He spoke as he pressed some buttons. Money is no obstacle for me. I have close connections with both Industrial Illusions and Kaiba Corporation. I can get any amount you want with a couple of phone calls. He finished with the phone and threw it at Titan, who caught it. Looking at it, he was shocked to see a slightly younger Naruto standing next to both Seto Kaiba and Pegasus J. Crawford, the latter with a hand on the blonde's shoulder. Titan smirked and threw the phone back. Very well, you have obtained my services. He activated his custom dual disc. Now allow me to serve you. Jidai made a sound of protest, and Naruto looked back at him. The brunette was shocked to see the blonde's serious expression and the anger in his cerulean eyes. Nodding, he took a couple of steps back. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto turned back around and activated his disc. Titan smirked. You better not regret this, kid. Naruto looked at Asuka's unconscious face and growled. Oh, I won't. It'll be you who's going to be regretful. Duel. I'll make the first move, Titan drawled. I summon Inferno Queen Demon in attack mode. A robed, winged and vaguely female monster appeared on the field with a roar. Naruto frowned. A demon deck, huh? Titan continued. When this card is on the field, it increases the attack of all demon monsters by 1,000 points. Hayato gasped. Which means... Shoset? Jidai spoke up from behind Naruto. A demon deck is indeed a powerful deck. But it comes with a high price of constantly paying out of your life points during each of your standby phases to keep your monsters out. Naruto looked over in surprise. The idiot knows that. Titan's evil chuckle brought his attention back. A price, you say? That won't be necessary. Not in the presence of this card. Field magic activate. Light shone from his dual disc, causing the 4 students to cover their eyes. Opening them, they gasped as they looked around at the changed field. Naruto frowned. A field spell. Where are we? Jidai asked. Let's just say it's the edge of hell for now. I've activated the field magic, Pandemonium, the Den of Demons. This card will prevent the cost to maintain my demon deck from happening and give monsters with demon in their names the ability to be reborn when destroyed outside of battle. Now it's your turn. Naruto looked at Asuka in worry. Was it healthy to be unconscious this long? Whoa, now. If you're so concerned about the girl, then allow me to put her out of your sight. The coffin closed and finger-like things closed around it, dragging it underground. Naruto's eyes widened. Asuka, Hayato, and Sho weren't happy with this development. That's low. You coward! Naruto glared at him fiercely. The bastard was going to pay. Titan chuckled. Say what you will. This is a shadow game. If you prefer, I'll make you disappear, as well, he said, finally raising his voice above a drawling monologue. Naruto glared at him. Naruto looked at his opponent's field. Right, all I need is a monster stronger than 1,900, that's 4 stars or less. Looking down at his hand, he was happy to see Kabuto Yakushi in his hand. Okay, if I attack with Kabuto they'll both be destroyed, and then I can activate the effective explosive tag to destroy his field spell, while dealing damage at the same time. He smirked when he saw a certain trap card, and this will protect me from whatever attack he does next turn. First of all I summoned Kabuto Yakushi in attack mode. The silver-haired, bespectacled man appeared on the field. Now, Kabuto attacks Inferno Queen Demon. The silverhead smirked, and charged the monster with a glowing hand. As he struck, the demon struck at the same time, destroying them both simultaneously. Titan gritted his teeth as his strategy was instantly shattered before his eyes. The Slifer trio cheered as Naruto eyed Titan with a serious stare. If this was any other situation, he would have messed around a bit, giving the opponent a chance. But he glanced at where Asuka had been and gritted his teeth. This was no time to hold back. He picked a card from his hand and played it. I activate the spell card, Explosive Tag, that will destroy your Pandemonium field spell, and deal 500 points of damage to your life points. A tag flew out and landed on Titan's dual disc, and exploded. The demonic lair around them shattered and they were back in the rocky area. Next I place a face zone and end my turn. Titan glared and the trio cheered. Wow, Naruto-san is really strong, Sho said in awe, Hayato nodding in agreement. Judai was smiling at the blonde's back, excitement coursing through him at the thought of dueling him. He was, however, confused at the earlier hostility in the guy's eyes, directed at him. Titan frowned. What is this kid? He never said anything about him. Drawing a card, he smirked. I summoned Death Rook Demon in attack mode. A monster, vaguely in the shape of a chess rook with claws and evil face appeared, complete with glowing red eyes. Now, Death Rook Demon, attack him directly. Not so fast. I activate the trap card, Paper Person of God. The trap flipped upwards, to reveal a picture of the sea splitting, and the sides of the split were covered in paper. When a monster attacks me or my monsters, this card activates and negates the attack, destroying that monster in the process. Sho and Hayato once again cheered at the move, something that was starting to get on Naruto's nerves. Titan chuckled. I knew you left yourself open to ambush me with a trap card as soon as you placed it. Naruto's eyes widened. What could he mean by that? Your petty tricks won't work on my demon deck. To chain your Paper Person of God, I'll activate Death Rook Demon's special ability. When it is targeted by an effect from one of your cards, I can roll a die. If the result is 3, the effect is negated and the card destroyed. Naruto gritted his teeth. He forgot about that effect. 6 balls of different colors, with numbers on them, appeared in a circular pattern above Titan's hand. Am I the only one who thought that looked like the tweeny clock? For this duel, I'll be using this roulette instead of a die. Now, my roulette of hell, carry his destiny and begin to turn. The roulette lit on fire before it moved to the 1 ball and then moved on to the 2 ball, and so on. Hayato decided to state the obvious. If it lands on a 3, his trap will be destroyed. Sho decided to join in. The odds are 1 in 6. Naruto sweated slightly. Even though it was a very small chance, there was still the possibility of it happening. And lo and behold, the roulette landed on 3. The roulette landed on a 3. Therefore, Death Rook Demon's special ability activates. Paper Person of God is destroyed. The large rift that had appeared in the middle of the field closed, allowing the demon monster to finish its attack. Naruto grunted in pain when it connected. Ugh. Titan 3500. Naruto 2900. Naruto glared at Titan. You call that an attack? That was nothing. Titan chuckled. You do not appear fazed by my attack. Let us change that, shall we? He held up a pyramid-shaped object with an eye on it. A light shone from the item began to vanish. Your body will gradually disappear in accordance with your life points. The trio gasped and called out to him. Naruto! Naruto-san! Naruto! Looking down, he gasped at the sight of pieces of his body not being there. What the hell? Titan chuckled. For the love of God, someone made him stop. Kid, didn't I tell you? That this shadow duel has already begun. Naruto frowned. Is this really a shadow duel? I've been told they're generally more painful than this. The enshrouding black fog. The heavy, black fog is engulfing you all. Hard to breathe now, isn't it? Sho and Hayato started choking. It's the pressure of the shadow duel. Your legs will no longer move, so no one will be able to run away from this game. He's right. I can't budge my legs, Sho informed me. Naruto's brow twitched. If either of them said one more thing, he was gonna wait. Naruto looked down and saw his foot twitch slightly. I can move, he realized. Then that means that this isn't really a shadow game. He looked up at Titan. I must admit, though, he is very convincing with his illusions. With that realization came back all of his motor functions. You know. You almost had me there, Titan, said the giant, looking at him confused. Che, you're a real hypocrite, saying my petty tricks won't work, and look at you, he declared, pointing at him. Sho looked confused. Huh, what do you mean, Naruto-san? Naruto looked back and smirked. Which of my hands are missing? He asked. Sho and Hayato looked confused but answered anyway. Left. Right. Blinking in shock, they looked at each other in confusion, and Naruto smirked again. That's right, all this, the fog, my body disappearing, your body's not moving, choking, they're all elaborate illusions caused by that man. Titan frowned, but quickly laughed. Hey, deny it all you want to, kid, but this is indeed a shadow duel. Objection! Naruto yelled, nearly giving everyone a heart attack. In order to initiate a shadow duel, a millennium item is required, and they were buried deep underground years ago. He said, confident in his information, having been told it by his mentor and uncle. Titan laughed again and held the pyramid up again. Behold! This is the legendary item. The Millennium Puja was cut off again, when suddenly, a rock flew out and hit the puzzle, destroying it. What the? He shouted in shock, along with the exposition twins. Take a guess. Naruto smirked again, tossing another rock up and down in his hand, his body returning to normal. Sho was about to do what he does best before Naruto turned and gave him the death glare from hell, causing him to shut up quickly. Just as I expected, this shadow duel is indeed fake. It's obvious he used the light shining from the fake puzzle to hypnotize us, to make us unable to move and vanish. The human mind is a powerful thing, but it is extremely prone to the power of suggestion. His hypnosis fooled our bodies into paralysis, and our eyes into seeing our bodies disappear. And seeing as our minds are all different, we all saw it slightly different. Also, he's most likely hacked his dual disc to make his monster's abilities always side with him. It isn't unheard of after all. Kaiba was always complaining about people hacking his creations, but looking at him, it's obviously a custom-made one, so he could have done anything to it. The three Sliffers looked at Naruto in awe, Judai especially. He figured all that out already. Amazing. He really deserves to be in yellow. They were also surprised by the fact he knew the Seto Kaiba, something that was only just sinking in. And judging by what he said earlier, it was likely he knew Pegasus J. Crawford as well. Titan hastily spoke up. What utter nonsense. I really play shadow duels. Naruto's sweat dropped. He was acting like a kid who got accused of lying about knowing someone famous. Naruto smirked. Then, you'll be able to answer this little trivia quiz of mine. How many of those millennium items you have there are there? Titan looked down. You mean the number of millennium items? Naruto's smirk grew. Come on, Titan, clocks are ticking. He started to hum the countdown theme. It's 7. Naruto gasped. Titan chuckled. 7. Hayato stated the obvious once again. He's right. Titan chuckled darkly / smugly. Well? Do you get it now? I am a genuine player of the shadow duels. I am one of the holders of the 7 millennium puzzles existing in the world. He declared victoriously. The exposition twins gasped, and Judai and Naruto smirked. Oh, sorry, Titan, close but no cigar. I'm afraid you have failed the bonus round. You have, however, been a great contestant. Titan made a confused sound. You're right about there being 7 millennium items, but that doesn't mean there's 7 millennium puzzles. Titan made a strange NGFTH sound. You've fallen short of the prize, and your lifelines are all used up. You've dug your own grave. You've just proved that you're a cheating scumbag. Since my trick won't work, it'd be pointless to keep dueling you. He set off a smoke bomb. Naruto growled. Oh no, he did not just pull a ninja escape on me. Not so fast. He ran to chase after him, but as he did, the snake heads surrounding the area lit up, and beams of light met in the middle of the room, causing a large eye to appear on the field. What the fuck? Titan paused in his escape and turned to see what happened. Yuwug! Smoke began to swirl around Naruto and Titan, causing the former to gasp and the other to shout in fear. The smoke cloud turned into a ball of darkness with lightning shooting off it. Naruto! Naruto-san! Naruto looked around in shock at the purple/black dome surrounding him. Titan, it seemed, was just as shocked as he was. What is this? Naruto looked at him sharply. Wait, if this isn't his doing, then. He stopped in his musings when a wave of little black creatures surged onto Titan. SSS, stay back. Help me! The creatures went in his mouth. Naruto watched, extremely freaked out but not exactly jumping to help the man. He looked down and saw the creatures approach him. Naruto-kun. Looking at his dual disc, he saw Haku pull herself out of it, in her battle garb. Despite the situation, he just had to ask. How the hell did you pull yourself out of there? He asked, dumbfounded. Haku facepalmed, or should I say, mask-palmed. Shaking her head, she threw senbons at the monsters, causing them to scatter, and personally Naruto couldn't blame them. He had been on the receiving end of those things many a time before, and they bloody hurt. Hearing some choking sounds, he looked up at the man he had honestly forgotten about. What? The Titan looked up with red glowing eyes. Well, Uzumaki Naruto, why don't we carry on with the duel? With a real shadow game. Naruto frowned. Okay, not entirely sure about this, but I don't think his eyes were red and glowy earlier, and I'm pretty damn sure that isn't 100% normal, he thought, quickly realizing something was different. Afterwards, only a complete idiot wouldn't notice that. Cough cough. Well, seeing as you're not running away now, he said, deciding to see where this would go. As soon as a shadow duel is activated, there's no escaping from here until the duel has an outcome. Titan's Death Rook Demon reappeared on the field. Fine by me, and seeing as you attacked last time, it's my turn now. I summoned the monster card Akatsuki Daidara in attack mode. The mad bomber of the Akatsuki appeared in a puff of smoke. And because of his effect, 2 clay tokens are summoned on your side of the field. 2 birds flew out of Daidara's palms and landed on Titan's shoulders. Now I activate the spell card, Edo Tensei. By removing from play 1 monster on my side of the field, I can special summon 1 monster from my graveyard. I sacrifice Akatsuki Daidara to summon Kabuto Yakushi in attack mode. Daidara flaked away and went into a coffin. The coffin shook, before opening up, and Kabuto stepped out, clear black. And since Daidara has left the field, the 2 clay tokens are destroyed, dealing a total of 1000 damage to your life points. The birds exploded, engulfing Titan in smoke, but oddly enough the man showed no reaction, except black smoke billowing from his mouth. Now, Kabuto destroys Death Rook Demon. The bespectacled man struck, shattering the warped chess piece. Titan was unfazed. My turn. Draw. I play the spell card Monster Reincarnation by discarding 1 card from my hand. I can special summon 1 monster from my graveyard, and I choose Inferno Queen Demon. Titan's first monster appeared on the field. And thanks to its special effect, it gains 1000 attack points. Now I summon Genocide King Demon in attack mode. A scary-looking winged monster with a demonic sword appeared on the field. This monster can only be summoned if I have another demon monster on my side of the field. Also, thanks to Inferno Queen Demon's special effect, it gains additional points. Now, Genocide King Demon, destroy his monster. The Demon King roared and slashed Kabuto with its sword, destroying the medic. Now, Inferno Queen Demon, finish him off. The evil queen flew at Naruto, but he wasn't defeated just yet. I activate the effect of a monster in my hand. When I am attacked directly and I have no other monsters on my side of the field, I can special summon this card in defense mode. Come on out. Akatsuki Tobi. A swirl appeared in the air in front of Naruto, and a man in the usual black cloak with a swirly orange mask and spiky black hair appeared, standing defensively in front of Naruto. The monster struck Tobi, but nothing happened, the attack just went through. The possessed Titan finally showed emotion, shock. What? Naruto smirked at him. Tobi's secondary ability is that he can't be destroyed by battle, however he also can't be used as a tribute, so there's some good news for ya. Titan frowned. I end my turn with a face-on. Naruto drew a card, and looked at his hand of 4 cards. He let out a nervous breath. Alright, I can do this. I activated the field spell card, Gedo Mazo. A giant torso with multiple closed eyes and 2 upturned hands appeared behind the blonde. This field spell increases the attack and defense of all Akatsuki monsters on my side of the field by 300. Now I summon Akatsuki Sasori in attack mode. A medium-sized young man appeared, with red hair, peaceful expression and usual black cloak appeared on the field. And now, due to Gedo Mazo, he gains 300 ATK/death points. Now Akatsuki Sasori destroys Infernal Queen Demon. Sasori swiped his hand and the Demon Queen was slashed to pieces, shattering into nothing. Now, Sasori's second effect activates. When he destroys a monster by battle, he gets that monster as an equipped card, and he gains attack points equal to that monster level times 3. Blue strings shot out of Sasori's fingers and into Titan's graveyard slot. With a yank of his hand, Inferno Queen Demon flew out and landed next to Sasori. On a closer inspection, Inferno Queen Demon looked slightly different. It had 2 lines going down on either side of its mouth, and its previous clothing was replaced with a gray cloak. Also, since Inferno Queen Demon was destroyed, Genocide King Demon's attack went back to normal. Next I place a face zone and end my turn. Titan smirked. Before my draw phase I activated my face zone card Blood Marks. And now it's my turn. A card flew from his deck and into his hand at this moment, due to the effect of the permanent trap, Blood Marks. The 800-point cost to keep Genocide King Demon out is pulled from both of our life points. Naruto smirked and picked out a card and activated it. I activate the effect of a spell in my hand, Explosive Tag. Genocide King Demon's special effect activates. If the roulette lands on either a 2 or a 5, your card will be negated and destroyed. The roulette appeared and started to spin. This time the odds were 1 in 3. Naruto smirked, however, and pulled a device out of his pocket. Hey, glad Kaiba gave me this. Flashback. It was Naruto's 15th birthday, and he was happy to have both his mentor and uncle figure there with him, even if one hated the other. He had received a new deck from Pegasus, one that he had based on some of the things he asked Naruto a few weeks beforehand. Naruto was shocked to see the old faces. He'd wondered why Pegasus had asked so many questions before. Opening Kaiba's gift, he was confused to see a cylindrical, metal object think along the lines of the sonic screwdriver, but obviously not cause that would be lame. He looked over at Kaiba in confusion. Kaiba smirked. As you may know, there are a lot of fools out there who modify their dual discs in order to cheat. Upon seeing Naruto's nod, he continued, if you come across one of these fools, just point that at their dual disc and press the button, and it will deactivate any hardware that isn't Kaiba cores. He finished with a smug smirk. Naruto's eyes widened and he thanked him for the amazing gift. Flashback end. Naruto pointed to the device and clicked. Smirking, he sat back and watched the roulette spin. Knowing his incredible luck, Naruto was shocked to see the roulette land on a 3. Damn, he said as his spell was destroyed. Well, that was pointless. Titan sighed. I switched Genocide King Demon to defense mode and end my turn. Sweat was pouring down Titan's face as he realized he was done for anyway. To end my turn, he said. Naruto grinned. Sasori, destroy Genocide King Demon. Sasori's fingers twitched and the demon puppet attacked its fellow, destroying it. Now, Akatsuki Tobi, finish him off, whack-a-mole. Tobi disappeared below ground and pooped up behind Titan and hit him with a stick. Even though he was defeated, he couldn't help but sweat drop at the random move. Titan roared and all the little black creatures leaped at him, engulfing him. What are you doing? He popped his head up from the mass of monsters engulfing him. Impossible. Are you telling me shadow duels really exist? Naruto scoffed, something that grabbed his attention. Of course they're real, and I think you've bit off more than you can chew, he said, staring at him apathetically. Titan reached out to him, in an attempt to get help. He helped me. Naruto just narrowed his eyes. Who hired you? He asked coolly, not moving to help. Titan started screaming hysterically. It was that man, the man with blonde hair and lipstick. Naruto's eyes narrowed even further. Chronos said? Looks like I need to have a few words with him. Help me. Naruto looked at him for a few seconds, before turning away, and oh was the last thing Titan said, before he was pulled into the shadows. Haku looked like she was about to speak, but seeing the look in his eyes, decided against it. Instead, she decided to point out the exit. Look, Naruto-kun, over there, she said, pointing to a white rip. Looking at the black mass approaching him, he decided it would be in his best interests to go through it. Right, let's go. Running through the rip, they fell onto the floor. Well, Naruto did. Haku being a spirit, she floated to the floor. Naruto! Naruto-san! Turning, he saw the Slifer trio run over to him. Haku giggled at their excitement and Hayato and Jidai stopped, confused looks on their faces. That voice just now, they muttered before a rumble was heard. Hit the ground! Hayato shouted, and they all did so, Naruto grabbing the now revealed Asuka and holding her protectively. The now empty coffin flew into the shrinking black orb behind them before it dispersed into ashes. Jidai gasped and clapped. Oh! I don't even know how he did this trick. Naruto did a facepalm V2, amazed at the boy's stupidity. Sho turned to Naruto. Naruto-san, where did that guy go? Standing up with Asuka in his arms, he answered. Oh, when he lost he legged it out of there, he said. Accepting the explanation, the three of them left the building. The 4 boys and 1 unconscious girl made it outside. Naruto placed Asuka up against a tree stump and glared at Judai. Taken back, Judai blinked. Whoa, dude, what's up? He asked, clueless. Naruto glared at the idiot. You don't even realize, do you? Judai just looked confused and Naruto glared at the idiot. Titan was after you. It's your fault Asuka was put in danger like that. Judai gasped and stared at the blonde, astounded. Naruto let out a tech and walked off, but not before throwing a card at Judai, who just managed to catch it. Here, give that to Asuka when she wakes up, I'm outta here. The Slifer trio watched him walk off, and Judai pondered over what the blonde said. Is he right? Is all this my fault? Seeing that Asuka was waking up, he bent down next to her. Oh, so you've come? What are you guys doing here? Looking around, she saw the 3 Slifer boys sitting around her. We're sorry that you were given such a hard time, but don't worry about it. Asuka, the guy who assaulted you already ran away. She gasped. Then you guys. Judai grinned. Nope, it was that Naruto guy. He dueled the other guy to save you. Asuka gasped again at this information. He left before you woke up, though. She looked sad at this news. Judai, seeing this, spoke hastily. But here. He handed her 2 cards. We found the Toll Cyber, and Naruto found Cyber Blader. Also, I found this. He handed her a picture. Nizan! She gasped breathlessly. It's unmistakable. This is my brother's signature. Naruto smiled from his perch on a nearby tree branch. He was happy she found something on her brother she had told him about. Silently climbing down, he walked away. Hearing a bird call, and a loud exclamation, he turned and saw the 3 Slifers running at him. Eyes widening, he was crushed comically flat beneath the 3 as they rushed back to their dorm. Butch! He moaned, sitting up and holding his head. He blinked as he saw a feminine hand in his sight. Following it up the arm, he blinked at the sight of a smiling Asuka staring down at him. Staring at her for a few seconds, he smiled back and accepted her help, pulling himself up. They stared at each other for a while. Before Asuka, they spoke at the same time. Sorry. They blinked, and then burst out laughing. When they calmed down, they smiled, but when they noticed they were still holding hands, they blushed, and quickly let go, stuttering. After a few awkward moments, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and spoke. I guess we should head back. Asuka nodded hastily. Wise, you're right. Smiling again, they made their way back to the academy, friendship renewed. Chapter end. Oh, make how it could have been. Naruto was relaxing in his room with Misawa, discussing everything from strategies to girls. Suddenly, Naruto perked up and turned his head left and right. My hot girl-line danger senses are tingling. Getting up, he ran to the window and jumped through it. Away! Misawa blinked as his rival broke his own window. Shaking his head, he left, grateful they weren't in his room. Chapter 8 Duel on the Docks. Kinda misleading title. All was going pretty well with Uzumaki Naruto these days. Not only had he made up with Asuka, but he finally had a legitimate reason to hate Judai. He was still sore about the other night, seeing as Judai got Asuka kidnapped, and all that, even if it was unintentionally. Currently, he was sitting in class, wondering where Kronos was, seeing as they had a supply. He still had a massive bone to pick with the Obelisk Blue Boys dorm leader. He looked up as Asuka walked in, uncharacteristically late. He blinked as she made her way over, and sat down next to him. On the outside he was calm at this, but inwardly he was jumping up, down, and sideways in glee. She shot him a friendly smile, which he quickly returned. So, you okay? He said, leaning back nonchalantly. Her smile dropped, and he sat up and looked at her worriedly. Whoa, what's up? Well, Sho and Judai got in trouble with the disciplinary action squad for going into the abandoned dorm. Naruto's brows rose in shock, however he was internally laughing. Ha! Yes, looks like that idiot is out of here. He quickly spoke up. Whoa, seriously, they gonna be alright? He asked, trying to show he cared. Asuka nodded. Well, they will be if they complete Kronos' conditions. Naruto stopped himself from growling at the name, and asked what the conditions were. They have to win a tag duel against opponents of his choosing. Naruto looked at her with a deadpan expression, before replacing it with a full look of relief. Well, that's good, I guess. he said, cursing Kronos. That idiot. He gave him a chance to get away with it. What was he thinking? Knowing that idiot's dumb luck, he'll win that duel. The lesson ended and the two of them left. Asuka turned her head to look at Naruto. Do you want to come and see them with me? She asked, before blinking at the frown he was trying to hide. Oh yeah, he doesn't like Judai, does he? Naruto shook his head. Nah, I promised Misawa I'd help him build a new test deck. She nodded, accepting the excuse, seeing as she didn't want to push him and start another argument. They reached a corridor and went their separate ways. Naruto's eyes were narrowed as he walked down the hallway. There has to be some way I can use this situation to my advantage, but how? It was late evening the next day, and Naruto was taking a walk, still trying to come up with an idea. Maybe I can steal their alarm clock, or maybe. Naruto's eyes widened. Hang on one rad minute. If I want to be assured of Judai's expulsion, instead of petty tricks then. He grinned at his genius plan. Ha, perfect, Kronos can't say no, especially considering the dirt I have on the bastard. Looking up, he groaned in annoyance to find out he was once again lost. I need to get myself a fucking satnav or something. Examining the area, he noticed he was on the coast, with a very nice view of the sunset. Wow, what a view! Maybe I can take Asuka here, and a panic yell pulled him from his thoughts. Help me! I can't swim! He ran over to where he heard the shout, and blinked at the sight of Sho trying to hold on to Judai in the sea, resulting in the blue midget dragging the both of them underwater. He watched as the Kolaba Hayato jumped into the ocean to rescue them, and the blonde facepalmed when he saw that the water was shallow, only up to their knees. How the hell did they make it look like they were so deep? He thought incredulously with a twitching brow. He watched as the Slyford Basto argued over the tag duel. He looked up in shock when he heard a very familiar voice ring out. How pathetic, Sho. Standing side by side with Asuka was the Kaiser himself, Marufuji Sho. Onaizen! Sho said, and Naruto's eyes widened. Of course, that's why the midget's name sounded familiar. He's Raya's brother. He grinned excitedly. I had no idea he was here. This just keeps getting better and better. Trying to run away, the Kaiser said to his younger brother. That's fine by me. Sho looked down dejectedly and went back to his ruined raft. Judai looked like he was about to say something when a voice rang out from nearby. Heh. That's typical Ryu team material right there. Looking over, the others were surprised to see Naruto sitting on a higher rock level than the rest of them. Raya smirked. Looks like we finally meet again, Uzumaki, he said calmly. Naturally, everyone was shocked about how they seemingly knew each other. Wait, you know the Kaiser? Judai shouted, pointing at the blonde. Said teen grinned and closed his eyes. Yep, we met during a tournament. We dueled each other in the semi-finals, he said, hands behind his head. Everyone's eyes widened once again. Asuka asked the obvious question. So, who won? She asked curiously. Naruto's grin faltered slightly. Well. Flashback. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the semi-finals match of Uzumaki Naruto and Marufuji Ryo shall begin in a few minutes. Naruto was standing to the side of the arena, getting some last-minute coaching from Pegasus. Now listen, Naruto. Your opponent isn't someone who should be taken lightly. He has the potential to become the next king of games, the flamboyant man said seriously. The then 12-year-old nodded with an easy grin on his face. Yeah, Pegasus, I know, but I'm not exactly a slouch. I'll be fine, he said confidently/arrogantly. Pegasus shook his head at the boy. If he wasn't careful, he was going to get a serious lesson in humility. Hearing the announcer call the start of the match, Naruto grinned. Well, wish me luck, not that I'll need it. Naruto stood across from the then 14-year-old Raya, stared at the grinning blonde with the smallest of smirks on his face. The announcer came over and stood between the two. The winner of this duel will enter the finals for a chance to duel Seto Kaiba himself. The crowd cheered and Naruto smirked. He was definitely going to get that duel. Now, if the duelists are ready, he looked at both of them, and with their nods ran out of the area. Duel. Naruto smirked. I'll start. Draw. Looking at his hand, he smirked. I summoned legendary 6 Samurai Kajiki in attack mode. A samurai with 4 arms, each holding a sword, appeared on the field in a flash of lightning. And when he's normally summoned to the field, I can special summon one level 4 or lower 6 samurai monster from my hand. He picked out a card and slapped onto his dual disc, and I chose the 6th Samurai Nasashi in attack mode. A samurai in green armor holding what looked like 2 lightsabers appeared on the field. Also, when there's another 6 samurai monster on my side of the field, Kajiki gains an extra 1500 attack points. The samurai grew bigger. Next I special summoned the Grand Master of the 6th Samurai in attack mode. An old man with long gray hair and a beard appeared on the field. He wore silvery gray armor and an eye patch. As long as I control a face-up 6 samurai monster, I can special summon this guy from my hand. And with that I'll end my turn, declared a smirking Naruto. The crowd, along with the commentator, was astounded before cheering. Wow folks, did you see that? Contestant Uzumaki just summoned 3 monsters on his first turn. This is an incredible start to what will most likely be an incredible duel. Raya just smirked, somewhat impressed with the move. Not bad. Draw. He picked out a card from his hand and placed it in his disc. I activated the spell card Different Dimension Capsule. I can discard 1 card from my deck and remove it from play, until my second standby phase after I activate this card, when it will be added to my hand. He put 1 card in his pocket, and a sarcophagus appeared on the field before disappearing in a portal. Now, as long as my opponent controls a monster and I do not, I can special summon Cyber Dragon from my hand. A large, robot dragon appeared on the field with a roar. Now, Cyber Dragon, destroy the 6th Samurai Nasashi. The mechanical monster roared and blasted fire at the samurai. Naruto smirked. I activate the effect of Nasashi. When he is chosen as a target for an attack, I can defend him with one of his comrades. Kajiki jumped in front of the fire and took the hit for Nasashi, destroying it without doing any damage to Naruto's life points. Raya blinked and then smirked. Not bad. I'll put down 1 face down and end my turn. Naruto smirked and drew a card. Looking at it, he smirked and began his turn by picking a card from his hand and activating it. I activated the spell card The Warrior Returning Alive, which allows me to add 1 warrior monster from my graveyard to my hand. He took the card out of the graveyard, only to place it straight on the disc. Now, I resummon the field, legendary 6 Samurai Kajiki. Next I place a face down, then activate the spell card 6 Strike Triple Impact. When I control 3 or more 6 samurai monsters, I can activate one of 3 effects. I'll choose the first one, destroy all face-up monsters that you control. Raya spoke up calmly. I activate the instant spell card Cyclone. This destroys. Not so fast. I activated the counter trap Musakani Magatama. When you activate a card effect that destroys a card, while I control 1 face-up 6 samurai monster, this card negates it and destroys it. Raya's spell was destroyed, along with his monster, as Naruto's spell activated. Now Raya's field was completely open, and Naruto capitalized on that opportunity. Now, Grand Master of the 6th Samurai, attack him directly. This time it was Raya's turn for a trap. I activated the trap card Draining Shield. When your monster declares an attack, it is negated and I gain life points equal to its attack points. A shield appeared before you and stopped the attack. Naruto frowned. Oh well, Nasashi, your turn. Nasashi ran at you and slashed him with its sword, and you let out a grunt of pain. And thanks to his other effect, as long as I control another 6 samurai monster, he can attack twice. Raya's eyes widened and he let out another grunt as Nasashi slashed him again. NGH. Raya 3300. And finally, Kajiki attacks him directly. The 4-armed warrior ran with a battle cry and struck Ryu, causing the dark blue-haired boy to finally cry out and fall to one knee in pain. Gah! And with that I'll end my turn. He finally finished with a smirk. The crowd cheered once again and Pegasus smiled at the boy. Well done, Naruto, but don't get too complacent. A cornered dragon is a dangerous one after all, he thought with a slight frown. Meanwhile, Naruto was taunting Raya. Man, I heard you were good, but I ain't really seeing it. Is this the best you can do? He said. Raya chuckled slightly and stood up, albeit a little shakily. Hey, you are a powerful duelist. However, this match has only just begun, he said loudly, causing the crowd to cheer. Raya drew a card and smirked at it. I activate the spell card Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards from my deck. He drew 2 cards and picked out one of them. I special summon a second Cyber Dragon from my hand. Another of the mecha dragons appeared. Next, I play the spell card Resurrection of the Dead to special summon Cyber Dragon from my graveyard. A second dragon appeared on the field. Next, I play the spell card Fusion to fuse my 2 Cyber Dragons to summon Cyber Twin Dragon in attack mode. The 2 monsters swirled in on themselves to summon a machine dragon with 2 heads and a long tail to appear. Naruto's eyes widened at the mechanical monster. Ryu continued with his turn. Cyber Twin Dragon can also attack twice in one turn. Naruto's eyes widened further. Cyber Twin Dragon destroyed his Grandmaster of the 6 Samurai and legendary 6 Samurai Kagaki. The monster's 2 heads opened their mouths and 2 laser blasts shot out and destroyed Naruto's 2 monsters at the same time. Ryu smirked, but I'm not done yet. I activate the instant spell card, Diffusion. Naruto's eyes widened to impossible proportions, and he staggered back as 2 Cyber Dragons appeared on the field. What? He stammered. Ryu's smirk grew. And since it's still the middle of the battle phase, I can carry on with my attack. Cyber Dragon 1, destroy Nasashi. The dragon blasted the warrior with a stream of fire. Naruto grunted. And now, Cyber Dragon 2, finish him with Evolution Burst. He ordered with a flourish. Naruto stared at the dragon as it towered over him. Shit. Gahhhhhhhhh, he screamed as the monster toasted him. Naruto fell to his knees as his life points disappeared. The crowd roared at the victory. This is simply amazing, folks. The semi-final match ended in just 4 turns. Marufuji Ryu goes through to the finals. The crowd's volume increased to an almost deafening level. Ryu walked over to the defeated Naruto, who was still in shock over his loss. You are a very skilled duelist for your age. In fact, you're much better than people twice as old as you are. Naruto looked up to see Ryu smiling very slightly, so much so that you had to squint to see it. After a few seconds, the blonde grinned and got to his feet. Well, I have to say you're not bad yourself, Ryu team. He smirked. Ryu returned it with his own, amused at the nickname. The blue-haired teen shook the blonde preteen's hand, which caused the crowd to go even louder. Looking into each other's eyes, they silently promised each other a rematch. As they walked away from each other, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what was in that sarcophagus. Flashback end. Naruto shook his head to bring himself back to the present. Well, let's just say I come off well from that duel. Everyone's sweat dropped at the blonde for his comment, and Asuka smiled fondly at the blonde, something that Ryu picked up on. That's just like Naruto, too stubborn to actually say he lost. Judai stared in amazement for a while before he remembered the current situation. Hang on. Your little brother just said he's leaving. Ryu closed his eyes. No helping it, I guess, he said uncaringly, causing Asuka to gasp. Jaden glared up at the 3rd year. If that's the case, why don't you at least give him a farewell present? With a duel between you, the Kaiser, and me. Sho turned and looked at the boy with shock. Aniki! Naruto was trying to contain his laughter at the idea, as if the Kuribo head could actually stand a chance against someone who beat him. But to be fair, the blonde thought seriously, he beat me with my weak deck 3 years ago, which might be just below Judai's current deck. He may not give you a challenge as he is, but it may give me a chance to see some of the idiot's cards, and a good laugh. He pondered with a smirk. If he could get away from this with some information and possibly amusement, it could be a good thing. Ryu stared down at the sly for red. Duel with you? He closed his eyes and smirked fine. Come on up, Yuki Judai. Now we're talking, Judai shouted. Later they were all standing on the docks, with Naruto sitting on one of the bollards next to Asuka. Judai and Ryu were standing opposite each other. Duel! And so the match began. After a duel that was eerily similar, and embarrassingly longer than Naruto's duel with Ryu, Naruto was satisfied, if not a little bothered. Even though the Kuribo had lasted slightly longer than the blonde of 3 years ago, he was still happy, seeing as he got to see not only new monsters from the brunette, but also a new trap to be wary of. And not to mention that one card from you. Power Bond. I should have known he would have that in a deck like his. Heh, that card will be easy to negate with my new deck. Also, it seemed that Sho learned a lesson, one that Naruto wasn't exactly sure of, but most likely an important one. And despite how the blonde may complain about the midget, he was always pleased to see someone grow as a duelist, and as a person. He did also get a kick out of seeing the Kuribo head get crushed, even if he didn't really care. He physically had to stop himself laughing when they spoke of riding the turnout. So no, it wasn't how much longer the slifer lasted that bothered him, nor was it the boy's uncaringness over his loss. No, it was Raya's parting comment that had him thinking. Naruto, there is a lesson here today that you could learn from. If you do, it'll make you that much a better duelist. Like I know what that means, the blonde thought sourly, and besides, I'm not like that idiotic midget. I already know all there is to know about dueling. He was also bothered by the knowing looks he was given by everyone, even Asuka and Judai. Asuka's bothered him for obvious reasons, but what was up with the slifer? What does he possibly know that the blonde didn't? As if that idiot can judge me. If I can't figure it out, then it obviously isn't that important. So, watching the two obelisks walk away, he sat up from his perch and walked back to his dorm, putting the unnerving thoughts from his mind. After all, he had a lot of plotting to do. Oh, make. Naruto glared at Kaiba, putting his deck away as the man beat him. Said man was smirking at him superiorly. You'll never stand a chance against my blue eyes white dragon. Naruto glared. Yeah, but take away your blue eyes, and what are you? He asked. Kaiba smirked. Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. An all-round boss, he said, walking away as he said it. Naruto frowned at his back. I should never have asked him to take me to see the Avengers. Chapter 9. The tag team tussle triggers terrible tension. It was late evening, just after dinner, and a figure was slinking through the halls of Duel Academy. Its shape was obviously male, and around 6 feet. He stopped in front of a door with a plaque that said Professor Kronos the Medici Obelisk Blue Leader on it. Opening the door slightly, the figure peeked in and took notice of the office's inhabitant, sitting at his desk marking some papers. Sliding in and silently closing the door behind him, the figure snuck behind the man quietly, where he proceeded to wrap an arm round the man's neck. Kronos naturally struggled, but was still when he felt something push into his back. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The figure said. His voice was unrecognizable. Kronos gulped nervously. What do you want, you hooligan? He asked nervously, sweat pouring down his face and neck. The figure smirked. Good question. I'm here to speak with you about the tag duel taking place tomorrow afternoon, he said into the man's ear. Kronos blinked in confusion, despite the situation, and asked the obvious question. You mean to tell me you snuck into my office to talk about that? He asked incuriously, but choked slightly when the figure tightened his grip. Gorgonzola cheese. Noticing his grip was too tight, the figure calmed down. Damn it, calm down. I may be pissed with the bastard, but I don't want to kill him. Taking a silent breath, the figure carried on. Yes, I want to know what you have planned for the slifer's opponents tomorrow. Gasping for air slightly, the effeminate man answered quickly. 2M hiring the dueling mercenaries, the Paradox brothers, to duel them. No one. The figure frowned before smirking. Ah yes, you're quite used to dealing with those types? Kronos' eyes widened. To have no idea what you are insinuating, he stuttered. The figure's grip tightened, but just enough to increase the man's discomfort. Oh, so you're saying that Titan lied about his employer's appearance? Panic entered Kronos' eyes at the familiar name. In a quick moment of brilliance, Kronos faked a choke, causing the figure's grip to hastily loosen. Capitalizing on this, the effeminate man jabbed his elbow backwards, hitting his assailant in the stomach. The figure backed away and Kronos quickly jumped out his chair and went around the desk to see who grabbed him. The answer was quite shocking. Signore Uzumaki. What is the meaning of this? No any? He spat angrily. Why are you attacking me, in my own office no less? Wait till the Chancellor hears of this. He flinched when he saw the look in Naruto's eyes. The blonde teen smirked. Oh, go ahead. In fact, why don't I go with you? I'm sure he would love to hear about Titan. Or even your little framing plan that failed. The man's eyes widened again. I wonder, who will the Chancellor believe, the man whose attempts at Yuki Jidai's expulsion are well known, or the honor student who's good friends with Seto Kaiba? He made his way to the door when the professor stood in front of him, clasping his hands before him. Wait, Signore Uzumaki, don't be so hasty. The man said nervously. I'm sure this is all just a little misunderstanding. No one. How about we forget all about it? I'll even recommend you for Obelisk Blue. The man said, not even attempting to disguise his bribery. Naruto scoffed. Please, if I wanted to be in blue, all I'd need to do is dial a number and ask. Kaiba would be delighted. Taking pleasure in the man's terrified gaze, he waited a few seconds before continuing. There is, however, something you could do for me. Or rather, something I could do for you. Kronos grabbed Naruto's hands and held them up, a grin on his face. Of course, of course. Anything for one of my favorite students. No one. Closing his eyes, Naruto smirked at the man. Well, about tomorrow. It was the next morning, and Kronos was walking down the hallway, silently fuming. Why that little brat? If he hadn't had evidence of my plans, I would have had him kicked out of here faster than you can say ciao. He walked past some laughing Slifer-Red students. And also, why must Duel Academy accept these Slifer-Red layabouts? No any. Especially Yuki Judai. However, he grinned with that brat's plan, he'll be out of here by dinner time. If only I had thought of it instead of being coerced into it, he shouted in pure, wordless rage, causing the Slifers to quickly rush into the classroom. Panting, he turned when he heard a voice behind him. Professor Kronos. Said man blinked. Well, I'll be, the brat was right. What is it you want, Signore Manjum? The obelisk blue elite stood determined before him. Please allow me to fight in Judai and his friend's tag duel. Kronos was inwardly admiring, albeit grudgingly, the blonde Ra Yellow's insight. Allow? He asked, deciding to drag it out a bit. The longer he could go without following the blonde's orders, the better. This time, I will lay waste to him with my own hands. Very well, Signore Manjum. Please follow me. The tall man turned on his heel towards his office. Smirking, Manjum followed the professor, already planning his victory. He was going to get a bit of a shock, however, when he discovered his role in Judai's demise. That afternoon, the whole school was gathering to watch the tag duel that would decide Judai and Sho's fate. Misawa was sitting high up in the stands with a serious face and his arms crossed. So, it starts at last, he muttered to himself. A voice came from the right of him. A tag duel. Judai may have said he had never been in one before. Asuka sat a few seats away from the Ra Yellow. Misawa turned to speak to her. Your 10 joined Asuka from Obelisk Blue. The girl turned to him. It seems you have somewhat of a connection to Judai, as well. Right. Misawa said. Speaking of connections, you are apparently quite close with Naruto, are you not? He asked, biting back a grin. He was finally talking with the girl who his rival had a huge thing for, even if said blonde didn't realize it yet. The girl blushed invisibly at the name and smiled. Yes, we are good friends. I take it you are the Misawa Daichi he spoke of. The black-haired teen nodded with a light smirk. Indeed. You know, he speaks of you quite often, almost every day in fact. His smirk grew slightly as he saw the slight blush that appeared on Asuka's face. Really? She blinked. That's funny. Misawa raised a brow. He barely speaks of you at all. If he does, it's only in passing. Misawa's brow twitched at this information. I see. He said calmly, however he was internally raging. That blonde bastard. See if I ever wake him up again. But then again, he'd probably enjoy that. He grinned evilly. Guess I need to wake him up earlier then, he sniggered silently to himself, Asuka watching with a sweat drop. The girl turned back to the center of the room, saying something that caught his attention. It's my fault this is happening, and he should really have been partnered with me. But even so, I have a feeling he'll manage to pull through. Misawa nodded in agreement. Yes, as Naruto would say, that Kuribohead's dumb luck will probably pull him through, he said, grinning. Asuka giggled at the impression. Yes, that does sound like him. Looking around the area, she noticed something, or rather lack of something. Speaking of Naruto, where is he? I'd have thought he would come here with you. Misawa frowned at her question. Actually, he wasn't in his room this morning. Her wide eyes snapped to him. Also, he has been acting quite strange lately, like something's been bothering him. Asuka blinked and remembered back to the other night. Maybe he's been thinking about what you said. She pondered. As much as I like Naruto, she blushed at the implications of that statement. If someone else were listening, although what are the chances of that? It's not like this is a story or something where no one's thoughts are safe or anything. He needs to be more respectful to his opponents, especially Judai. Suddenly getting a bad feeling, she looked down to the floor. I have a bad feeling about this, but I can't explain it. Dum-da-dum-da-dum. Why are you guys looking at me like that? The two currently most talked about slifers walked into the room and made their way into the center. Kronos walked in and made his way towards them. Standing in the middle of the duel arena, he threw his hand upwards. Well then, we will now begin this tag duel. The crowd cheered and the Chancellor called out to the man. So, will they be facing a teacher or an obelisk blue student? Or could you be the one dealing with things again? Kronos turned to his boss. Well, you see, Chancellor, their opponents will be the two top students of their respective dorms and year. The Chancellor looked excited. Well, who have you chosen? He said, complete with puppy dog eyes and sparkles. Kronos spanned and pointed at Judai. In order to give you a pounding, Parmesan cheese, I have selected your two biggest haters. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what he meant. Asuka looked on with an uneasy expression. No, he couldn't have. A chuckle sounded from the doorway. Hey, nice introduction, Kronos. Everyone in the room was shocked to see both Manjum Jun and Uzumaki Naruto walk onto the field, both with smirks on their faces. The room was completely silent. Asuka looked at Naruto disbelievingly. I knew you didn't like Judai, but to actually attempt to get him expelled, a sad look appeared on her face. Naruto. Misawa was also shocked. He couldn't believe his friend would stoop to work with Manjum and Kronos of all people. He was also a bit hurt that the blonde didn't even talk to him about it. Weren't friends meant to help each other? He wouldn't have necessarily done it, but he could have had a chance to talk the blonde out of it. Raya looked at Naruto with a smirk. Well, this should be interesting. The two slifers looked at their opponents. Yeah, we have to duel both Manjumesan and Naruto-san, Sho exclaimed, looking extremely worried. After all, these were two of the best duelists in the school, and one of them was someone who gave his big brother a hard time. Judai, of course, was excited. Awesome, I finally got a chance to duel Naruto. And not to mention he'll be with Manjum, this is gonna be a blast, he exclaimed, grinning widely. The blue and yellow narrowed their eyes at the boy. While Manjum glared at the boy, Naruto couldn't help but smirk. Hey, don't get too excited, Kuribo head, you won't even deal a single point of damage to us, he said confidently. Looking up, he saw the expression on Asuka's face and frowned. That might be a problem later. Maybe this wasn't the best idea. He flashed back to the night at the abandoned dorm, and saw Asuka's unconscious face. No, Naruto, don't start doubting yourself. He turned and glared at Judai. Because of him, Asuka was put in danger and almost taken by darkness. Ignoring the jealous feeling he got from Asuka's expression, taking it as a worry for Judai, he walked over to his position, Manjum following. With Manjum, the dark-haired obelisk was also glaring at Naruto from the corner of his eye. That damned Ari yellow. He thinks he can command me. Flashback. Manjum followed Kronos back to his office. Going inside, he was surprised to see Uzumaki Naruto sitting in Kronos' chair. Biting back a growl, Kronos turned to Manjum. Signore Uzumaki shall be your partner for this duel, Signore Manjum. The blonde grinned and flashed a peace sign at the obelisk blue. Sup. Manjum frowned at the blonde. Che, I don't need him, I can beat that slacker by myself. Turning to leave, he was stopped by Kronos' voice. If you want to duel Judai, you have no choice, Signore Manjum. Pulling a deck from his pocket, he handed it to Manjum. Here, you will be using this deck for the duel. No any shifting through it. Manjum looked up and glared at the man. What is this? I refuse to use a deck like this, he raged, a vein throbbing on his head. Naruto walked past him, grinning. Well, Manjum, you don't have a choice. Besides, if you help me win this duel, I can make sure your place in Obelisk Blue is forever safe. However, if you refuse, with one phone call I can demote you to Slifer before your ass knows where it went. Man, I feel like a dick. However, I need to do this. Manjum glared at Naruto. Fine, I'll do it. Flashback end. Manjum glared at the blonde bastard. The Chancellor approached Kronos. Is this wise, Professor? Kronos grinned at the balding man. Why, of course, Chancellor. Not only does this give Signore Manjum a chance to save some face, but it'll set a precedent so that no other students break the rules. The memory of this crushing defeat will forever prevent deviancy. The man said quickly. Also, Signore Kaiba himself has given the go-ahead for this duel. After all, you know how fond of Signore Uzumaki he is. He finished with a whisper. Frowning, but realizing he had no choice, the Chancellor allowed the match. He smiled, however, when he saw Judai's excited face. Well, it seems he's fond of the idea. Kronos frowned at the Slifer. Yes, quite, he said with a slight deadpan. Walking to the center, he threw his hand up again. Now, both sides get into position. Getting over their shock, the crowd cheered in excitement. After all, it wasn't every day you saw two of the best students in the academy team up for a duel. You cannot give advice to your tag partner to no one. Also, you can treat your partner's field as your own field. Understand, no one? Each tag team will share 8,000 life points. So then... Duel! Show began the duel. It's my turn. Draw. I summoned Jirud in attack mode. A cartoony helicopter appeared on the Slifer's field. Naruto picked a card from his deck. I summon Akatsuki Haiden in attack mode. The silver-haired psychopath of the Akatsuki series appeared on the field. Judai drew a card. My turn. Draw. I summon Elemental Hero Burst Lady in defense mode. A woman with long hair and a gold headpiece appeared with a cry and landed in a crouching position. My turn. Draw. Manjum said. I summoned Command Knight in attack mode. A woman in red, black, and white armor appeared on the field. When Command Knight is on the field, all warrior-type monsters we control gain 400 attack points. The Slifer's eyes widened while Naruto grinned. Although none of us can attack this turn. He glanced at Manjum, who glared back at him and picked a card from his hand. Next I play the spell card Arduous Decision. This card makes me draw 2 cards from my deck and my opponent selects one of them at random. If it's a monster card, I can special summon it from my hand. If not, both cards are sent to the graveyard. Manjum drew 2 from his deck and held them. Go on, Judai, take your pick, he said, smirking. Judai pointed at the left card, and frowned when he saw Manjum's enlarged smirk. Nice choice. Drop out. I special summoned from my hand a second Command Knight. The 2 Slifers gasped as a second female warrior appeared on the field, and also, its effect increases our monster's attacks even more. Also, due to Command Knight's other special effects, when one monster is on my side of the field, it cannot be chosen for an attack. And seeing as I have 2 Command Knights, this prevents any attack on either of them. He finished with a wide smirk. I hope I have captured the essence of Manjum, what with his long ass turns / explanations and all. Naruto grinned at the Slifer's expressions. What's the matter, scared? Worried that we'll beat you and you'll be expelled? Manjum smirked. With our strategy, I will get my revenge, Judai. Perhaps this idea wasn't so bad after all. Sho looked worried. Unbelievable. To think they powered up their monsters so much and protected some of them right off the bat. Aniki? Judai grinned. These guys are the 2 strongest of our year, well, except me, and they're really showing it. But we won't lose, huh? Sho grinned nervously. Alright. No, we won't. Looking at his brother Real One, Sho gained a sudden boost in confidence. It's my turn. Draw. I summoned Steamroid in attack mode. A cartoony train appeared on the field. Next, from my hand, I activate the spell Fusion. I fuse Jirud and Steamroid to summon Steam Jirud. What looked like a rejected transformer emerged from the fusion swirl. Naruto raised an incredulous brow. Okay, and the point of that was... Sho blinked when he realized that he couldn't beat Haiden, which was the only available target. He blushed in embarrassment as he realized he made a mistake. Manjum smirked. Typical Slifer dropout. He sneered tauntingly. Kronos laughed to himself. Always count on dropout boys to do things without thinking. Judai turned to Sho. Don't worry about it, Sho. At least this way our life points won't take as big a hit, he said, staying positive. Aniki. Is it just me, or is Sho very predictable? I mean, about 80% of his dialogue is Aniki. The duels have just begun, let's go wild on them. Right. I end my turn. Misawa looked at Asuka. It seems they have built Manjum a support-type deck especially for this tag duel. The blonde nodded. Yes, it would seem so. However, I wonder how they got Manjum to agree to use it. Naruto blinked at the brunette's previous phrase, then growled silently as it reminded him of something. My turn, draw. Akatsuki Haiden destroys steam gyrid. Haiden ran at and hacked into it with his scythe, destroying it. Heh, this is the result of careful strategy. Tremble before our might, Naruto said loudly. Sho gulped. To think steam gyrid got killed off so quickly. Naruto smirked. The true essence of a tag duel is focusing all attacks on the weaker half. And that just so happens to be Sho. He closed his eyes, sorry, but it looks like he's out of here too. Sho looked down in depression before turning to look at Judai. The brunette, well. He was excited. What a diverse character. Awesome, I've never seen a strategy like this before. Alright, my turn. Draw. I summon elemental hero Clayman in attack mode. Next, I activate a spell card, Fusion. I'll fuse together Clayman and Sparkman to summon elemental hero Thunder Giant. Naruto's eyes widened at the move. Shit, not that. Now I activate Thunder Giant's special effect. I can destroy one monster on the field with an original attack strength lower than Thunder Giant's. And I chose one of Manjum's command knights. A blast of lightning shot outwards to hit one of the knights. Manjum, however, was prepared for such a move. I activate the instant spell card My Body as a shield. By paying 1500 life points, I can negate an effect that would destroy a monster on my side of the field and then destroy that card. The lightning from Thunder Giant was redirected at the last second, striking Manjum, who took the damage with a grunt. Thunder Giant then blew up into pixels. The crowd was shocked at the move. Okay, seriously, no pun intended, but not as much as Manjum that was intended. Judai frowned at the counter. I end my turn. Manjum's eye was closed in pain. Che, that damn Slifer red draw. I activate the spell card, Anti. Each player must reveal one card from their hand. Whoever has the lowest level monster will take 1000 life points. Cyrus stopped him. I won't let that happen. Reverse spell, Psych. Naruto smirked. Not so fast. I activate the instant spell explosive tag from my hand. Your card is destroyed and life points damaged. Now Manjum's effect continues. Naruto smirked. Sho looked dejected as all four of them picked out a card from their hand. Judai revealed his card Elemental Hero Featherman, 3 stars. Sho's card was Sacred, 4 stars. Naruto revealed himself to be Akatsuki Kakuzu, 5 stars. My card is Anchor Knight, 4 stars. And that means that you'll be taking the damage, Judai, Manjum declared with a smirk. Next, I summon Anchor Knight in attack mode. A large, round-bodied warrior with blades on its hands and an anchor on its back appeared on the field. And now its attack is increased by my 2 command knights. Now I activate Anchor Knight's special ability. Up to 3 times per turn, I can discard 1 card from my hand to deal 600 points of damage to your life points. Therefore, by discarding my last 2 cards, I deal 1200 damage to your life, Manjum said, smirking. The Slifer's eyes widened as the blades on the knight's arms flew at them on chains. They cried out as they struck them. Asuka and Misawa watched, uncertain who to root for. Misawa, however, couldn't help but admire the leaders in points. Incredible, Manjum's deck really complements Naruto's, and Naruto provides protection for Manjum's support cards. Not to mention their cards deal damage without actually attacking. Asuka nodded. Yes, they clearly know a lot about tag dueling, which is rather surprising knowing their personalities and a tad OOC, but wait tevs. Yet, in comparison, Manjum decided to mess with them a bit. Command Knight 1, destroy Burst Lady. The fiery woman was destroyed. I end my turn. The obelisk blue finished with a haughty grin, pleased to show that he was in control of this duel, and he was going to savor his victory. Naruto was also grinning, but in excitement. Heh, this is actually pretty fun. Then again, why do something if you're not gonna enjoy it? He looked at Manjum, however, they're extending one's enjoyment, and then they're being cocky. My turn, draw, Sho said very nervously. I summoned Psychoid in defense mode. I end my turn. Sho looked down in depression. Naruto grinned. My turn. Draw. I summoned Fake Hunter Haku in attack mode. The masked warrior appeared in a swirl of icy mist. The effect of the 2 command knights increased his attacks. Akatsuki Haiden, destroy Psychroid. The psychopath slashed the bike into pixels. Now Haku, attack Sho directly. Haku threw a barrage of at unseen speeds and that pierced Sho. Yes, I took out the equip card, it wasn't really necessary and unneeded in this chapter. Everyone gasped as Sho fell to one knee in pain. Naruto smirked. Against our strategies, you've no defense. We'll crush you to the ground. Manjum followed. Judai stood next to him with his head lowered, face covered by the shadow of his hair. Naruto smirked gleefully. Yes, at this rate, that Kurobo head will be gone. Everyone was silent as they stared at the two Slifers who were close to defeat. Up in the stands, Misawa spoke up so, it was futile from the beginning. For their first sudden tag duel, their way outmatched. Asuka nodded in agreement. Yes. Not only is each duelist's power important for a tag duel, but so are their combinations with their partner. However, an impromptu team does have its limits. It's amazing that Naruto and Manjum have made one so perfectly. Misawa nodded. The properties of Judai and Sho's decks are far too different. It doesn't seem like they've tuned them for tag duels either. While in comparison, Manjum's deck is full of support cards that can complement Naruto's deck, not to mention it also has some formidable monsters too. Is this the end? Asuka looked down at the field, emotions conflicted. Judai. Naruto. Manjum was staring at the Slifers with a near-crazed expression on his face. Facing off against elites like us has made you completely helpless, hasn't it, Yuki Judai? Suffer an unsightly death. Naruto glanced at the obelisk with a raised brow, causing the black-haired teen to control his expression. TCH, I didn't think that bastard's plan would work so well, but it has. My pride has been wounded, but when I duel him with a new deck he smirked, I'll already have intimate knowledge of his strategies and trample every single one. Naruto looked at his partner's smirk, and frowned slightly. I know what you're thinking, Manjum, and it won't work. He smirked too, as if I would truly show all my strategies already. A good ninja has an ace up each sleeve, and I'm wearing several jackets. He blinked at the strange analogy. Wait. What? Shaking his head, he glanced up at the stands, where he saw Asuka's expression, and was once again troubled. Damn it, the only flaw in my plan. Kronos chuckled. This is good. This is oh so good. I would have expected no less from the protege of Pegasus J. Crawford. This will be fine, the end, for those impudent dropout boys. He finished with joyous laughter. You never know the outcome of a duel until the end, Kronoskan, the Chancellor said, stopping Kronos' laughter. He turned to his employer with an serious kind of face. Yes, I know, Mr. Chancellor. But wouldn't it be in their best interests to expel them instead of prolonging their suffering any longer? The Chancellor pointed to Judai, as he looked up in determination. Naruto frowned and drowned out the idiotic splutters of the feminine professor. I know that look, the look of someone who's not going to just accept defeat. I once had the same look. He closed his eyes in frustration. Damn it, Naruto, don't do that to yourself. He looked at his hand, specifically a certain card, and considered using it well. Pegasus did always say not to get too ahead of myself. Anything can happen. And this is Yuki Judai, famous for his lucky draws. I've seen many a time when the situation seems impossible and he gets lucky. Who says now is any different? He decided to go for it. You can never be too careful. Just in case, with this card I can save some face. I place down one face down and end my turn. Manjum decided to speak up. I suggest you give up now, Slifer Dropout. You don't stand a chance, and your little sidekick seems to have accepted that as fact. Judai gasped and looked at Sho's defeated expression. Sho, Judai said, catching the boy's attention. He turned to see a smiling Judai. We can still go on, can't we? The midget said his catchphrase, which it basically is. Besides, you have a card that can win this duel. The midget gasped, and Naruto's eyes widened. No, don't tell me, he also has Power Bond? Judai drew a card. I activate the spell card Warrior, returning alive to add elemental hero Sparkman to my hand, who I summon in attack mode. Next I equip him with a spark gun. This lets me change the monster's battle positions 3 times. I change Akatsuki Haiden to defense mode. Naruto's eyes widened in panic. Shit! When the blast hit, instead of changing him to defense mode, Haiden was destroyed. Everyone blinked in shock and turned to Naruto for an explanation. He scratched his head sheepishly. When Hidens is targeted by any spell, trap, or monster effect, he's instantly destroyed. Heh heh. Everyone deadpanned with a sweat drop at this news. Judai blinked then grinned. Well, that works for me. I then use the spark gun to switch Sparkman and fake Hunter Haku to defense mode. Then I place a face zone and end my turn. The gun shattered after its 2 final uses. Manjum snorted and drew a card. So what if Blondie's an idiot? I'm going to win this duel without his help. Ignoring Naruto's indignant remark, he began his turn. Command Knights, destroy Sparkman. And then attack Judai. Judai grinned and threw out his hand dramatically. I activate the trap card Negate Attack. When a monster declares an attack, this card negates the attack and ends the battle phase. The Command Knights were halted in their tracks, and they jumped back to Manjum's side. The obelisk's eye twitched. TCH, I discard 1 card from my hand to activate Anchor Knight's effect and I end my turn. The blades on the knight's arms shot out and hit Judai. After Manjum's turn, Sho turned to Judai. Aniki. Why did you choose me as your partner, Aniki? I'm just dragging you down. And if Asuka-san was your partner, none of this would have happened. Judai spoke up. You like to duel, right? Sho looked up at his best friend. You enjoy yourself when you duel, and you treat all your cards with care. It's that quality that makes me think you and I are alike. I managed to make it into this duel academy. And I want to duel some more and have some more fun. And I want to duel you again too. Naruto watched with a frown as he mulled over the Slifer's words. Fun, huh? Isn't that what I came here for, to make friends and have fun? He looked up to Misawa and Asuka, his 2 closest only friends in the academy, and saw the looks on their faces. Damn it, why do they have to be close to that idiot? What is it about him? He sighed internally. What will I get out of this? Sure, that idiot will be gone, but so will my friends, probably. He looked at the face down he placed on his last turn. Should I? Whatever I do with it, either way 1 problem will be solved. And 1 is definitely the preferable option. He looked up as Judai finished his pep talk and Sho had started his turn. It's my turn. Drawl Aniki. Judai grinned widely at the boy. Yeah. Go get him, Sho. Go for it with all you've got. Sho nodded determinedly. I summoned Drillroid in attack mode. A robot with a massive drill on its face burst from below ground. When this card attacks a monster in defense mode, it destroys that monster. Naruto gasped. Alright. Go, Drillroid. The machine hit Haku straight on in the chest, causing him to release a pained screech, and he shattered into pieces. Manjum smirked. So what if you destroyed his only monster? I still have 3 and nothing you can do can stop me next turn from crushing you. Sho just smirked and ended his turn. He turned to Judai. Aniki, I. Just leave it to me, Sho. The boy nodded. Naruto frowned at the 2, but then smirked. Hey, you think just because you cleared my field that I'm done? The 2 Slifers looked at him wearily. I activate the spell card Foolish Burial to send 1 monster from my deck to the graveyard. He picked a card from his deck, put it in the graveyard and shuffled his deck. Next I summoned Demon Brothers Meizu and Gozu in attack mode. The twin Chunins appeared on the field. But they won't be sticking around for long, because I activate the spell card Edo Tensei to summon the previously discarded monster from the graveyard. The Demon Brothers were absorbed into a coffin that reopened to reveal a tall figure hidden in the shadows of the coffin. I special summoned from the graveyard Akatsuki Kisame in attack mode. The figure stepped into the light to reveal a blue-skinned man, with beady eyes and what appeared to be gills. He had the usual cloak and headband, the symbol being the same as the brothers and Haku's. He was holding what seemed to be a big, bandaged sword. And thanks to Manjum's Command Knights, well, you get the idea by now. Everyone gasped as the sword grew larger. Misawa spoke up shakily an attack of 3,150. Asuka watched, unable to speak from shock. Raya watched from his position, expression unchanging. No way. Sho said. Go, Akatsuki Kisame, Samahata slash. The bandages around the sword unraveled, to show what looked like a mass of shark scales, or as my best friend puts it, a giant spiky dildo. Kisame rushed towards the robot, a bloodthirsty grin on his face. Misawa stood up in panic. This is no good. If this connects, Manjum can finish them with Anchor Knight's effect on his next turn. Judai. Asuka said worriedly. Naruto frowned as his sharp hearing picked this up. Kisame's sword connected with drill rod, causing it to explode, dealing damage to the Slifer's life points. Kisame's sword grew bigger after the impact. Naruto smirked. Whenever Kisame destroys a monster in battle, he gains 200 extra attack points. Misawa gaped. Think of the possibilities of such an effect. Asuka nodded. Sho fell to his knees. I'm sorry, Aniki, it's over now, and it's all my fault. The Chancellor looked on, calm as ever. This is quite the situation, he said to himself. Sho was on the verge of tears before Judai spoke up. Sho. Stand up, Sho. He looked up at the brunette. Aniki. We're gonna win. No matter what happens. Sho closed his eyes briefly before struggling back to his feet. Naruto smirked. Hey, you're still gonna fight, even though your situation is helpless? Even if you were to draw, I don't know, power bond still wouldn't help you. Sho looked surprised when he heard the name. Oh, don't look so surprised. It's not too much of a stretch to believe Ryutom's little brother has power bond as well, especially seeing what your deck is. Oh well, my turn's done now, and so are you on Manjum's turn. Judai started his turn. My turn. Draw. He held out a spell card for the two to see. I activated the spell card, Pot of Greed. I'll draw 2 cards, and then I activate another. No reviews complaining about this, please. They will be ignored. To draw 2 more cards. Then I activate the field spell, Fusion Gate. He placed the card into the field slot. As long as this card is on the field, you can fusion summon without using fusion. I'll fuse the elemental heroes Featherman and Bubbleman that are in my hand with the Sparkman on the field. The 3 heroes jumped into the air, each glowing the color related to their element, and swirled in on each other. Come out, elemental hero Tempester. A man with Featherman's wings, a visor, shoulder plates, and Sparkman-like armor appeared in a swirl of wind. He had green hair, 2 metal claws on his left hand, and Bubbleman's bubble gun on his right. Misawa was reeling in shock at the Slifer's tenacity. He's reached this point, but Judai is still not giving in. But even so, he can't beat Akatsuki Kisame, Asuka pointed out. Judai pointed at Manjum's side. Tempesta destroys Anchor Knight, Chaos Tempest. Tempesta dive-bombed Anchor Knight, destroying it. Naruto raised a brow. So what if you beat Anchor Knight? Manjum's Command Knights will finish you next turn. Judai smirked. Really? I place 1 face down and end my turn. Manjum drew a card. It's over. Dropout. Command Knights destroyed Drillrod and then target Sho. The 2 knights repeated their earlier unsuccessful attack, only for it to be stopped once again. I opened the reverse card, Draining Shield. This card negates an attack and adds the attacking monster's attack points onto our life points, Judai declared with a smirk. To explain quickly, Command Knight 1's attack was negated, bringing JS's life points up to 2,350. Command Knight 2's attack hit Drillride, which destroyed it and dealt 400 points of damage to JS. Therefore the result is... Manjum growled in frustration. Che, I will end my turn. Judai grinned at Sho. I'm counting on you, Sho. Sho mulled the situation over for a bit, before his eyes widened and he nodded. The entire room was silent as they stared at Sho in anticipation. Sho looked up at his brother, his eyes clouding over from a flashback. With a determined expression. Okay, is this kid bipolar or something? He began his turn. It's my turn. Draw. I activated the spell card Resurrection of the Dead to bring back Drillroid from the graveyard. The Drillbot reappeared on the field. Then I offer it as a sacrifice to summon Uforoid. Drillroid was surrounded by a blue light and a small, cartoony and stupid-looking UFO-like machine appeared in the air. And then, from my hand I activate a spell card. Power Bond. Judai nodded approvingly while Naruto frowned in confusion. This card is a fusion magic for machine types. Aniki! Here we go! Yeah, go with all you've got. Sho threw his arms skywards. It'll fuse together Uforoid and Tempester. Come forth. Uforoid fighter! Tempester suddenly looked like he was standing on a futuristic Segway. Its attack is the total attack of its 2 fusion material monsters. Manjum frowned. So what? Its attack may be higher than Blondie's monster, and even if you destroy it we still have a large amount of life points. Sho smirked. That I know. Next, Power Bond's effect activates. It doubles the attack of the special summoned fusion monster. Manjum smirked and prepared to point out it was still futile, but show wasn't finished just yet. Next, I activate the spell card limiter release. This card doubles the attack of all machine types monsters I control until the end phase when it was activated. Naruto and Manjum's eyes widened as they stuttered in fear. Then that means. Sho smirked as UFOroid Fighter doubled in size. That's right. 16,000. They shouted simultaneously. Sho smirked. Yes, and that's definitely enough to wipe you out. Fortune Tempest. UFOroid Fighter took aim and fired a giant blue blast from its gun. Naruto took one last look at his face, before deciding against it. The Kamehameha-like blast struck Kisame dead on, and it went through him and hit Naruto and Manjum, lowering their life points to 0. 10,000 if you're interested. Naruto opened his eyes as Manjum collapsed to his knees. Hayato shouted from the top of the stands in joy. Oh yeah, he's here too. Misawa and Asuka looked relieved, thank goodness. Now those two can remain at the academy, Misawa said. Asuka turned to him. Even though he may turn into a tough rival, you're still happy? She asked him. He turned to her. What about you? She turned away, slightly embarrassed. I would just feel guilty if they got expelled because of me. But I'm glad now. She frowned, however, I need to have a talk with Naruto after this. Manjum hit the ground in anger and Naruto looked at his defeated form. It's probably a good idea to leave him alone from now on. Kronos was speechless. This can't be. For those two to lose was such a perfect strategy. He fell on his arse from the shock of it all. Daidokuji approached him. Oh yeah, he's also there. Well, my students are quite impressive, aren't they? He said with a pleasant smile. They were amazing. Pharaoh meowed in the man's arms and licked Kronos on the cheek, causing the effeminate man to cry out in alarm. It's a cat. On cats I'm not too keen, no. Cappuccino. Ignoring the rambles of the odd man, Jidai turned to Sho. Well, we did it, Sho. All thanks to you. Naruto watched the two with a frown, before turning to leave. He stopped by the entrance when he heard a shout from behind him. Oi! Naruto! Turning, he saw the taller Slifer waving at him. That was a fun duel. We should do it again sometime. Closing his eyes, Naruto smirked. Next time I won't give your dumb luck the chance to jump in, Yuki. Walking out of the room, he noticed Asuka standing up from her seat. Sighing, he stood next to the doorway, preparing himself. Let's just hope my last-minute plan works out for the best. Opening his eyes, he saw his only female friend standing before him, hand resting on a cocked hip. Her brow was raised. So, care to explain why you did that, Naruto? She said in that tone. All guys will know of this tone, whether from their female friends, girlfriends, or even their mothers, as the tone that brings an unnatural fear to the male gender, and always gets results. Do you realize the potential consequences of your actions? Naruto closed his eyes. Yes, I do. He held up a card so that the back was facing her. This is what I had face down on the field. Asuka blinked as she remembered the action. I placed down one face down and end my turn. Taking it, she flipped it over, and was shocked when she saw the card description. Curse of Jashin Trap. The turn this card is activated, any damage taken is also inflicted to your opponent's life points. She looked at him in shock. Why didn't you? He took the card from her and smiled. I realized halfway through the duel how close you are to Judai, and you would have felt guilty if you were to have been kicked out. As much as I dislike the idiot, I care too much about my friends to hurt or upset them in any way, no matter how small. So no matter how much it hurt my pride, I let the Kuribo head win. She stared at him with a slight blush. So, forgive me? Please, he said, elongating the last word childishly, large eyes and pout included. Taking one look at his face, she burst into laughter. Recovering after a few deep breaths, she smiled at him. Yes, I do. She gave him a mock glare, but only because I owe you one. Next time you won't be so lucky. Grinning, Naruto laughed, which caused Asuka to break her glare and laugh with him. After a while, the two looked at each other. So, wanna go grab a couple of those random sandwich things? Naruto asked his friend. Smiling, Asuka agreed. As the two walked down the corridor, Naruto was thinking. Phew, my plan worked, she isn't pissed. He looked at her face, admiring her beauty. Taking a hit to my pride is a small price to pay, compared to being her friend. He smirked slightly. Also, I won't deny that duels were pretty fun. He frowned internally. Doesn't mean I don't feel any different about Judai though. I guess I'll just have to hope one of Chronos' other schemes work out. Chapter end. Well, as you already know and can see, the cliffhanger has been taken out. I hope this ending is better than the cliffhanger, and if you don't like it, well, this was pretty damn hard to do, so just get over it. It's a bit rushed at the end, but when you don't think things through too well, this kind of problem occurs. I was too focused on getting Naruto into this position, I didn't think about how he would resolve it with Asuka. I hope it doesn't seem too rushed or forced, even though it kinda was. Oh, make how it could have been. Against our monsters, you've no defense. This duel is turning out to be quite good. Damn it, Manjum. We practiced this 10 times already. Shut up. Why would I want to rhyme anyway? That's just stupid. Only an idiotic dubbing team would find that appropriate. You know what, screw you, I'm done. Fine. Besides, I've already won. Hey, that was pretty good, you've improved your timing. Fucking screw you, I'm done with rhyming. Chapter 10. English people with English names actually exist? Oh. Naruto was bored. He had absolutely nothing to do, nada zilch. He was currently bunking P, and he had been hanging out with Misawa before his rival realized they were late. Naruto had assured Misawa that he would turn up later, which he of course had no intention of doing, so he was sitting on the balcony bored. Trying to alleviate his boredom, he decided to give Kaiba a call. It's not like he had anything better to do. Dialing his Uncle Figure's number on his Kai phone, he waited while the tone rang. Almost immediately the call was answered, and before he could say anything there was a loud exclamation from the other end. No, I don't want a goddamn BlackBerry. Fuck off. Holding the phone far away from his ear, he could hear mad panting from the other end. Carefully placing the phone back to his ear, he spoke slowly back. Okay, that's good to know, he said hesitantly. There was a short pause before Kaiba answered. Oh, Naruto, what do you want? Naruto again spoke hesitantly. Yeah. You know what, never mind. He hung up quickly, wondering just what the hell was wrong with the man. Shrugging, he went back inside. He needed somewhere to hide, so the academy's security or anyone else found him. After all, he needed his sleep after Misawa woke him up at 3:30 for some reason. Where should I go? Preferably somewhere where nobody will find me. He slowly broke into a grin. Of course, that's perfect. No one would think to look there. He quickly slinked off to his chosen hiding place. Naruto was shaken from his sleep violently. Opening his eyes, he saw Misawa glaring at him. May I ask why you are sleeping in my bed? He asked, brow raised and twitching. Naruto shrugged cause. It was just right. After getting a decent attempt at the death glare from hell the blonde was infamous for in RA yellow, he shrugged again. Well, I was bunking off P when I realized I needed somewhere to hide, and I realized your room would be the last place anyone would look for me. The resident genius just sighed at his rival's logic. Peering over Misawa's shoulder, he saw Judai and Sho staring at the scene in confusion. Getting a sudden bad feeling, he turned to his rival. Misawa, he said, placing his hands on said teen's shoulders, I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to be 100% straight with me. Blinking at the blonde's serious tone and expression, he nodded. Okay, he said. Naruto stared him dead in the eyes, deep into his very soul, and took a deep breath to prepare himself. Did you bring those guys here for a threesome? He said, no hint in his eyes or tone that he was joking. Misawa just stared at him slack-jawed, before a large vein throbbed on his forehead. Of course not, you idiot! The genius raged and, in a sudden show of strength, picked the blonde up and threw him out of the still open door, where he crashed into the opposite wall. Hearing a loud slam, he looked up to see the door had closed. Sitting up grumbling, he rubbed his head. Jackass, it was a legitimate question. Getting up to his feet, he shuddered slightly when he heard the words Big Bang. That's it, I'm getting out of here, He walked out of the dorm and started to wander around. Well, seeing as I just saw Misawa, I'm gonna assume that class is over. Come to think of it, does this place actually have a consistent timetable? Stopping to consider that for a while, he didn't notice the figure approaching. Hey, Naruto, said the teen, who turned around to see his only female friend, Asuka. Grinning widely, he walked over to meet her halfway. Hey Asuka, sup? He asked. The girl smiled at her friend. Not much, well, except Misawa's due later, but you know. You don't, do you? She asked, seeing his confused face. Wah, what duel? I ain't heard anything about a duel. Asuka rolled her eyes. Didn't he tell you? She asked, not believing his best friend wouldn't have told him. Naruto just got even more confused. Tell me what? He whined, a slight pout on his face causing the girl to sweat. Misawa's dueling Manjum later for a chance to be in Obelisk Blue. She said with a slight deadpan, have you even seen Misawa today? Thinking back to a few minutes ago, Naruto nodded. Yeah? I was hiding in his room when he came in with Judai and Sho. At Asuka's raised brow he shrugged. Hey, I don't know why either. She shook her head slightly. No, I mean, why were you? Actually, never mind, it's not important. She finished with a shake of the head and a slight smile. Looking back at him, she asked the blonde teenager a question. So, want to have a duel? We haven't actually had one yet. She trailed off. Naruto grinned. Hey, sure, why not? I want to experience your skills firsthand, he said with a slight waggle of his eyebrows. Blushing, the girl socked him hard in the arm, causing him to let out a yelp. Hey, what was that for? Asuka turned away and walked off with a huff. Pervert, she muttered, still blushing. Naruto followed her while rubbing his arm. Hey, I never said anything, you took it the wrong way, so who's the real perv round here? He asked mischievously. There was silence until. Oh. Asuka and Naruto walked into the duel area, one rubbing his stomach and the other still with a blush, albeit a small one. The blonde spoke up. You know, you didn't have to hit me that hard, Naruto said with a small look of pain on his face. Asuka, despite her blush, smirked. That's what you get for acting like a pervert, she said. Naruto's brow twitched. You took it out of context. He trailed off, grumbling under his breath. Just as they were about to go up to the duel field, a voice called out from behind them. Excuse me, Uzumaki-san? Turning, the two friends saw a rather good-looking boy, if you were a girl that is, in a yellow jacket. He had black hair, blue eyes, and was just an inch shorter than Naruto. Naruto blinked. Hey, I know you, seeing the boy open his mouth to speak, Naruto held his hand up. No, wait, don't tell me. He started to click his fingers to help him remember. Eureka's Summit. With a twitch in his brow, the boy spoke up. It's Alexander, actually. Alexander Belmont, he said through grit teeth. Naruto blinked while Asuka asked the obvious question. Oh, are you English then? She said curiously. Suddenly Alexander blushed a deep red and began to stutter. Yes, that's right. I come from England, he stammered, turning around quickly. The two looked at his back funny before he turned around, face coolly collected once more. Well then, back to why I called out to you. I wished to challenge you to a duel, Uzumaki-san. Naruto blinked before grinning. Sure, if Asuka doesn't mind, that is, he said, turning to his friend nervously. She smiled back at him. Don't worry, we can have our duel another time. It would be rude to turn him down, she told the blonde. Grinning at her, the whiskered duelist turned to the English guy. Well, let's duel? Nodding with a slight smile, Alexander walked over to the duel field with him. Standing opposite each other, they activated their duel discs and said that one special word. Duel. I'll start, Alexander said. Drawing a card, he summoned a monster. I summon Inverse Caller in attack mode. A strange humanoid, almost mechanical, creature with insect-like wings appeared on the field. Naruto whistled at the decently powerful monster. Not a bad way to start off, he said. Alexander smirked slightly. Thank you. I placed one card face down and ended my turn. Naruto grinned. Draw. I summon Akatsuki Konin in attack mode. In a flurry of paper, a beautiful, blue-haired woman with the Akatsuki robes and an origami flower on her head, appeared on the field. All the boys in the area stared in awe, with some drool leaking from their lips caused Conan's hot. Alexander blushed heavily and took a step backwards. Naruto grinned. Conan destroys Inverse collar. Paper flew from her sleeves and covered the bug demon, where it promptly exploded. Alexander covered his face from the explosion. Then I'll place down a face down and end my turn. Alexander looked at Naruto with slightly narrowed eyes. He seems confident in his ability, but it isn't completely arrogant, more like he's certain he'll win. Drawing a card, he began his turn. I activated my trap card Invasion Ripple. This card allows me to special summon one inverse monster from my graveyard, at the cost of 500 life points. Lightning crackled in front of Alexander, an inverse collar emerged from the floor, as if coming out of a lake. Once it was fully out, it stretched out its limbs and wings with a screech. Next I summoned Verse Castor in attack mode. A large figure in heavy white armor appeared on the field, with a ragged red cape and a sword. During the turn Verse Castor is normally summoned, I can normally summon a Verse or Inverse monster in addition to my normal summon, and I tribute Inverse Collar to summon Inverse Jalaffer in attack mode. A large, humanoid figure in black spiky armor and a tail that had a red mouth on the end of it appeared on the field. Naruto raised a brow. Hang on a second, that's a 7-star monster, it should require 2 tributes, he said, but he already had a theory behind the illegal move. Alexander smirked. Yes, but because of its effect, I can tribute it with a single inverse monster. And that's not its only effect. When he is summoned by this effect, I can destroy one card on your side of the field, and I choose Akatsuki Conan. The demon flew at Conan and latched its tail to her face, and sucked her into the tail. Seeing as I never saw it in any anime, I'll assume it does this like Cell from DBZ. After Conan was absorbed, Alexander's life points increased. Alexander grinned. Oh yeah, when that effect activates I gain 1000 life points. Naruto grit his teeth after the boy finished, but he wasn't quite yet. Also, if an inverse monster is a tribute summoned with Inverse Collar, I can special summon one inverse monster from my deck, as long as it is level 4 or lower. Naruto's eyes widened as Asuka gasped. Naruto, she said worriedly. Alexander picked a card from his deck. I summoned Gatekeeper of the Inverse in attack mode. A black, demonic turtle-like creature appeared on the field. It had what appeared to be samurai-like armor on its forearms, spikes on its armored back, and the inverse symbol on its head. Alexander smirked. He had this one Gatekeeper attacked him directly. The turtle charged Naruto and hit him in the stomach, causing him to bend over. Ugh! With a flourish, the Englishman ordered the next attack. Verse Castor, your turn. The demonic knight charged and slashed Naruto with its sword, causing him to go on one knee. GRKH. Now Inverse Jalaffer, finish him. The fiend monster flew at Naruto as Asuka watched, stupefied. No way, Naruto was defeated so easily. Just as the fiend reached half the distance, Naruto smirked. I activate my trap card, Paper Person of God. The reversed card turned upwards, revealing the trap card. I can activate this card when one of your monsters declares an attack. This trap stops your attack and destroys the attacking monster. Alexander's eyes widened as Asuka perked up. Naruto, she thought happily. The dual field split apart to reveal a deep crevice, the wall covered in pieces of paper. Seeing as it appeared where Inverse Jalaffer was running, it fell into the crevice. Suddenly a single piece of paper fizzled, which set off all of the surrounding tags. Simultaneously, all of the tags exploded, creating a deafening noise. Everyone in the area covered their ears. Finally, when the noise died down and everyone got their hearing back, they saw the field had returned to normal, and Inverse Jalaffer was nowhere in sight. Alexander blinked for a while, before smiling. I must say, Uzumaki-san, that was well played. You waited till I used Inverse Jalaffer to attack you before you activated your trap, effectively destroying the strongest monster on the field. Kudos to you. He said, no sarcasm or spite in his words. Naruto grinned back. Hey, you're not too shabby yourself. Getting such a powerful monster so quickly, and using so many effects from the beginning, if it wasn't for my trap I'd have been toast. Grin turning into a smirk, he drew a card. However, all you've truly succeeded in doing is forcing me to go all out, although that's quite an achievement in its own right. So you better brace yourself. 'Cause now I'm gonna crush you. Looking at his hand, he smirked. I play the spell card Mystic Palm. This restores life points equal to the total of the stars of the monsters on the field times 100. Next, I play the spell card Brainwashing Brain Control. By giving 800 of my life points, I can take control of one of your monsters, and I choose Vers Castor. Vers Castor went over to Naruto's side of the field. Now I tribute it, something you seem to be fond of, to summon a monster card from my hand. I summoned to the field in attack mode, Snake Sannin Orochimaru. Vers Castor shattered into pieces and another figure took its place. This figure was a very pale man, with long black hair, and snake-like eyes decorated with purple fawn-like marks. He wore a cream top with black trousers and a purple rope tied around his waist. The girls in the area either swooned or shuddered in disgust at the creepy man, and Asuka was in the latter category. Naruto stared at the monster for a while before continuing his turn. One of Orochimaru's effects activates. When he is normally summoned, I can add one Edo Tensei spell card to my hand from my deck. A card jutted out from his deck, and he picked it out and placed it into his hand. Now another of Orochimaru's effects activate. Once per turn, he can absorb one monster on the field and gain attack and defense equal to the number of stars of the absorbed monster by 300. Gatekeeper of the Inverse shattered and the pieces flew into Orochimaru, who grew slightly bigger. Alexander's eyes widened at the large number of attack points. Before he calmed down, he'd be able to defeat that monster next turn, no matter how powerful it became. Looking into the blonde's eyes, the English boy knew he had something up his sleeve. And boy was he right. I activated another spell card from my hand, Snake Summoning Tattoo. When I have Snake Sannin Orochimaru on the field, I can special summon the monster Snake Summon LV4 in attack mode. A puff of smoke appeared and from it emerged a giant snake, with brown camouflage-like markings along its body. Alexander looked up at the giant snake, intimidated despite its low attack points. Quickly recovering, he pointed one thing out. Though that was impressive, there is still the matter that you don't have the total attack points required to finish me this turn, and you don't even know if I have anything planned. Despite your efforts, your downfall shall be the next turn, he said. Naruto grinned. Heh, but you're forgetting something. What was recently added to my hand? Asuka's eyes widened as she remembered a few minutes ago. One of Orochimaru's effects activates. When he is normally summoned, I can add one Edo Tensei spell card to my hand from my deck. Alexander frowned in confusion. What? What are you talking about? He questioned, confused. Naruto smirked and picked out a card from his hand. I activated the card I received from my deck earlier, Edo Tensei. By sacrificing Snake Summon LV4, I revived from my graveyard Akatsuki Konin. The coffin rose from the ground, where the flakes from the dissolved snake flew into it. After a couple of shakes, the beautiful brunette stepped out. Alexander started to sweat as he did the math. 3,600 2,000 is equal to 5,600, 4,200, 5,600 is equal to 1,400. Naruto grinned. Konin attacked him directly, then Orochimaru finished him off. Konin shot a tornado of paper at the boy. If you've played Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 2, you know what I mean, causing him to cry out in pain, which turned into a scream as Orochimaru plunged his fangs into the teen's neck. Alexander sighed as he took in his defeat, before he walked up to Naruto. The two of them looked at each other for a while before shaking hands. The two turned when they heard some light clapping. Blinking, they saw Asuka approach with a smile on her face. You two were incredible, that was an intense duel. Naruto grinned, whereas Alexander once again became a stuttering mess. Thank you, Tenjoinsen. He stammered, a large blush on his face with his eyes looking down shyly. Sweat dropping, Naruto turned the two around, so they couldn't see Asuka. Immediately after she was out of sight, Alexander had regained his calm. Sweat drop growing, Naruto whispered to the teen. Dude, what's up with you? Alexander had a somber look on his face. I can't interact with girls very well. I get nervous and make an idiot of myself, and people assume I'm an idiot and leave me alone. I don't really have many friends because of that, he said sadly. Naruto felt some sympathy for the boy, before he wrapped an arm round his shoulder and spoke with a large grin. Well, we'll just have to cure you, won't we? Stick with me, pal, and you'll be able to look a girl in the eye, while keeping her chest in your peripheral vision. You'll be the Casanova of dueling, right after me, of course. After he finished speaking, the two felt a malicious aura behind them. Turning fearfully, the two boys were terrified to see a pissed-off Asuka standing behind them. Naruto chuckled nervously. Hey Asuka, what's up? He asked, scared shitless of the aura around his friend. Not even S-class rogue ninjas had scared him this much. Asuka growled. Keep a girl's chest in your peripheral, you say? Casanova, you say? She grounded out. Sweat poured down Naruto's face as he stared at this very vision of feminine fury. Quickly judging the situation at hand, Alexander broke free of Naruto's grip and stepped a few feet away from him, causing Naruto's jaw to drop. Dude, what about the bro code? He asked, aghast at such a betrayal from his fellowman. Alexander shrugged. I don't feel like dying today, he stated matter-of-factly, before he entered the Belmont State, as it would from then on be called, when Asuka patted him on the head. Good boy, she said before turning on Naruto. Letting out a frightened squeak, Naruto started to back away with his hands raised in the air in a vain attempt at defense. And now, Asuka, be rational. You know I would never dare do that to you. Asuka's eyes narrowed further. Then you do it to other girls? She asked dangerously, and Naruto knew he was, to put it eloquently, fucked. Turning to run, he didn't get far before she grabbed him by the collar and stopped him in his tracks. And where do you think you're going? He never got the chance to beg before she proceeded to beat him to a pulp, saying how he'd been perverted today enough for one whole week. Alexander watched worriedly as his opponent of 5 minutes ago was viciously beaten, wincing at a particularly low blow, before he smiled. Although quite the oddball, it seemed he could become good friends with the blonde. He winced at another kick to the crotch. Not Nara Jr. Chapter end. Oh, make how it could have been. Naruto walked back to his dorm room after separating from Asuka. The two had been about to go and have a duel, but she was asked by a teacher to go over an assignment she handed in. Sighing, Naruto went to go into his room before he heard some yelling in Misawa's room. Quickly opening the dorm, he froze when he saw the state the three were in. They were all covered in a white substance of some sort's paint, but he doesn't need to know that. Naruto stared wide-eyed, before slowly closing the door. I'll leave you guys alone. Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what-if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out.